Okay, you're live now.
Hi everyone. I guess
Everyone.
everyone is just you, but I believe people are coming.
Yeah, I think
Um
some people were actually excited about this.
yeah. I think we were talking about this like earlier this week, but there's been kind of a breakdown in backseating culture in Rydisk. And I'd like that to stop, but I don't really know how to, especially because I don't really play free for all these days, so my perspective on things is very skewed.
I mean, yesterday I came by and did some backseating with someone. It's just that
Hmm.
I think nowadays it's much more common for just like everyone to sit in one voice
Yeah,
call and just
they just
scream
hang
at
out
each
in
other.
disc and yeah.
And it's like it's certainly more like fun, I guess, because you get to hang out with the boys and chill and talk and everything and shit talk
Hmm.
each other. But it's not like as conducive to learning and backseating.
When So when I was starting, we actually started around the same time, right? Like we started playing multiplayer on the same time.
I think so, yeah. But you started
Yeah, and then you just
getting
took the
better much
long
earlier than
break.
I did. Yeah.
I think you were just gone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Um.
true, true.
Yeah. And back at that time, the player who was just kind of screaming through the ranks was Hoy.
Mm-hmm.
Um. And a lot of how Hoy got good was Hoy, like his first 50 games or something were just nonstop backseated by Napoleon. Do you know Napo?
No.
He's really old school. I think most people who play right now don't know who he is. But Napo was like one of the old great Civ players, right? One of the people who's like he was constantly in contention for the greatest of all time,
Mm-hmm.
and he was constantly backseating Hoy, like complete micer. You'd see in the DMs, right? Hoy would have the Steam DMs, they'd be open. How do you say it? The notification would pop up in the corner
Yeah.
of the screen. It would be like, oh yeah, Napa would be like, don't move your tank like that. Move it the other way. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and I think that was a real boon to his development.
Yeah, honestly, that like is how I think how I like got a lot of refinement for how I play was from
Hmm.
you, like backseating me through entire games. Like I
Yeah,
distinctively remember entire games that were played to like turn 170 Dom. Like, for example, there was like one Mongolia game I have in mind specifically where you just like backseated me
hmm,
through the entirety of that game for like 8 hours or something, and that really just
yeah.
helps. Even just
You
having
get a
that
lot
a
of
couple
free
of
time on your
times.
hands to do this.
Yeah, I had a lot of free time. You seem to have a lot of free time. I had a really
Yeah.
fucked up sleep schedule too, so that was actually possible for both of us.
You had the worst sleep schedule. I like had no idea when you would be up or when you would be playing. You were playing it basically in 8 hours, as far as I remember.
Yeah, I think that specific game I played ended at like 9
Hmm.
a.m. or something. So I
Yeah,
just went to sleep at 9 a.m. on that day. Um,
yeah, it's so bad for you. You're more regularized now. I mean, I guess you're planning to start a game at what is it like?
it's 6 p.m.
Uh,
It's fine.
yeah, yeah. You could
It's
make it.
yeah. Um yeah. I have a healthy schedule right now for the most part. Semester is about to start tomorrow, so um that game we're playing better not go 10 hours. But
Yeah,
if it need be, I will play it for 10 hours. Who gives a shit?
you'll
Who
do it
needs
if you have to.
university?
Yeah,
I'll do whatever it takes.
yeah. Whatever it takes, except show up.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Oh yeah.
I fell asleep teaching once. It was really bad. I
Teaching
was
like
yeah.
on a voice call or something.
No, I was standing at the blackboard. It was like I had a terrible sleep schedule. It was an 8 a.m. like section, and I was leaning against the chalkboard. I thought I was being so subtle. I'm falling asleep. I'm leaning against the chalkboard. I've got the chalk in my hand, and I just think, oh, I'll close my eyes for a second. And I woke up when I heard the chalk hit the floor. It was
That has to be like top 10 best teachers at uni
yeah, clearly.
for sure.
I was very well loved, obviously. The other thing, this is incredible. If you ever have to teach, this is like the great hack, right? Is students have no idea how prepared you are, right?
Hmm.
And so we had these teaching reviews at the end of the course, right? Students would submit like was how would you rate the quality of the teaching, right? And it turns out that even if you don't prepare at all, right? If you show up and you look at some papers before you start, right? It doesn't. I'm looking at like blank sheets of paper, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and they think, yeah, this guy prepared. This was good preparation. Terrible instruction, great preparation.
Yeah, no, I actually do 4 hours of teaching every week. I
Yeah.
teach math for like economic students.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I have like when I look through my reviews, I just like blatantly tell the people, yeah, I looked at this exercise sheet like for about 2 minutes when I was on the tram on the
Yeah.
way here. And then somehow from that information they got that I didn't actually prepare that much. That is the one
Yeah.
thing I always get like bad reviews for. And the other thing is that just like how I write down stuff on the blackboard is just absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
I will just like make these like I will have some random thought and I like, yeah, let's do some excursion about this particular thing here, and then I would just
I
like
mean, that's
draw a
the fun
box in the
part, right?
corner
It's
of
just
it
like
and yeah.
the fun part is just going off and kind of wandering and having fun with it.
Yeah.
But
But it works better when you have a big blackboard. Like I used to
yeah.
teach at the main uni building that had like
Mm-hmm.
3 5 meter long blackboards with like that you can move up
Yeah.
and down and electrically. That was really nice. But like at the building that I usually teach in, I just have like some stupid blackboard and I don't even have like running water in there. So it's just like the dry chalk cleaning, if you know what I mean, like just the
Yeah. Yeah.
dust everywhere, and yeah, it's quite.
No, I started getting rashes on the skin. I was using a chalk holder just to get away from it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I seem to be doing quite okay in that regard so far, but who knows? Maybe I'll be one of those
Yeah.
people like isn't like dust lung like a thing for
Yeah.
teachers, like chalk dust,
Yeah.
where they
Could
actually
be.
get lung
You
problems
gotta
from
get
that.
out quickly before it sinks into you.
Yeah, I mean at this point most of the people are using like electronic stuff like a tablet and stuff like that, and then they
I
just
can't get into
get on
tablets. I
top.
don't know why. I think it's just because I was trained on chalkboards, right? It's just part of the
Same, yeah. It's also like the resistance profile
yeah, yeah,
on the pen is just so weird to me. Like I have a terrible handwriting on a tablet.
yeah.
Mm,
I think there's an aspect of tradition to it as well. Like mathematicians have used chalk forever. Mathematicians are pretty clingy to tradition.
yeah, I mean it's also just nice. I don't know, but I'm the only guy at uni who like actually still uses the blackboard. I feel like
Mm. Everybody else has given up.
yeah, I even have a colleague and she's like 80. You know, she was the former
Uh-huh.
professor, and even she is like into the tablet stuff and everything and puts everything
Oh
on the
my
beamer, and
god.
I'm still like the guy who's using the blackboard.
When I was in the process of doing my PhD, we went online, right? And my advisor, she's pretty old, and we started meeting over Zoom, and she was struggling so much with the tablet, right? And it's like talking to your grandmother, right? You're like, okay, no, angle it like this, except I'm trying to communicate with her mathematically. It was terrible. I think actually just talking to her on the phone was better than trying to troubleshoot the tablet constantly.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know, just meeting up in person is nicer.
Yeah.
Let me quickly wash my hands, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Okay, apparently we're gonna have Arv in this lobby.
Oh yeah, wasn't he playing like super late last night? I saw some. I was watching some Dark Cushy game where R was in it.
Oh, I don't know when he plays.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think he's also Pacific West Coast, right? So his schedule
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
really line up that well with mine either.
yeah. When are you playing a lot these days? I haven't seen you that much. I've seen you like in, I don't know, like once a week around the Riders games.
Um, Sometimes more, sometimes less. Sometimes I play like one game a week, but I think
Mm-hmm.
recently, like every other day or so. Um, like when I have time in
Okay.
the evening and I don't have other plans, I just try to squeeze in a game.
Yeah.
I also try to squeeze in a game sometimes when I don't have time. Those are the worst days.
Yeah.
But I've actually started
I,
to track my win record like fairly
ooh.
recently for the last 20 games or so.
Uh-huh.
And
I was surprised more people didn't start tracking this kind of data because it's not that much work, right? To just write down this
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Let me actually share it here. I have it on my
Yeah.
stream now. Um, it's just for 20 games for now. But I was actually
Mm.
surprised how many games I win. I thought I would be like around 15% or something, but
Yeah.
how many is this? One, two, three, four, five, 6 games won total out of 19. And then you have to
Hmm.
count out the scraps, which are like significant.
Yeah. There's a lot of scrapping.
Yeah, so 6 scraps. So out of 13 games, I won one, two, three, four, five. That's pretty decent.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
I was actually surprised about that. I think part of it is that I like ever since I started tracking my win record, I try to force games to a conclusion more often. Like I try to deny
Yeah.
scraps and stuff like that more. And then often it's just like, okay, everyone else is bored, so we just CC to you. It's not like
Yep.
real
That's
wins.
such a classic.
Yeah. If you like look
The
at the wins
NQ, I want
here,
to be done.
yeah. Turn 130, turn 131, turn 126, turn 141, turn
Yeah.
103. It's just like, yeah, fuck this guy. I don't want to play anymore.
It's so true though, right? They just
But you know,
I
when is
think
it win?
there's a level of skill which is required to actually get your way through the end of these games, right?
Yeah,
Uh
for
there's a
sure.
lot of endurance which is necessary.
Oh, I didn't show it on the
Oh.
stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I think that's actually where some of my StarCraft skills come in very handy because I played a lot of StarCraft and sometimes hours on end, and it's like very um concentrationally demanding, I would say. You have to be on like full focus for like hours on end if you play it for hours on
Yeah.
end. And that really
Hmm.
comes in handy in the Civ 5 late games because you just have to do
Yeah.
like constant clicking and pressing buttons and actions and everything um, for like hours on end when you're like playing the actual late game with like tons of units lying around. And I actually don't
Yep.
really feel exhausted from that too much when I get to play those types of situations.
Yeah. I've also been noticing uh in free for all you end up with a lot of dead time, right? There's especially in the late game, somebody can be spending their entire turn and you're kind of just sitting there. You're like, okay,
Yeah,
guess I'm gonna go check my cities. So
yeah, yeah. It's also like you feel like the turns are very short when you're like the one sitting on 2 or 3
yeah,
empires and flipping cities and moving units around and you're warring. But when you're like sitting on one empire waiting for stuff to happen and then someone else is doing exactly that, you're just like, okay, why the
yeah.
fuck am I here? I want to die.
It's I've played so many more teamers than free for alls in the last 2 years. And every time I pop back into free for all, I notice some of the teamer habits, right? And the biggest one is that every time I'm in the late game, every time I'm fighting, I've adopted this mentality that, oh, my job is to fight and somebody else's job is to tell me how to sim or whatever. And I'm literally sitting on an
Yeah,
engineer. Okay, my piety player will tell me what I'm supposed to engineer. And
yeah.
I never engineer anything.
Yeah, it's also a thing I noticed yesterday. Yesterday, I backseated a guy who was like very
Hmm.
new. He still had like trouble. processing the turns and everything. How much of
Yep.
like just being able to think about your game is just getting through the macro cycle fast and then having time left over.
Mm-hmm.
Like just going
Yeah.
through all the notifications, assigning all the pop growths, assigning all the production, moving all the units, and then having like these, I don't know, 30 seconds, 1 minute time to think about what you're actually doing. Like, can I grow my
Yep.
cities here? Can I finish this building? What are other people doing? Stuff like that.
Yep. Oh, that's huge, right? Like, what are other people doing is such a big question. It's probably the most important question, but both watching just to pick up the information, then figuring it out based on the information you see, that takes a lot of work. All
Yeah.
of these things, part of how like Lek is designed is that you're supposed to be able to interfere with any type of win condition, right? You're supposed to be, if somebody's doing Diplo Victory, you should be able to stop them. If
Mm-hmm.
somebody's doing some tourism, you should be able to go over there. But if you're not paying enough attention, they're just gonna get away with it. I think, yeah, attention is a real resource.
Yeah. Yeah. And like thinking about what people are doing. I think, for example, I recently played a Maya game. It
Hmm.
was really good. It was like insane high roll on land, but
Uh-huh.
Mason happened to have like a slightly better game than I did, at least in terms of wonders. So I first got one turn to Oracle. I was playing Trap, and then I got one turn to
Absolutely
Cheeching,
classic.
and it
Uh-huh.
was like that obviously feels bad, but I still would have had a perfectly fine game. I still ended up having a decent RD timing and everything.
Yeah.
But I just
I mean,
noticed
Maya's
that
so
after
broken.
those things happened, I just made
Uh-huh.
many more bad decisions afterwards because I kind of got like into the
Yeah.
mindset of I'm here, this is annoying, what is this
It's so
garbage, blah blah
over.
blah. It's so over. And then I was doing things like, I already spawned a profit from Faith, and then I could have just
Uh-huh.
taken a profit from the Maya Great Person. Instead I was like building higher and then
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. Like I don't need
Yeah.
to build higher here, and then I lost some other wonder because I was building higher or like some
And
shit
then
was
you're
like
tilted because you're already tilted, and then
exactly, yeah.
yeah.
And then like I just wasted a bunch of turns building high. I could have just taken a profit, and then I lost this, I don't know, anchor or whatever because of it. It's
Yeah.
I really need to calm down a little when things like that happen.
Yeah. Uh huh. You're playing a lot of tradition.
Yeah. But that's what Smiley said yesterday. You have to count out the
Mm.
coastal games because 90% of the time on the coast I just play tradition.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think like
I
the one thing that coastal play has going for it is just isolation. And
yeah.
just playing tradition, clicking commerce like a monkey, and building all the Renaissance wonders is, I feel, the best way um, to use that advantage.
I've been thinking a lot about the status of Coast and Free for All, probably more than makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But um it I think I just don't think there's a way it's gonna work out. The the part of the gameplay even that people enjoy is exactly this part where you don't interact with the lobby that much,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I think it does some good things for the status of the game. I think it stops this sort of complete runaway honor smash if there's somebody who's peacefully sitting in the corner. But the fact is that it's just super difficult to remove a coastal player from the game efficiently,
Yeah.
right? And there's a lot of discussion about battleships, and while battleships are very very good, uh, I think it's much more of an issue that you just can't project force past cities.
Mm. You mean like you can't snipe units from behind the city so they get to recap infinitely?
Yeah, because you just can't stop them from shooting and capturing the city, right? The only way you could really stop them is by shoving your own units into the water to die, which is the worst possible trade, right? So you end up in this holding pattern where you're like, okay, I guess I'll just sit here and I'll trade the city back and forth, and you'll trade the city back and forth, and then at some point, somebody gives up.
Yeah,
But
it's
this is
like
like,
it's okay
yeah,
if the coastal is the last person you need to kill,
yep,
but
mm-hmm,
how often does that really happen, right? It's often
yeah.
like if you're
It does
not,
happen often because you don't want to go there, right? You,
yeah. Yeah, but okay, but what if the coastal is the lobby leader, and then suddenly you're
yeah,
like, okay, how
yeah.
do I deal with this? And then
Yeah, you're really just sitting there like, what am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to run it down? I'll do it if I have to, right? But I don't want to be doing that.
yeah, the other day, Tempo played an absolutely absurd coastal trad game. It was so stupid. He was like, I was playing a Morse tradition game and I had like decent timings to everything. I think I had like turn 72 unis and all, just like completely normal.
Okay, nice, nice.
And then he
Uh-huh.
was like 6% ahead of tech of me like
Oof.
the entire time or something. He had like some stupid in New Zealand high roll where he like
Yeah, yeah.
started settlers turn 10 and he had like 3 workers because he got good steals and like he got 3 tributes and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that was just dumb. With Tempo, he's one of those guys and he really should take that as a compliment. I
Mhm.
always have like a slight suspicion that he's cheating because his games just look so
It,
much better than everyone else's when you're like
I
actually
think
with him in lobby.
watching Tempo's games, I think he's a science. He's just such a science monkey.
Yeah,
Uh,
he likes that.
and I don't actually know if his win rate isn't actually that good compared to how his sim looks. Does that make sense?
I don't check his win rate. It's
Mm,
he's clearly a coastal monkey. He really likes to play coast. He basically does nothing else if he isn't forced to go in, then
yeah,
he will
yeah,
always stick on the coast. So he really
yeah.
got that sim figured out.
He wants to go tall. He wants to be fast, right? I
Yeah,
think
exactly.
he's a bit grabo flavored to me.
Yeah, he's a coastal grabber. If you think about it,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
in the game with him. It was also like everyone else seemed rather mediocre in terms of relevancy, and then I had Artem
I
next
mean
to
that
me.
that happens.
Yeah, yeah. Like the other coastal was Russo, no, not Russo, Real Pit on Korea playing Cog, so yeah, go figure. So he was not gonna deal with him. And then between him and me was Artem, and I killed Artem in like 4 turns or something with the unique Morse
Yeah.
cavalry, and then I like
Is
kept
that good?
parties after.
I'm always so suspicious of that unit. It doesn't seem that good.
But it seemed good when it's definitely good when your opponent has no units, so that's
Ah,
nice. Zero told me to do it. I guess it's nice to be able to, like, you can basically start the Cav RD attack 5 turns earlier than you usually would.
yeah.
Maybe catch them off guard a little, and then you can just reinforce with Cavs. Like, you build a bunch of cannons, you build a bunch of the unique Lancers, and then afterwards you
Mm-hmm.
just reinforce with cavalry and turn it into a Cav RD attack. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's like a type of good attack in terms of you go for metallurgy and then you tech towards factories and everything is fine. It's like they have a similar problem as Tachankas do, where like the range anti-range promos are just like so punishing against them.
Mm.
I
I.
once had a game where I tried to kill someone with Tachankas who had like double ranged promos for some reason. I don't remember exactly
Mm-hmm.
why, but it's like
For some reason.
you just
Yeah.
can't kill these units. Like it's not possible.
Yeah. This is if you look at the really powerful promotions in the mod, right? Obviously, the most powerful promotion in the mod is the bomber bombardment, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
that thing is broken, right? But it's only slightly after that you get cover and ambush, right? And cover and ambush both work against Tachankas and
Yeah.
Grenadine Cabs and so on, right? It's just such a painful unit class to be clicking.
Yeah, it's more like
Um,
you just get to pull the rock on under someone who didn't expect it.
exactly, exactly. That's what it's good for. It's when you are so ahead that you're like, I'm gonna kill you as cheaply as possible. I've been
Mm-hmm.
thinking about this also in the context of teamers versus free for alls, right? In a teamer, you're just trying like you win the game by just winning, right? You will
Big thing.
commit any amount of resources. You will do what you'll sell anything, you'll give up anything because once you win the game is over. And it's only in these free for all contexts that you can have this notion of the elegant win, right?
Yeah.
That somebody can that it's actually good to commit fewer resources and still somehow still beat your enemy. I
Yeah,
think that's pretty cool.
that's something I recently tried experimenting with a little more. Like I had a game where I was playing a card, I think you watched that one, where I was
Hmm.
going factory already into Luca. But I
Yeah, yeah.
kinda, because Jeb was just like sitting in the corner simming, I kinda needed the kill to be as relevant as possible with as little commitment as possible. So while I was
Yep.
Kev RDing him, I tried to build like all my schools and everything. which obviously made the attack much worse. Like
Yep.
if
Yep.
if I reinforce with caps the entire time, then my front line doesn't melt. It was like a pretty controversial moment in the attack where like my front line
Yeah.
melted away and he started slamming
You,
my
yeah, you
armies and
got
everything.
melted.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it
Luca
turned
in
out really
particular,
good.
yeah, Luca's always been a really good fighter. I think he's always had like really good clicks, and then especially over the past, I want to say past 2 months or so, he started uh really popping off. I've seen some really really good Luca fights in the teamers. I think he's become someone legitimately scary. I think to be fighting at these times.
Yeah, I really feel like the Skirm Weavy FFA is like the holy triangle where like
Yeah,
Weavy is the best thing you can do to practice your sim. I remember when I started playing a bit more Weavy, specifically when you're like on the Liberty slot, you just like learn how to sim so much better than you do in FFA. And
it's
then
so painful
Skirm is
though.
probably just by far the best thing you can do to learn how to fight. And then FFA is just for
I
fun. I guess you can just call it the.
yeah.
You just can leave out FFA and just play only Skirm and Weavy, and that's what a lot of people do. But
I think free for all has kind of different goals. We were just talking about the sort of underkill, right?
hmm
It's much better to underkill than overkill in free for all. It's also the free for all has more variation in unit timings, right? If you're playing a skirm, you're generally pretty confident. Okay, I'm gonna be fighting to crossbows. Maybe I'll be fighting to crossbows, and then the late games go to muskets. And then only the super super late games should go to like calves, right? If you're playing your
yeah,
Weavy, you're thinking, okay, we'll probably fight at calves, and then maybe we'll fight at landships, and then you don't expect to go that late. And only in free for all can you really run the whole arc, right? Only in
hmm
free for all can you be saying, I'm gonna start fighting and I'm not gonna stop. And those are my favorite games, the ones where you kind of get into a fight at every timing.
yeah. Those are really fun to just like kill someone at every timing.
Yeah, it's
I think
difficult,
the
but it's
most fun game I played so far was with the one that you backseated me on Mongolia. I think I
mhm.
archered. Yeah, I first archered some CS. Then I archered a player. I don't I don't remember how I did that,
Oh my
but
god, that's so mean.
I just showed up with a bunch of like random archers, not even comps, and just killed them. That was fun. And afterwards, I killed someone with the unique unit. That was cool.
hmm
And I think afterwards was like land ships and then radar bombers or something. And like on
Yeah,
every one of those timings, I killed someone just constantly at war. And it was honor too, so you just get all the nice juicy
yeah.
units. It was so much fun.
Those T games take so long though. It's so bad.
Yeah,
Uh,
yep, they do. A lot of mental capacity. I also like realized that I just drink way too little water during those games. I just like
mm.
don't drink anything for like 8 hours or something, and then I'm like, I'm feeling a little dizzy. Like I should probably have a
What
bottle
I've
of
been
water next to me.
noticing is the neck pain. I'm getting too old for this. I play a late game, and the angle of my monitor is slightly off, and then I'm in hell for the
Oh yeah,
next day.
yeah,
Oh, is this lobby filling? Is it happening?
yeah. It might be. My name is Alex. Is
Mm.
actually the guy I backseated yesterday. So
Ah, I
he's a
see.
very new player, and then Arias
I
obviously
see.
isn't.
Yeah.
I initially wanted to do an in-house because they are much less likely to tech scrap, but
Mm.
I'm specifically scared of Arf because he's West
Yeah.
Coast NA. It's just I don't know. I can't remember a game I played with Arf where it like went well, but it should be fine. Honestly, he played with so many EU players before.
hmm
Um,
Uh,
yeah, let's hope we find one more person.
I
But I
think
will do some
also
filtering. If it's like some super trash player, I'm gonna kick them out. But this looks fine. Let's go. Full lobby. So what Civ do you want me to fix ourselves, huh?
I hate this whole fixing thing. People, it's so cringe. Like
Yeah, I
just roll your
honestly
draft.
I remember when I started playing the game a little more often and the whole draft thing became a thing. I was
Yeah.
like constantly disappointed with my draft And I was like, oh
Yeah.
no, I wanted this and that. But nowadays, like you have 5 picks, and almost every
Yeah.
single time that I get to play the game, I like have something really fun in my draft that I'm actually excited about playing.
The one of the things I don't like about Lek is how unbalanced the civs feel. I never feel like I have enough bans. Some of the
Yeah,
civs are so ridiculous. I feel like they just run it down. You just have to deal with Chile. I mean, a lot of the coastals are just ridiculous.
yeah,
Um, but some of these inlands, you spawn next to them, you're like, okay, I guess my game's over.
yeah. It's
And
like I recently also changed my mind about my bans. I used to just ban the easy war civs like Zulu and Goths
yeah,
and everything, which is still like a reasonable
hmm
thing to do. But the civs that annoy me much more is like Portugal and Chile stuff where you're like, okay, I just have to kill them before they reach their stupid Chilicopters because otherwise they just get to win the game because that unit is so stupid.
yeah, coastals, coastal. I think this is part of the other problem with the mod balance is that all the good coastals are probably the greatest civs ever created, right?
Yeah, yep,
Chile has so many relevant bonuses at every stage of the game. Philippines has so many relevant bonuses at every stage of the game. New Zealand is quite nerfed and still ridiculous. Like, and if you're playing a bad coastal versus a good coastal, then it's awful.
yeah,
Ooh, this is a pretty good spread.
yeah. This is really
There are a
good.
lot of nice civs here.
So out
So
of
one of
the
the things I was thinking about for a while, Golden Horde is probably one of the best explosives in the game, I think, because of this Ulan, right?
mm,
So you can't you can very it's so much harder to detect to knights than it is to detect to ulans, right? So you can push with these ulans and like comps and catapults or whatever, it's very cheap, or you can push with like crossbows and ulans and it's so much cheaper than going all the way to knights, but you get basically the entire power of going knight expo. But I am, as you know, a complete knight expo monkey. I think it's the best timing. I wish it were ever relevant.
I think Golden Horde is definitely very interesting civ. It's like very gimmicky. So the other day,
Mm-hmm.
a fellow Riot Discord player MLP, he tried to do like Trad, but he just
Uh-huh.
archered CS anyways. Because if you think about
Mm-hmm.
it, like you don't actually need to
Yeah.
play honor to archer stuff on that civ. So I feel like
Yeah.
it's a little gimmicky, but I don't think I'm leaning towards that. I would usually, because I have coastal monkey tendencies, I would usually pick England
Yeah.
here, but I think that is by far the
Mm-hmm.
least interactive thing we could do because it's
Yeah.
just like not that. I
Yeah.
usually just
The,
sit on the coast, click trad, click commerce, build all the Renaissance
yeah.
wonders, and depending on how many Renaissance wonders I get, I either go commerce 5 or commerce 3, and then I start killing people, planes, and battleships. Like wow, big excitement here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking either Italy, Babylon, or Bulgaria. All, in my opinion, either S or A tier civs.
Yeah. Babylon, the temptation with Babylon for me always is just to start archering, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of hard to talk yourself away from archering, right? It's so good.
Yeah, archering is
Um,
really good. Italy is just a rock solid culture civ, and then also just
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
hammers from the GA.
Mm-hmm.
Bulgaria
I don't
is
know.
kind of funny.
I don't really like Bulgaria. I know Knights won that tournament with it, but I feel like the bonuses in Bulgaria just don't feel that good to me.
Yeah, it's just a solid civ. Like the cheaper granary is certainly nice. I think the knight is
Yeah,
largely useless. Like it's not that
yeah.
exciting. The gold from the tiles in the early game is certainly really nice.
It requires I think a lot more skill to use a unit like the Bulgarian Impy Knight or the Wing Tassar because in my experience these units are constantly trying to Zoc themselves. They're
hmm
constantly trying to slam in and get themselves stuck, and I don't know how to manage it properly.
Yeah, I told people that would be nice if they pick coastal, but if they don't, I will pick England. I think that's.
Yeah.
Or I could do and cube chat. Wait, so we have some players from NQ and some people who are not,
Yeah,
right?
I'm pretty sure it is against NQ rules to organize with. Let me look it up. But I think technically speaking, you are supposed to play NQ only with NQ players. Man, I haven't looked at this.
Oh, okay. He just disappeared. All right. Um.
All right.
Oh
back
wait,
to waiting
Super
room.
Soldat is also in the right disc. Okay
Isn't that
then.
Solat Alicia? Or is that...
Super Soldat. Let me check.
Oh, okay.
12 hours ago. I don't know this guy. But he is not Soldat Alicia, I think.
Okay.
Let me check. Actually, maybe he might be. He might be.
Yeah, I don't see Alicia anywhere. And I can't imagine Alicia leaving the group.
No, definitely not. He's a staple of NQ.
Yes. There was a while that Tex was gone. I thought Tex would never leave.
Yeah, he left when he thought Coastal was dead, right? He's a Coastal monkey, and then he
Yeah.
was like, no, you don't have hills on islands anymore, and you have to interact with players now, and then he just left the group for a couple of weeks, I think.
Yeah, I think this Super Sold Out player can't be sold to Alicia because they only have like 1.3k hours. So
Yeah, it's some Eurus also said that the guy is
yeah.
just
Okay.
like actually in
Then
the
it's
Discord.
all all Gucci then.
One thing I'm also thinking is that if you look at the civs that I have, every single one of
Yeah.
them is also fine to be played on the coast. So when I have a situation like this,
Mm-hmm.
I sometimes think like, okay, I don't actually need to pick England here. I'm perfectly fine with playing
Yeah.
like Italy on the coast or something and just put random coast.
Yeah.
So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna pick Italy. And if people don't want to pick two coastals, then we just play random coast, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
The one thing that I hate about random coast is that it doesn't actually guarantee that there's two coastals. Like the other day, we had someone playing Portugal, and then the random coast didn't actually random anyone onto the coast, so we just had the singular Portugal player just doing things. And it was like a little
That's
stupid.
pretty funny actually. Pretty dumb but funny.
Yeah, it's the
I
type
mean,
of stuff you really don't want to leave alone on the coast.
I don't think you can generally interfere with Portugal once it started doing its thing though, right? The those nows, once you start spamming nows,
Yeah.
you just feel so invulnerable because nows are ignoring the commerce bonus. The gold from trading. They're still just really strong. The nows. One of Sarah's favorite plays, probably Sarah's favorite Portugal play, I think is just to start killing someone at nows, and then while you're doing this, you get the gold to upgrade your frigates.
Mm-hmm.
It's very obnoxious.
Yeah, it's like the Civ where you just hope that they just get a wrist injury and that's how they end the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's like the only thing you can do against Portugal. Just hope that they run out of the mental fortitude to actually move 60 nows around all the time.
Yep. It's so annoying. It's so correct and it's so annoying. It tilts me.
Yeah, it's like every time I pick Portugal, I'm like, yeah, this is exciting, and then I start building the nows. I'm like, wow, this is fucking horrible. I really don't want to be doing this anymore.
Yeah, and then you're walking around looking for the right spot to bulb the merchant bonus, right? Okay, this one's 367. This one's 362.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
You
so
know,
annoying.
if the number of nows was limited to 20 or something, maybe the Civ would be more
Yeah.
fun, because then it's like, okay, you just get your like 20 times, I don't know, 250 gold, which is still like a lot.
Yeah.
And then you get to kill someone with that. Like one thing you can do with nows that is like truly stupid is you just send like 20 nows somewhere, and then they
Uh-huh.
kill a CS, they have a bunch of gold, and then you just upgrade them into ironclads, and then you kill a player with that, or like tax their
Yeah.
coastals on the other side of the map, where usually like ironclad taxing is limited by the ability of like moving coast
Yes.
like units
Yeah.
across the ocean. At Argus. It is time.
once Arf shows up.
Yeah, but out of the Civs
I
that
can't
I got in
believe.
my draft, I would be perfectly fine to play any one of them. I think Golden Horde is a little gimmicky, so I'm just like inclined to not play it. But
Yeah.
Italy is super solid Civ. Babylon is super solid. Can play anything.
Yeah.
I really like Civs that don't feel like they're forced to play a certain tree,
Yes.
and Italy is definitely one of them.
Yeah.
Babylon isn't either. Bulgaria, frankly, isn't either.
I think Bulgaria seems like the weakest to me. I guess this is because I've had some very good runs on Golden, but even as long as you're getting tributes, the Civ is doing something for you.
Yeah,
And again, I love Knights. They're just incredible. And Knights that I don't have to tech all the way to get. That's the gold standard.
yeah, that is
I think
pretty
most
decent.
Knights get so stonewalled by pikes, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why the pure night timing doesn't exist. It's because the pike is just destroying you. And
There's some
the
exceptions though, like the what do they call the Ayubits unique unit, the Mamluks. They're pretty decent.
yeah, the Mamluks are good. The Mamluks can punch through pikes. Uh and but what this generally means is that at the point for most civs when you're going knights, you probably wanted to be going crossbows anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because crossbows are the only efficient way to remove the pike. And it's just too expensive to be going both knights and crossbows unless you're in a
Yeah, at
duel.
that point you're just like, okay, why did I? What does the knight give me that I don't already have from like horsemen and
Exactly.
crossbows?
Yeah. It's also I think where knights really shine is in this kind of very contested back and forth war where everybody has lots of roads where you achieved a lot of unit saturation, right? While you have tiles for your next crossbow to shoot from, the crossbow is the most efficient thing you can build, right? And it's only once you start running out of tiles that your knights start to expand the amount of damage you can put on a tile.
Yeah, cycling on tiles is just really nice, and very
Yeah.
often it's like um, you rarely run out of tiles in a crossbow type of situation. I feel like you can always wrap around, do more concave stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like in for Cav RD, it's not really the number of tiles that you're limited by, but more like that you can cycle Cavs out in front of your RDs.
Mm,
So like,
yeah,
despite the fact that Cavs don't actually get defensive bonuses, they're sometimes like better
yeah,
defensive units for the front line. So because you can cycle
yeah.
them out better.
Hmm. I think also in Cavardi, I don't really think the benefit is that the Cav can swap in enemy territory, right? I don't know. Cavardi is hard. I've been seeing a lot of people sort of force their way into Rifle Arty, and that seems incredible.
Yeah, I recently did a Gallow Glass push. That was fun.
Oh yeah, I saw that. The Gallowglass look amazing. That's a good unit.
Yeah, they're actually very good unique units. Specifically, like the movement they get in the hills. Um, so right now we're waiting on the chair. The chair is gone.
Oh my god. This guy annoys me so much. I don't know why I let him get to me much more than I should. But you're just sitting around waiting. Did you see I was thinking about this when did you see that all this drama when Fishmonger got banned?
No, I did not. What happened?
Oh, okay. This is a pretty big story. So you can kind of look through NQ report threads. I'm constantly looking through NQ report threads because they're just funny.
Yeah, of course.
Um so Fishmonger got banned from NQ.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason he got banned was that he said he was going to be BRB like 5 or 10 minutes. I don't remember. And then Abraxas kicked him from the lobby. He tried to rejoin, I think twice, and then Abraxas said, "Don't join my lobbies." And then they got into a fight in PMs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where the extent of this fight was Abraxas said, "Don't ever try to join my lobbies again," right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Fishmonger said, "I was feeding my dog, you absolute idiot." So this is a big fight, right? And Fishmonger gets banned. So then there's another series of arguments from that, right? Which is like Nightstone makes a thread, like mod abuse, Abraxas bans Fishmonger, right? And the whole time I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe Fishmonger's getting banned for 10 minutes and Arv just routinely. I've seen Arv leave for like 3-4 turns, right? And then come back and then demand a reload.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a different type of thing.
Yeah. He's just built different. He's just built different.
He's the GOAT. What can you say? He is the
He is
GOAT.
the GOAT. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. We have a game going on. So one thing that I noticed about myself is that I look at the capital on turn 0 and then I'm like, yeah, this looks like a tradition or liberty capital or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel I'm like incredibly biased towards that tree that I picked out. And I like don't actively think about what I really should play in this situation. Nonetheless, I think it's still good to do that. And it doesn't strike me as a tradition start. It's not on fresh
Yeah.
water. It doesn't seem to have a lot of food.
Yeah.
I tend to play trad more on like food and plantation luxes, something like coconut and sugar, stuff like that. This strikes me more like a Liberty type of start, and Italy is also an insanely good Liberty Civ.
Yeah. There was like theory for the Hawks theory has been for a while. You know, you're supposed to just not make a monument and you unwork citizens for the Liberty Settler on Italy. I don't really know how much I agree with that these days. You're getting
I
up a lot of demos.
I think it's definitely good to unwork them to speed up the Liberty 2 policy.
Yeah.
Because for those who don't know, you get one culture from unemployed citizens on Italy because they got one culture from specialists, and unemployed people count as specialists. So you can like yeah, unwork people and get more culture from that. So I think it's good to like do that to speed up Liberty 2, but I don't think you're supposed to skip the monument, but that's just like a feeling. Okay, what do you think
Yeah.
about moving one right here? I think moving one right here is correct.
I was thinking quite a lot about that. I think the only downside you can really argue about is that you're like 2 and 3 moving away from your iron.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty big deal. But you can I feel like you're basically either buying 2 tiles out to an iron or you're buying both of the lapis.
But it also makes
Right?
me third ring my first. I don't think I want to do
Yeah.
that. And like
I think that's
if I
fine.
wouldn't
It's
be moving towards my iron with a higher chance, then I would be inclined
yeah.
to move right here. But I think I will just stay in place, and really I will buy these lapis quite soon either way.
I'm very into moving right. I think you're probably gonna settle something that's like close to the furs. Uh,
Yeah, okay, let's do it.
yeah, the on blowing up the on hardwood expand is like the painful part, but I just like moving into the hill to grow into, and you're giving up chops and you're giving up probably your iron.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in double scout, regardless of whether I
Mm-hmm.
think I'm going to build a monument or not. I'm at this point I'm
Yeah.
almost certain I'm going to build a monument because this doesn't strike me as
Mm-hmm.
a tradition type of capital, and
Mm-hmm.
on every other start except for tradition, I will be building a monument after scouts. But I still think it's like good to go double scout. You can probably argue that like scout monument scout is also decent, but I think on average you lose like 1 or 2 ruins from that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just
Oh
also want
yeah,
to go with double scout.
there is like a chance for being on horse here. It's
Oh, that would be cool.
nah, it's pretty low. It's like what 1 in 5.
Would still be nice. Mega
It
argued
would
that
be
you could
nice.
move one left. I
Mm.
generally don't feel inclined to move towards like the fog of war. I kind of want to know what I'm getting, but maybe that's just my risk aversion that I
I
have.
think what Mega was thinking in particular was you're moving into a lot of chops there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're preserving this on hardwood expand or something like by the hardwood, which is probably going to be very strong regardless.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Warrior
on
seems to have
warrior or right of warrior strikes me as a really good liberty
yeah.
expand.
I mean, there's a lake up there, right? So
Oh, true. Yeah.
maybe there's some big Huey.
Oh yeah, there's
Uh,
even a river tile on the ruin.
mhm.
So let's check that out.
I'm kind of a Huey monkey. It's I don't know. It's so many yields. How can you argue with it?
I think in this situation I work the Lapis for 1 turn to speed up the scout by a turn. I give up 2
Hmm.
food, I gain 2 gold.
Yeah, you're +2 on the grow, right? If you're working the maze, so it's all Gucci.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, exactly. I don't slow down my growth this way. I speed up the scout by a turn.
I
So
think you
that's
do slow
nice.
yourself down to 3 by doing this, but the scout is scout's pretty valuable. Hmm.
Yeah.
I
This
think
also
food
looks.
ruin.
Go ahead.
Yeah, food ruin has been kind of a failure in my eyes. I think the food ruin is better at 1 pop, right? It's still very very good at like 2-3 pop, right? It's only at 4 pop that you're starting to think, oh, maybe this isn't the best thing I can be doing. And by that time, you've gotten so many runes that's like whatever.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, this looks very close to him. I probably will not settle this
Yeah.
Huey city. It's probably his.
Sad.
But I will need to like put a. I think I will put a settler like 2 south of the warrior here because
Hmm.
it's a 2-turn move, and I really want the city in this
Oh, the
general
warrior
direction.
can. Yeah, the 3 move on the warrior is so nice here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. Rewarded. How does first move work right now?
You cannot auto explore anymore, so you just have to
Oh, okay,
click.
so you literally just have to click them.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, the first move stuff, that's also Amos changes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole saga. There was Lekmod was getting very laggy because of some weird stuff related to AI auto explorers. Get destroyed.
Yeah. Okay, border growth ruin. That's really nice. Big fan of the border growth ruin. Do I move up here? I don't think I need to see anything more. There is already a city on the ivory.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually feeling. I don't really know if you're forced into a tree here, because I think this could be quite decent trad.
Yeah, on spice is good.
Hmm.
Um,
I would be really thinking about touching top right of the hardwood, right? I think that's a strong tradition city. There's as long as you manage to somehow grow the cities, there's so much production here that it makes you feel good.
I just don't
And I
like
don't.
playing tradition on this type of capital. And I
Yeah.
think I see enough space to like actually get a number of cities out. Even if it's like a
Hmm.
low number of cities on Liberty, I would rather play Liberty on like 6 cities here and maybe crossbow him than I would play Trad here.
You could also consider piety. I don't know.
Mm,
Mm.
consider piety. Piety is the type of thing that I want to do when I feel like my land lacks certain qualities that it doesn't have. Like if I didn't have this river system here, for example, and the land looked like it was lacking food, I would be really inclined to play piety here. But I feel like the land is good enough to be played on Liberty, and in those types of
Hmm.
situations, I just prefer to play Liberty.
Hmm.
And I also just think it's is a slightly Liberty biased Civ, so
It is a pretty liberty bias civ, yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
looks like
Yeah,
there's
I
more
guess
space
there are
for the
settles in every
south.
direction, right? So,
Okay, we moved away from our iron, but it's actually fine because we'll grow into
oh,
this deer next, and then we can buy it.
yeah. That's really convenient, actually. The border growth run has saved you some gold here.
Yeah, it tends to. It's pretty good. So where do these cities go? Like, I think anything above this river here is certainly Eurist's
Yeah.
land, and I
Oh,
don't
look at
want to
that beautiful
piss him
food
off too
ruin on
much.
Eurist. Why can't you be that good? Should have
Oh
picked
damn.
the ruin.
Yeah. Um. Yeah, so we got a good lay of the land at this point. We only have to
Yeah.
decide for the tree in particular in 3 turns. We already decided against tradition. But where do
Hmm.
I see these cities? So there's a decent city on Ivor here.
Yep. I like the
Um,
South Ivory.
that's pretty good. Then there's probably something south of Spice to third ring the Lapis. I can left up
I don't
the
know why you
left
would go south of Spice instead of top right of Hardwood on the river. Uh,
top right or
you're
forward on the
it.
river. That's true. Yeah,
Mm.
based. Very based. Now it's time to think about where I actually want to steal my workers from. Um, food ruin?
Mm.
No. Okay.
Actually, seeing that silver makes you reconsider settling on the ivory, right?
I think there's a city between Lapis and Silver.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can
yeah.
like
I think
cargo
you're
each
right.
other. I
Yeah,
put 2 cities on the coast. I put a city on this
yeah, yeah.
northern ivory. Did this just send the
Then you're.
worker? No.
Oh, you missed the meatiness, yes. Minus 15
Yeah,
gold.
I thought I saw a worker move on a turn
Yeah.
transition.
Yeah, the coastals is it's just the pain of this. You can't 4-pop here, right? I mean, I guess you can double worker.
I want to double worker. There's a lot of chops here. I think it's
Okay,
worth it to
okay.
do that.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what
you
I was
need.
thinking earlier. Like
Yeah,
once you have like 3 chops or more,
yeah.
you're
Hmm.
like totally fine to just do 2 workers. Okay, so I see a city on this ivory. I see a city between silver and lapis. I see a
Hmm.
city on the northern ivory. I probably see a city on obsidian. Um, how
I'd
do I
be trying to
pick up
figure out a
this?
structure.
This wine could be the wine city could be left off
So
first
what you could do is you could settle on the iron left of the cap, right? And then the city that goes on ivory could instead go on hill hardwood.
on hill hardwood, or like yeah, that could work.
Yeah.
That could work. Picks up third ring cotton in case he doesn't settle it, but I just like won't
I mean, I'm sure
assume.
he'll settle it.
Yeah. So on
Yeah.
obsidian, on iron, right of
Yeah,
ivory.
I do agree with Mega. I think I would probably be trying to 3-pop here. I would be like hammering down hard, making single worker settler, and then thinking about second worker after first settler. In
Okay.
particular, you can buy the iron right now and start working it, right? And
Yeah.
then you can just make a lot of hammers.
That's yeah. All right. Let's do that.
Yeah. And you can actually starve into it a bit, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're like, yeah,
It's always like when I think about single worker stats, I always feel like,
yeah,
uh, oh no, just one worker will never make this start work. But then you're like, okay, I can just build another one later. It's fine.
yeah. I mean, yeah, the something that I got a very extensive talking to from Solex about yeah, workhorse over Lapis. Got a very extensive talking to from Solex about how weak cities need to support strong cities, which it was kind of embarrassing that he felt the need to tell me that so strongly,
Mm-hmm.
because that's kind of like the core concepts of Civ. But I think this is the first place that you get to do it, right? It's like forcing out a city. Your capital will be fine. They can always make the second worker. Yeah, there we go. This is perfect.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now I just need to get the steels going my way.
hmm
And then I get to secure the northern city fast, in case he has delusions
Oh,
of settling it on this lake here.
mm, yeah. What actually happens if he sells on that lake? So he probably does force out that city before, like, if you guys both run it down for these spots, he gets there before you, right? Um, so if he goes
Yeah.
on the lake, then you can go 2 south of the spice on the lake, I suppose.
We're actually at the same speed. If we like both start settlers now, we're gonna be there at the same time.
Hmm.
Um, okay, I usually do like one chop and then I start improving the mine luck. So I think I will put this on deer chop and then start improving steps here.
Sure, that sounds reasonable.
I can like try to zock him with the warrior.
That's so sweaty.
I know it is, but sometimes you have to do these types of things. I feel
Oh
a
yeah,
little bad
so
about the fact that I like don't get to settle this
how much are you
already.
minus on culture for 2 turn lib
Oh,
2?
that's true. That's true. I will like that. Fuck, didn't go through. But I think I can speed it up by a turn.
Okay.
Oh, it's also just lib 1, so I definitely want to work these unwork these
Yeah.
tiles here. Maybe. I mean, I do want to have this settler out as fast as possible, so I can.
Well, you're at least getting lib 1 next turn gives you a hammer, which is some like immediate compensation,
Yeah, that's true.
right?
So unwork these tiles. This is lib 1 then. Ah, no. I have to unwork all of them.
Yeah, yeah. You have to unwork all 3, and then you can look at it. And this incentivizes you to be chopping more, right?
Yeah. Oh, no, I
Oh, look.
almost shot the worker.
Oh, what? Why
What is
did
this bitch worker
Come back.
doing?
Come back.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, he's stealing from that.
Okay, so now we get our lib 1.
Chop chop. Okay, now I want to speed up this settler, probably. Try to 4-turn this with the least number of guys working health possible. Yeah, okay. And then next turn I can unwork another one that will probably speed up lib 2 by a bunch. Yeah, I don't know. I like the settling structure here. How many cities is this going to be? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus the 7th
Yeah,
here.
I mean,
So it's just stock standard 7-city liberty.
yep, expands in every direction. Seems just
Yep.
reasonable.
Yep. So now it's about the next thing you try to pay attention to is obviously having the fastest game possible, but the next thing that could go wrong here is that I don't have enough happiness for this. Like there's the thing on Liberty where you want to go for representation after you've already done a natural golden age. So you get a golden
I think
age from
in
doing
free for all,
Liberty.
the double natural is a pretty overhyped concept, right? So you only get one natural golden age in a game, more or less, right? So if you don't get your GA, your natural GA before your Liberty GA, you're probably GAing around ideology time. You're getting a one natural then, right? But I think on Italy in particular, you're getting to triple actually, right? You get to, if you line it up right, you get to natural, then you take representation. Oh wait, no, you don't get the free GA on Italy anymore, right?
You get extended GA points and like
Oh,
longer
okay.
GA. I think it finishing a policy tree lengthens the GA by 3 turns, I believe. So
Okay.
that's
So
quite significant.
yeah. Then you but that's also like finishing gives you a lot of points, right? When you're not in GA.
Yeah, 500 points, I believe.
So, that's kind of an interesting question because I could also see that you might be trying to finish a secondary tree around the time you finish IDO, right? And then around the time you start IDO, and then getting your natural GA then.
Yeah, it's weird. I think if you can make it work with a natural GA before finishing Liberty, you want to do it.
Yeah.
But it's probably not the end of the world if you don't. Because there's this thing where you like, okay, if I just get the natural GA, if I get the GA from finishing Liberty, I will just have a bunch of points banked up, and then the second natural, like the GA after the Liberty finishing GA is just going to be faster, and that is like even more so true on Italy, right? Because you're gonna bank 500 points. Like let's say you have like 300 points or something, so you like barely didn't get the GA, and then you have like 800 banked.
Then these points are doing nothing.
Yeah, but isn't like 800 points more than you need for the next GA? So you're just gonna leave GA and then immediately get back into it.
Yeah.
Am I sweaty and steal this worker now?
No, this is you're reing exactly so he could fix his sim. It's only fair for you to fix your sim as well.
Okay, sounds good.
That's my viewpoint from constant reing and weavy.
That's true. That's true. Very based. Alright, and I think this is a decent CS to steal from. I can either steal like from the stone or from this forest tile over here.
Yeah, so it'll grow to tundra stone first, right? And then it'll grow to cow. So as long as it's going to the coffee, you can consistently steal off the coffee.
Didn't even get shot. I'm invincible.
Yes, the strongest Civ player of all time.
Okay.
All right, and then
so
the
Mega
same
is
micro you were
arguing I
talking
should
about
be
before.
constantly unemployed now. I think it's better to speed this settler up as much as I can, and then unwork, work unemployed guys for as much as I can.
Yeah, I think I generally agree with this notion of like you want to work as many unemployed as you can while still 4-turning the settler. That's
Because this is still technically like a contested spot over here.
Yeah.
So I want to get it out
So
fast.
you can't really settle top left of Hardwood, right? Because that just blows up most of your settle structure. It deletes the city off of you.
Top left of hardwood, yeah, here. No, it's top right of
Yeah.
hardwood. It would be faster
Yeah.
to go top left, but I think it's a better
Mhm.
city otherwise. Okay, now I can do this. Yeah, and this is perfect. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
Cannot speed it. I could speed it up now if I unwork the iron, but then I would slow down the settler. I think this is just the best way. This way.
Mhm. Poor Eurus. There's a warrior there. That's very early and annoying warrior spawn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think this archer here will like move north. The warrior will move east, try to block like any barbs that are
Yeah,
coming
there's
out of
already
this
that.
camp. Yeah, and then the archer will just take
So
care
who's
of.
stealing from the CS?
From which CS? Lusaka? That was
No, I mean
yours.
like which of your units is gonna steal from Reykjavik?
That's the scout here, moving south.
Okay. Okay. Mhm.
So yeah, in the early game, you kind of just want to assign every unit a certain task. Either they like secure some area that you think is going to get overrun by barbs. Like what you don't want to happen is you send a settler towards this direction, and then there's like a barb standing
Yeah,
there that keeps you from doing that. So I just want
that
to
would be
have a
pretty
unit
bad.
in this area here.
Mhm.
Okay, this moves north. This moves south. I will buy this first now because I actually have trapping already. Now the next thing we should think about probably is how to get a shrine. I think there's two schools of thought, generally speaking. Or like three. The one school of thought is that you should put the hammers into the shrine before you have Liberty 2, because that's like the most efficient thing.
Mhm.
The other school of thought is that you want to one-turn it in between settler overflows, so you try to overflow a settler and then you just get a one-turn shrine in between. And the other one is just that you put it into your first expand. What do you think about that?
Um, I think this is you're ignoring the other very big school of thought, which is I'll just be better than everybody else in the lobby and get henge, and that's the best one. But
Okay, but
takes
that is
a
the risky proposition.
yeah.
That's the thing I tend to
Um,
do on trad, and even on trad, it doesn't really
yeah.
work that often.
Yeah. This is also the value of meeting everyone very early, right? Is that you get to scout wonders aggressively.
Yeah.
Um, I'm generally going for shrine and first expand, but if you there's something like a 40% chance in any given game that you're gonna pant off of like wonder or incense or tobacco or something like that, right?
Hmm.
So it's quite a lot of the time you probably shouldn't be making a shrine.
Yeah, I don't have a normal. I don't have a
Yeah.
non-shrine fate source. It's also like, even if I get Stonehenge, very often I feel
Yeah.
like just getting 5 or 6 turns of whatever pantheon I pick uh, tends to be valuable on the shrine. Like just good return for the hammers. I'm thinking about doing religious settlements here because
Mm-hmm. I mean,
usually on
settlements is
Liberty there's
broken.
like two pantheons that I think about always. The first one is love, and
Mm-hmm.
it's more like a question of, do I need love here or can I get away without it? And the other one
Mm-hmm.
that I always have in mind is religious settlements. And if I don't feel like I need love to stay happy, I tend to just pick religious settlements.
Something to keep in mind as you're microing is that when the settler comes down, it'll make one culture per turn, but it won't increase your policy toss. So when does it go? It's like 1, 2, 3, so it doesn't matter for 3 turning the policy.
Wait, what do you mean?
So you're microing your culture right now,
Yeah, I am.
and you're getting it in 3. You're getting it in 3. You're also settling in 3, so it probably doesn't matter. But there was like a world in which if the settler came down a turn faster, you could have worked one less culture
Oh yeah,
and still
okay.
gotten the policy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, next turn I can work a hill again.
Yep.
Okay. So I think the units are assigned properly now. I could technically move the warrior up here because the settle is safe, regardless of what this barb camp does now.
Yeah. You kind of want to see what's north of the spice, right? That would be like interesting information.
Mm-hmm.
I assume Eurus is playing trad. His start screams tradition to
Yeah,
me.
he is trad.
But okay. What do you think about Celts as a civ? I feel like it's much weaker than people think it is,
It's solid.
right?
I don't
Mm-hmm.
feel bad about playing Cells, but it's no Civ I'm particularly excited about, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now I feel like I kind of have enough units to... Okay, there's this bar camp here, that is annoying.
That is very
Um,
annoying.
Yeah, I will need to send the warrior down here, and I can send the archer east, I guess. Because I was thinking I could send the archer to steal from Reykjavik again, and then the scout
Yeah.
goes explore. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. So you can unwork one culture this turn, right? Yeah, you're doing.
Yeah, that's what I am doing. Okay, no... Yeah, at this point it's just like I get all the texts, basically. It's on
Yep.
Liberty, I don't really want to rush any particular text. In Classical era, it's not like I'm trying to get any wonders up particularly fast or something. I just try to get all the Lux text and all the like demo building texts. So I basically just click
Mm-hmm.
every tech in Ancient Era in the order at which it is best. And yeah, it doesn't really matter that much at this point if I'm going Calendar or Masonry, because I'm either going to improve any Masonry Luxes nor
So
Calendar
this guy
Luxes.
should run to the ivory spot, right?
Yeah, this is really good.
But you want to stand on the horse, right? Because that way if somebody spawns or was across the river, it would have been
Yeah.
they couldn't take your settler.
Okay, and now we get to work all these thingies here.
Yeah.
And this city just goes for fine, I think.
Yeah,
This
it's
just goes for fine.
painful, right? It's like I always feel like I'm just throwing demos into the void when I click shrine. It's yeah.
I know.
I mean, it's probably correct. It's just it just hurts. It hurts my soul.
Yeah, I think I don't really want to get too greedy with that. I tend to skip shrines too often, try for Stonehenge and then lose it, and then you really want to die. Because then it's like
Yeah.
15 more turns.
Yep.
It's just so punishing to not have the Pantheon up fast, so I just really want to get that up.
Oh, the other thing is that so I think this play is pretty out of meta, but um, Italy used to be a very very strong Liberty aesthetics civ, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Liberty aesthetics absolutely loves faith pantheons actually. Uh,
True,
so
true.
I get in this argument a lot, but people tend to think about aesthetics as giving you culture. Aesthetics doesn't really give you base culture, right? It's a huge policy investment, and the only culture on it is like culture from wonders, and I think there's some there's some random culture from like the buildings, right? But there's
Mm-hmm.
very little base culture on Liberty. I mean, sorry, on aesthetics. But
Yeah,
what turns into culture on aesthetics is the ability to faith purchase writers. That's the big appeal of the tree, and so you're kind of wanting to set yourself up in a way to get those yields then. So that's something I'm always thinking about in Italy, especially because the basilicas are so strong.
yeah, the basilicas
Um,
are insane.
and I find it very, very difficult to build the basilicas without Liberty. So I'd be improving the iron here into the chop. Basically because the iron improvement normally it's like one hammer, it's like 1.5 hammer while you're making Liberty policy settlers. And I don't think you need another worker.
I don't.
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
let's go. Let's go for more settlers then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
time to meet
your
people now.
Lux improvement pace is actually quite good, right?
Yeah,
You're
that's
on
what it
one
is.
Lux.
Faith Pantheon. So what Faith Pantheon would you think about here, like spirit animals?
There's not. I think Spirit Animals is the best one.
Yeah.
Mind Fate, Earth Mother has also seemed very good in the recent luck patches. The faith from just all mines is quite strong.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
I'm convinced yet. It's also, I feel like one of the biggest things that a fast what's it called, that fast aesthetics gives you is just a lot of hammers because you're in constant GA. But Italy is the
yep.
type of Civ that is
Yes.
just in constant GA anyways.
Yeah. Italy fixes its own GA completely.
Yeah, so you can
it
just
doesn't
make an
actually...
argument that you don't really gain that much from aesthetics on
Yeah.
Italy anyways. I think the big
Yep.
thing is so they have these basilicas here that give you 2 more artist slots, but it's not like you want to build them
No, it's the
everywhere
15%
anyways.
GP gen. That's wait, do they not have the GP gen in this mod? I thought they had GP gen.
I don't think so, no. 15% culture and 2 great artist slots.
20% GP gen.
Oh, what? Where?
Um,
Great artist
it's
points too?
like, so it's in the description. It's not showing in the left side,
Oh,
but
okay,
it says unique
okay.
building for Italy, place museum, and then you can see it does have
Great
20%
person
GP
generation.
gen.
Okay, that is actually... I didn't know that. I should know that, but I don't. Oh, I should have grown into this lapis here too.
Yep. So that's
oh,
kind of like
okay.
a leaning effect that you don't have to engineer. Oh, that's
Yeah, that's an interesting
How do
thought.
you pick up that worker?
That's a good question. I think I just accept that the coffee is gonna get improved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do with this warrior anymore. Okay, we found an Arvius. Cool, I guess. What is CS incense lux?
I think the warrior probably wants to help clear the south camp. It's a very long walk, but I don't think it's the warrior's doing anything useful on the right here.
Yeah, true. I
Right?
don't really care about this thing right now anyways. Yeah, and I think I would just try to steal off this wheat tile now.
Yeah.
Or rather like move so as to move, steal from the deer and wheat tile afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I'm convinced about the aesthetic secondary here. I see the appeal of a
Yeah.
faith pantheon, but I don't know.
Yeah, I
Maybe
mean, that's
I'm
one
just a
of the
very
great things about Italy,
vanilla-minded
right?
person too. I'm
Is
like,
that
yeah,
you really can play most secondary trees and feel good about them,
yeah,
right?
yeah, that is true. I tend to be very inclined to play piety second on liberty, but we're gonna have to see.
I think the there have been a lot of sort of piety second buffs in recent memory that I think are probably a bit overtuned.
Yeah, for me it was the discovery of sacred sites reformation that really tipped the scale for me. Sacred sites just so good.
I mean,
Such an easy way to get
I was
culture
talking about the
gold.
ability to faith purchase writers on aesthetics, and that's how good it is. But when you're finishing piety, you're also getting a writer, and you're actually getting more base culture on
Yeah,
piety,
and an
assuming you're
artist,
building everything.
and an engineer, and a
Yeah,
general.
yeah,
Like it's quite
yeah.
valuable to finish it. And on Italy, you're
And you
also
don't,
heavily incentivized to actually finish the trees.
yeah. And you don't have to sack yourself into a faith pantheon to get a religion. Also on piety. Yeah, I think piety is, in my opinion, piety is overbuffed rel aesthetics. But I've loved aesthetics for a long time. Aesthetics is one of my favorite trees, so I'm always salty about its current state.
Thanks, fun. Can't argue with that.
Yeah.
It's really fun. Okay. So when are
How many
people
cities is
improving
T-Mac
their
on?
stupid access? Oh, T-Mac? We don't have
Sorry,
T-Mac.
not Eurist. How many cities is Eurist on? Because his cap is big, and I don't see it in expand out
He has
yet.
2 expands.
Oh, okay. They're just away from you. He ran away. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess after the warrior deals with this barb camp in the south, yeah, I like hammering down at 2 here. I like hammering down at 2 here in Milan. I think the grow is so far away, it may as well be forever, and there's a lot of value. This is one of the other things that Solex was telling me about is you kind of have to know when these cities want to stagnate.
Yeah, it's just in this situation doesn't actually speed up the worker by a turn. That's why I was feeling inclined to just.
What you can do is you can flip around the food yield. Sorry, you can flip around the food you're working in the cap from the lapis isn't really a yield, right? So what you can do is you can work the unimproved lapis from the cap, and you can work the improved lapis from Milan, and that gives you kind of a net extra gold.
True. Yeah, it's better. Okay, so in which order are these cities coming down next?
I would always settle the on Iron City first. The coastal can be caught up with the application of a cargo.
True. And it's
The
also
on Iron City is just a
unsure
house.
whether it's going to whether it's
Yeah.
plantable right now, anyways.
Yep.
Does this survive?
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay, because I've had many situations before where I thought it did and it didn't. But we're just gonna hope it does for now. And we're
We'll
gonna
hope, we'll
regret it
pray.
after if it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty of having a backseater, is that you can always blame any bad decision on
Yeah,
either your backseater telling you to do it or
exactly.
not stopping you from doing it.
Yeah, to be fair, that's like the main reason you're here.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Blame goes up. Blame goes up.
but I really
So
like
how are you
this
gonna
game.
settle the obsidian?
Just on Obsidian.
Okay, I was kind of
There's
thinking
an
about a
argument
rover
for
spot.
next to Obsidian for like the watermill.
Yeah. But it's pretty far, right? It seems marginal. Look at this, the worker coming at the exact right time.
Yeah. This feels like a really
And you
good game
can,
so far. This is really fast.
yeah.
You can also improve this thing. And as soon as I meet people, they like actually will trade my
As soon as you
lux.
meet someone who improves their regionals, then your
Yeah.
game is gonna be amazing.
Yeah, the lux improvements are really fast this game. Does this
You're gonna
city
need,
hammer down now for a turn?
yeah, this guy hammers down.
Yeah, is a faster. No, not like that.
Eh,
How do
that
I
was
do
scary.
that? I think I just do something.
No, you
like
can
this.
hammer down with only +1 food. It's not, no, just hammer down with the +1 food. It's fine. Like giving
Oh,
up the
what?
cap iron while you're making settlers is unambiguously bad.
Wait, I'm confused though. I can't hammer it down though.
So yeah, so I guess this is, yeah, this is probably correct what you're doing. Sorry. I was just I have like a flashing neon sign in my head anytime I'm unworking the 4 hammer iron
Yeah,
when I'm making settlers.
that's understandable. But I only have one more settler to go really.
Yeah.
And I think this guy should just go towards Obsidian. This guy goes for a granary now, and we'll just go for a quick cargo.
Yes. Yeah.
Should just go for sailing now.
Yep.
For
I agree
this.
with that.
And I think I want to give the chop to Naples, so as to speed it up.
Yeah, because you're only losing 3 hammers, right? And you're chopping into a thing which you want to accelerate rather than the settler, which is already probably making it in time.
Bang! Die. Is this?
It's actually really nice.
I think this settler actually needs to go there now.
No, you can always catch it up, right?
Oh,
Like,
right. No, I was thinking that I might not be able to actually plan, like, queue a cargo, but because Montevideo is available, I can actually queue a cargo anyways.
Yeah.
I feel like I have a bunch of workers at this point, and I don't need to be
Yeah, I think the.
going worker
I mean,
first in new cities now.
Yeah, I think this is one of the more complicated questions of the whole game, right? It's like, how many workers should I be building? You should work the cap iron. Yeah.
Man, I wish I could speed
Which
this
is,
up.
yeah, if only there was some 3 hammer tile.
Yeah. This
The
worker really
thing about
wants to go
workers
to
is you
the
basically just
places.
have to build them until you have enough, right?
Yeah.
That's it's just not negotiable.
Yeah, it's not really a thing where you have like a set build queue for every city. It's more like, do I need more workers or not? But this game, the lux improvements are so fast for me.
Yeah. The 3 pop feels really justified from where I'm sitting currently. It seems
Yeah. I think the one way that 3 pop could have gone wrong is that you do it and then you just end up not having enough workers to improve all the luxes. But
yes. The worker steals were kind to you.
Case. Yeah, the worker steals are really good. I think this worker actually starts moving towards the new city now.
Yeah, the other thing you could do is you could have gone on the deer, chopped that, and then the worker out of Turin could have gone to the new city.
Oh, yeah. But the worker out of Turin can also just go to Turin.
Yeah.
Kind of in the early game, I tend to be okay with just every city having 1 worker. And then any surplus of workers kind of just goes towards building roads and everything. Yeah, and this is what I mean.
Let's do a little bit of...
If I was doing Stonehenge, I would just lose it.
Yep. Let's do a little bit of points analysis here. So you're on top points. You're only on 5 cities. So you're about the same. So yours is on 4, right? So nobody else is settling fast. That probably indicates nobody else in the lobby is Liberty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Although it's not a
Okay.
certainty.
So Art just finished that.
This is what I get for talking. This is
Yeah,
my
shut
reward.
up. Shut up.
Yeah, acting like I know things.
I hope there is no archer here. That would have been
No,
bad.
that was risky. That was a risky walk, but rewarded. Rewarded. So this can't grow really until it gets its granary up, right?
Yeah.
So you're just hammering out granary.
Yep.
So in turret, I think I would have walked onto the top left chop and then onto the bottom right chop, because right now you're gonna do is you're gonna walk to the top left chop after, and you're gonna be farther away from the relevant tiles.
That's true, but I might also be able to chop, improve, and then buy cotton.
Yeah.
Okay, where are
Yeah.
the people that we
Hopefully
can
you
meet?
need to see
So
it.
there's one more person top left, and then we have met everyone if we actually get that.
Yep.
So we have citrus once this lapis here comes up. Where's the other lapis? Okay, there's one over here. We can buy that once we have some gold.
Oh, that looks expensive. That looks costly.
Yeah, we have a bunch
And it
of
looks
really
like cotton is for
good
you.
tile buys though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the cop is for me. He did not actually settle the city. There is actually no space to settle the city here anymore. He cannot, so this cotton is 100% mine. Which is nice.
He took Sun God, right? Looks very Sun God start on yours.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. So you probably got that from Celt's Pantheon in one of the expands. So yeah, there's your bonus. There's your Celt's bonus.
Yeah, it's also the unique mint. It's just pretty decent.
Yeah.
Nothing exciting, but it's not bad. Okay, so this city kind of just what's it do now? I think it's time to give back this tile here, and then I can work this grow into the iron here. No, grow into the iron from Venice. There you go.
Yeah, and then I think Naples will probably be stealing the iron for the rest of the game after, because it has a pretty heavy build queue as to support the last city.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody's not having a good time.
Yeah. Would also be nice to steal this worker from Montevideo. It's annoying that this... Can I speed this up?
You could with the chop in the 2-ring if you got the worker on it in time. You step on, chop twice.
Yeah. But this is fine now. We're just gonna have to do it this way.
Yeah.
Alright, now no barb can spawn here anymore because we see this tile. We have
Wow,
the
that
vine up.
this is a very resilient city-state. The city-state will not brook any.
Yeah, it ain't taking no shit from me.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Amazing. Very nice. Okay.
Look at that.
Okay, so I think the early game we have a really solid early game. This was really good.
Yeah.
Very fast cities.
And so that worker is gonna try to improve the silver, right? That's the big priority for the worker heading with the new city.
Yeah.
Or I guess you can actually double support it if you really want, but then you'll need a worker in Venice. I think Venice is gonna have to go for another worker regardless. Okay, so Venice grows into iron, right? And then after that, Naples will grow into iron, and then Naples is probably gonna monopolize iron for a long time.
Oh, look, I can just assign this chop to the cap, and then it speeds up the granary that way. That's nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so you were completely justified in your worker move. I'm the noob.
I'm just wondering when do I have the next ability to buy gold tiles, to buy tiles with gold. Okay, so do we settle on obsidian or on the river?
So how's your happiness? What's your chance for your GA actually is looking quite good, right?
Yeah.
Are you border expanding to the second ivory? In Turin.
Border expanding to the second ivory in Turin? No, I'm not.
And there's the spices is coming off. Yeah, I agree with the moving on the chop. I would really be thinking about moving on that river. The only problem is you're not sharing tiles, but you got the first ring chop. Like that city's gonna catch up, right? I would probably go on the river.
Yeah, let's
I
do it.
think your happiness can support it, and your long-term rewards are quite good.
Yeah, I'll chop it.
Can you just
and
chop
then I
out a
can...
worker? Yeah.
I think the last city goes monument first now.
Well, you're not gonna have workers in that area if you don't chop out a worker, right? Basically.
Well, it has one worker, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. If you think the monument's right, yeah. But you just need to start doing your second round of workers in other cities, basically, because they just don't have the workers.
Yeah, I need some workers. I think I will build some in the capital.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, okay, actually struggling to do the turn at this point. Oh, growing the
Yeah.
iron. That was close. Okay, that's gonna
That was
finish
the
the
very
granary.
last second click. Yeah. And then it hammers out the cargo for the new city. Everything looks amazing.
Yeah.
Steal the lapis, right? Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, this is coming up. Wonderful. There's no point in even killing this.
Well, if you kill it, you get influence with Montevideo, but you probably aren't getting an ally anytime soon, right? So it's not super important.
Okay, can I speed this up further? No, right? Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, you'd have to get a chop into there, which doesn't seem doable.
Yeah, now I think I kind of want to... Can I hammer this down by working that? Okay, wonderful. And I kind of want to work this deer now because the city really wants to grow at least once. So can I 3-turn the growth here? No, I cannot. Okay, so we're just gonna have to live
You
with this.
can probably if you steal a deer, but I don't
If I
think
steal a deer, yeah. Which is reasonable.
the navel starves, right?
Oh, it doesn't. It had +1 surplus, so this is good.
Okay.
This can be
Yeah, so you got
monument.
production to assign, but actually, if you, yeah, that should be monument. What you actually want to do is you want to have Genoa work like a 1-2, right? And then the coastal, which is working the maize, should instead be working the wheat.
Yeah. Okay, there was a lot of flicking around.
Yeah, I'm used to the Weavy like 90 turn timer. You get to click everything.
Okay, so I have a rule of thumb where I don't like actually. So I tend to go granary before monument often, but I don't go like granary watermill before monument because then everything is finished instead of sloped. So I think I'm just gonna queue a
Well,
monument here.
you don't. I don't think you need the monuments that badly, honestly, right? Because you're trying to like push for the natural, right? And so the thing that monument is doing for you is it's accelerating your road happy. That's like the big appeal of the monument to me. That said, I'm not building that many granaries unless I think it's like a really efficient granary.
I
think
to
a
build
lot of
granaries.
Oh, you don't even have a lapis.
Yeah, no, I stick to my rule. I'm gonna take this thing.
Yeah.
And I want to
Definitely
work this way too.
Yes. But I think what you actually need here is another round of workers. I think you're underworkered by about 2. How many workers are you on?
Let's
I can't count.
So we have 7 workers.
Yeah.
On this type, we probably want like 10.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the thing to queue here is more workers.
Yeah, sounds reasonable. We are growing to the ivory now. We could buy the cotton fairly soon.
So I would be trading out the ivory. You can even trade it with JBJ, right? For his regional.
Yeah, we can. So let's do that. The silver is coming up soon. The obsidian is coming up soon. The road happy is coming up fairly soon. Yeah, I think we're just gonna build like Roma is gonna build like 1 or 2 more workers after this one, and then we should be Gucci. This thing is gonna go for a monument after.
Yeah. So the big issue I see is that workers are gonna have to migrate in weird directions.
So here's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
We're not gonna build a worker here because it has a watermill to build. But Turin doesn't have a watermill to build, so and we'll just build a
Okay,
worker
yeah.
after.
Yeah, on this sort of theory, I'm generally not building like a caravan in Milan because Milan has the watermill. So like some other city could have done the caravan.
True, true. Yeah, I probably should have done that. It was just the first one to be finished with its build too.
Yeah.
Like, big surprise, it's the first one to be planted.
Yeah.
Um,
Pretty good city.
yeah, really nice city. Demos look fun too.
Demos look reasonable.
Oh, I
Yep.
didn't have this on production focus. I want to die.
Lost 2 hammers and 2 gold.
Okay,
So
I think this is enough now. We're not
Yep,
gonna get any
looks
more
like last
workers
worker
out
to
of
me.
this. Silver.
So, how much plus are you on the cargo? Because if the cargo is big plus, then you can give the iron to some other city to grow into.
No, it's plus 0.5.
Okay, yeah. So we're keeping that.
That's not enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I think these guys that come out of the cap, they probably just start working on roads now. Because we're not technically approaching road happiness particularly fast, but we're gonna get a bunch of monuments after the current round of infrastructure. I'm gonna finish this watermill and then everything else is gonna go into a monument afterwards.
Yeah, we should also be thinking about the Pantheon.
Yeah.
That's coming up quite soon. So the best demo Pantheon is settlements, right? And taking settlements turn 42 is super reasonable.
100%. You could make an argument for Spirit Band Emeralds if it was for the aesthetic thing, but I think Piety second is just my general tendency, unless I have like a reason to believe that I need to go Honor or something. On Liberty and Honor in particular, I just feel very inclined to go for Piety second, unless there's a strong reason to think something else would be better.
Yeah. I think Piety second should be the default on Liberty when you're not planning to do something very explicit.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. So, how do I do this now? I think I still work the Lapis here.
Yeah, I don't think you can grow that in 2. Looks close, but not doable. Killing that camp is going to be an issue.
And besides that, like, Liberty has a bunch of really good pantheons that are, like, land independent. So, like, religious settlements is one that where you just profit from having a bunch of cities up. There's Messenger of the Gods, there's Goddess of Love, there's the Production Pantheon, Craftsman called.
Yeah.
I don't think I need Craftsman here. The land is mostly plains, has a bunch of hills. I don't need that fast. Settlements just a really good Pantheon, period. Like, if you're growing, it's 1 food, and it's also, like, enables you to grow the tiles faster. I don't think I need Goddess of Love here, and I don't think I have the fast road improvements you need to make Messenger work. So I'm just very inclined to go religious settlements here.
Can you micro one way or the other in Turin? It looks like you're very close to either growing or to finishing this worker.
Doesn't seem to be... I mean, yeah, I could do that. Yeah. This is much better. Just grow.
There we go.
Oh, does it grow into finishing the thing? I think it might.
You gave up 1 hammer and you grow into 1. It's 1.05. I don't think there's a worker modifier. I think you're going to be like 0.05 off.
Smoach. Okay, this is a 2-turn monument. Honestly, I think Venice should have built a monument. I am so far away from road happy and my roads are already coming up. But, it's gonna be
It'll be fine. They'll wash out.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, units. Good thing that archer has suddenly become free.
Yeah, it's also the warrior can move around pretty well.
Yeah. These new ruins, like, seem pretty good. Seem pretty strong.
Okay.
I was, like, running a little bit of single player, and the combination of, like, spear ruin and movement ruin, it seems to make tributes really easy.
Yeah, there's a bunch of very decent stuff. New ruins. I really like the border growth ruin. Border growth ruin is really feels like more interactive than the ruins you had before as well.
I mean,
okay, so
I still think food ruin is broken.
Yeah, I mean it's but it's not as good as the pop rune.
Yeah.
That's the relevant part. I think
Yeah.
it's a slight nerf, and then you can just check from there. Okay, so as it seems, Goddess of Love was gone anyways, which is very nice because Arf has like
That is a very early love take. Who is that? That was
um
Arf?
yeah, that was Arf, Liberty Arf.
Dude, what is this? He's literally getting 1 happiness from this Pantheon. That's the whole yield. Sorry, 2. He's getting 2.
Yeah, no, three. He has 3 cities with
Oh, okay.
higher
All
pop.
right.
It's also not like
Okay.
I wouldn't really make my Pantheon choice dependent on like what it gives me right now, but for love, it's like, okay, how many cities am I gonna end up on? And will I
Mm,
need love to sustain my happiness here? That is what I usually ask myself when I'm picking love or not. Anything above 7 cities, usually I almost by default pick love. Like, whenever you end up in a situation where 1 happiness means 1 population, love is
mm.
just the best Pantheon. Like, period. That's
I
my
actually
opinion.
think for me it's very determined by how fast I'm getting the Pantheon, right? In particular, I'm strongly considering settlements over craftsmen over settlements if I'm still building settlers at the time that I'm clicking the Pantheon, right? I think accelerating your game is often happiness, right? Uh getting your Colosseums up faster, right? Getting your zoos up faster. Maybe your sim is a little bit better. You pick up a CS ally, right? For me, a huge portion of the game is just figuring out how to accelerate yourself as much as possible.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, this city, now we're entering the evil debate. Should the city build a
It
granary or a watermill?
has to be a watermill, right? Like
Yeah.
this.
There's people who claim that a zero-tile granary is better than a watermill because, like, the yields come up faster. But I'm not one
Hmm.
of those people. I would queue a watermill here.
I mean, we can be very explicit here because the granary comes up only 1 turn faster, so
Yeah, it's
you're
like 2 yields
losing.
more, but like the
Yeah.
watermill gets like 1 yield more permanently.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's not particularly controversial, I believe.
Yeah. I hope not.
I hope not.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so
see if
this
players can
spear
argue
is
about
getting
anything.
annoying, but I think I can manage.
As long as the archer gets there eventually.
Yeah, I should be
Can
able
Milan
to
grow by
speed
working
this
at
up.
2-0? Yeah.
Yeah, it can. Okay, is this a circus or is that just a worker? How many workers do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 1,
I
2,
think you
3,
have the
1,
right
2,
worker
3.
number.
Yeah, it looks good now. I have like 10 or something. So a circus is probably fine here.
Well, can you grow the capital this turn if you still back the deer?
No, it's
No, you're working all. No,
oh
you have an unemployed citizen.
no, I cannot.
Okay, okay, you can. Okay, all right, yeah,
Right, let's go monuments everywhere now. I want the road policy down
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and generally speaking, I basically always go engineering afterwards. I have all the basic techs I
Hmm.
need right now, and then just getting towards aqueducts eventually is just nice. And then by the time I
Hmm.
reach engineering, I tend to decide whether I want
Hmm.
to go metal casting or not, and what I'm gonna use my
Hmm.
great person finisher for.
Hmm.
Speaking about, are you team profit here or are you team engineer? Or
I'm
are you?
very pro engineer, especially if you're thinking about playing piety. You seem pretty decided towards playing piety, and I think the value of the profit goes way down if you're playing piety secondary.
Mm-hmm.
And I love clicking civil service, even on Italy, which is like a bit of a cheating div. I love clicking Chichen Itza, so it's just too good.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I should work with Swarzy now as it speeds up the growth. Now we're growing to all our fertiles just nicely. Pop demos, which is always nice.
I
Um,
love Liberty demos. I love cheating.
it's amazing, yeah. Really nice. Okay, I want to borrow some money from someone now. I really want to buy this cotton and improve it. But who has the
If you meet
money?
a CS, you could do it, right? Is there any direction in which a CS might be likely? Left of Reykjavik is unexplored territory, and
It's
yeah,
almost a
around.
CS. So we
Yeah,
can ask JBJ for gold, maybe? For a loan.
a
The
small
Iron
loan.
Bank. Okay, just ask him for 20 for 1 GPT, which I don't have. Okay. 1 second.
Okay.
Need to rework a bunch of tiles for a second.
Need to rework so you can bleed so that you can.
Yeah, it's important. Alright,
Okay, there we go.
the Iron Bank, and then he's just not gonna give it to us. It's gonna be
And
great.
then you'll end turn working bad tiles. Oh, he did.
Nice.
Great. Thanks, JPJ. Okay, and then back to working your good tile.
Right. Which ones were those? I wanted to work this, and I worked that. Yeah, and I think this is fine. Archer moves and clears the camp, which would be very nice. What are we thinking? I think I'm gonna send the caravan to Montevideo.
Feels very unnecessary. Like,
But I will clear the
the
camp.
yeah, the speeding up the culture is good, especially if you it's if you're Cheech and fighting, right? That's the big thing. So that's that becomes the question, I guess, right? It's also, I guess, it's happiness.
It's also happiness,
But
right? It's just good.
I'm really loath to give up the caravan demos, right? Especially because the caravan demos are centralized in a city which may need them, right? How long do caravans take to end? I don't know this.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
I
may
don't
as
know.
well send it
I
to
think
the CS.
CS is good. I'm just gonna send it to
Yeah.
Roma first
Yeah.
because it has more base gold and it's safer. I don't actually know that.
You actually get some
things
kind
are-
of, it's a little bit hard to track down, but you do get a river modifier for land trade route gold. So it actually could have been more gold from Milan. Don't know.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean, you can just check with trade route overview.
This thing. I'm just time microing right now. Give me a second.
Yeah.
So now I can wander in the circus. And this can build a circus now, I think. It's like, it could build a library, but it doesn't really care that much about it yet, so it can just build a circus.
I'm really not worried about your happiness. Your happiness looks fine to me, especially if you're getting the CS ally, right?
Okay, sure.
Like,
Let's build a library. Okay, this is Watermill.
why does Arv have a chariot? Is he doing some stupid shit? Like Arv time?
No, looks fine so far.
Ah, this guy sim tilts me so much. Like, he's got the lure settled after Panth. Bruh.
Yeah. Okay. I tend to, like, because I don't need to build a Coliseum yet, I tend to just put a few turns into math and then finish whichever tech is cheaper. It's super triad, gives me like 5 science or something.
Yeah, that's super tryhard. I'm like queuing text and forgetting about it. So.
Yeah. Oh, okay, the thing decided to die. That's cool.
Wow. That is very convenient.
Montevideo. Go. Oh, we grew to that. We wanna send a worker there immediately.
Yep. Somebody's gotta do it.
The GA timing looks really good.
Yeah. I mean, you could actually GA into click GA policy.
Yeah.
As long as happiness is managed, which it is.
It certainly is, yeah. I feel very inclined to do that. So when you're in this type of situation where you GA before Liberty 4, I think it's usually the only reason you would not pick meritocracy first. You would not pick representation first, is that you need the happiness from meritocracy. But since we're 17 happiness right now, it looks like we're perfectly fine on that. I'm just send it here. I improved the random farm for no reason, apparently. Okay.
I mean, you're working it. It's food. So.
Yeah, food is good. Do I build
you need a lot more food than you currently have.
I think I'm gonna.
When I see this much happiness, I start panicking.
Look, no one's building jail. I'm just gonna. Okay, never mind. Arp is queuing jail.
Yeah.
Mazo
is good.
Mazo is good.
But yeah, I still want the library. I want the library.
Let's do the library. At this point, I'm just like, you say something, I'm like, all right, let's do that, and then you say something else, and I'm like, okay, let's do that then. And it's that's definitely a tendency where you're like, if you're backseated, you tend to think less critically about stuff. Okay, but this game.
I mean, again, just talking about teamers, I think this is a skill. Sometimes it's just important to like. It's important to export as much of the thinking as you can to someone who has the time to do it, right?
Yeah, genius, it's more valuable. Okay, so Arf got GL, which is fine, let him have that.
The fact that he GL'd into classical, I wonder what he GL'd into. It could have been Petra. It,
Okay.
okay. Wait, where's the camp it wants cleared? Can you do that as well?
With the scout? I could
I
try
mean,
it.
maybe it's
maybe
possible.
he's farming it.
Maybe there's a CS unit by there. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
there's no harm
let's
in
try.
walking there.
Let's try. Might work.
Yeah, I think you've got to start to get a lot of food going, right? Because you have so much happiness.
Yeah, I do. Just how though? Okay, you can move there. You start improving this. Start on this road over here. Can I speed this thing up by unworking this? Yeah, but it feels terrible. I don't want to do that.
No, I mean, I think this is like the right time to do it because your grow takes forever, right?
Uh-huh.
You want to target the earlier reward.
Okay, let's do this then.
Yeah, and then once the watermill is done, then you can start sort of picking the food back up.
Yeah, it's a little weird. We would like to speed up the GA by 1 turn, but we cannot, so it's probably just gonna be representation anyways, because... Or we could wait a turn. We could wait a turn.
You're losing a turn of culture, but you are picking up. I don't know. It's I mean, the monument's finishing. How much I don't. I think you're gonna be. You
Still
might
2
even want
turns,
to. Yeah.
like, regardless of the monument culture. I think
Yeah.
it's worth it. It's like picking representation before meritocracy also saves your culture, right? Because it's 33% less.
Let's see if you ally the Montevideo this turn. That might jack your happiness up.
I do. I give it back. Yeah.
You don't need a worker,
Yeah,
and it might even
exactly.
steal it for you.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be
Silk
nice.
is a dude.
So,
How much happiness are you off?
um,
Do you need 26 and you
yeah, I
have
need
18?
2. I don't have that. I can't get it this turn. I need
I
2
don't know. I'm
more
thinking
lens
about it.
trades.
Maxing 1 turn feels like a really big commitment, but you really don't need road happy here, right?
I really don't, yeah. I think I
Yeah.
should do it. This land looks okay. Now the exact thing that I wanted to do, I just forgot about, so that's nice.
Got yapped out.
This land looks really good for civil service. I think this is civil service land, so I'm gonna go for
Yep.
civil service after engineering.
Surprised Jarvis doing more food than you. I guess you're hammering down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I have really good hammer types. I don't really have that many food
Yeah.
types that I'm working right now, so...
Yeah.
Oh, right, I wanted to check the camp. I'm an idiot. That is gonna cost me an ally now.
Yeah, you're gonna walk over. The CS is gonna clear the camp. You're gonna beat yourself up for like 25 turns. You're gonna be like, "Oh, I'd have so much more food if I had that
Yeah.
CS allied." Yep.
Okay, let's do something like this now. Yeah, that works. And then next turn we can check if there's still Mozo availability.
Yep.
Yeah, let's wait a turn. I think it's correct.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I think the road happiness is as close to not being a yield as I've ever seen it be.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's literally not gonna be yield when I'm in GA next turn. Then the happiness does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Finish it. Not that I care much about the roads, but either way, okay. Yeah, 20 happiness. We just really don't need any happiness whatsoever.
Yeah, I think there are probably King's Age you can hunt down, right? 2 for marble.
Oh, he certainly should, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that I usually... Okay, he's building Mazo. That's usually the thing I start caring about a little too late. So now now it's time to spend our happiness. And the best way to do that is with King A. So we want coffee, rubber, amber, marble. Amber, okay. So first things first. Yeah, let's offer him silver or something. Good. We want rubber. He's beating a bunch of gold.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know either.
I feel like, yeah, it would be nice like if one of these units that finished out with dealing with the camp could go over and just look at what he's doing over there. Would be
Kill him. Okay, so we have rubber and amber now. That's 2 cities.
Yep. So it's only missing marble. That's a big one. Pretty convenient to get.
Marble and coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, you go die. Okay. And now we get to pick this policy. Bam. Kokora from Jurist. So we trade him that back. Wait, why did I still queue that? I already know that he's building that. There's like absolutely nothing that the city can build, right?
Yeah, I think you can fight him over it in GA. Like, in...
Yeah. It's also just gold, like the opportunity cost on it is so low right now.
Yep.
The city doesn't really have anything else to build, like the Colosseum does nothing for me either.
Yep.
So I may as well try for it. Let's do that. Okay, this is a...
And now Florence can...
Yeah. Good granary. You could argue for stoneworks, but I think this is fine this way.
Yeah, I like what you're doing now. I think the 3-turn grow exactly where I want to be. Okay, that's got to be a reset?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
This is also like does nothing. My cities are so
just
ready
very
for
bored
aqueducts.
city. Yep.
Just queue
Ready
random
for aqueducts,
Colosseums.
ready for civil.
Huh?
Yeah. You're ready for aqueducts and you're ready for civil. It's a good place to be in.
Yeah, for sure. We're also like tied in pop with someone who has a
Oh
city
my
more
god,
than
you did
us.
it again with the scout.
Oh god damn it! I just have them like I always have them on autopilot, but it actually cleared the camp now.
Okay. So you moved it correctly. You moved it correctly.
No, I mean
Everything is just.
I may have been there in time, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, so many civil farms to do.
Didn't finish the turn. Here.
Yeah, you're gonna need. I think Naples seems a bit underimproved now.
Naples. Where is that? The south.
The downright one, the one that made the cargo.
Yeah, there's something there.
I like buying the wheat, by the way. It's like I think the lapis is not really yields, right? Because you already have hammer tiles. If your happiness is managed, you'll get it eventually.
That's...
But you just eat food. Gotta get big.
Gotta get really big. Alright. Can I speed this up by a turn? I think I might. Yeah, I can. Okay. So let me unblock.
Yeah, and then you'll fix it later. Perfect. Yeah.
Horsey. Yeah. Okay, perfect. And worst case, I just get a bunch of gold.
Yeah.
So this is road, improve. I think I'm just gonna let this guy sit on its ass for a minute so it can.
Just waiting for the bison. Yeah,
Improve
you
the
can
bison,
chop some
roast
3-ring forests, right? Like the workers that bored. You're probably not going to 3-ring forest anyway.
Am I not? It's also it takes away time from improving this bison, and eventually.
Yeah,
I will
that's
grow
true. Yep.
Okay, looks fine so far. Any hammer tile I want to grow into in Venice, except for this hill? I don't think so. Any growths I can speed up? I don't think so. Any buildings I can speed up? I don't think so either.
Yeah, things look mostly correct. I think also this is a time period where it's very reasonable to be working max food and not even caring about speeding up buildings, right? You want to hammer down again as the next wave of efficient buildings comes up, which is aqueducts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, you're building things that you don't really care about.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so now that we have some time, let's look at the lobby. Who's playing what? What do we think their plans are?
Okay, so Arv is playing Liberty, Finland in the middle of the map.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's quite likely he's gonna go into someone because he literally has 4 targets. One of them is us. So, okay.
Uh-huh.
Then we have this guy here who I know for a fact is quite new, but he seems to have a decent
Is that
game.
Piety
Can
2?
score. Yeah, it is Piety 2. It looks like he just... Oh god, he took Guruship. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm not into this.
Yeah, okay. This doesn't look that hot. But his
Okay.
demos look like... His pop is okay. Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
He's 7 cities.
Okay.
It could be better, but I think he could be like the target for ARF. Then we have
Yeah, I
JBJ
assume
on
that's
4
what's gonna
City
happen.
Tread. 4 City Tread is obviously scary. They tend to be really honor inclined, but he also has 3 targets. One of them is us. So our isolation
Mm-hmm.
level isn't actually that great. We are next to ARF and to JBJ, so we're expecting some war in the future. Then we have the coastals who just sit on their ass and do nothing.
Are the coastals both trad? I didn't see what the policy was on.
No, Denmark
mod.
is Piety, already has a rel.
Okay.
Oh, that's probably why the other guy took Guruship. He probably was like second to rel. He's playing Holy Sites, alright. If he wants to do that, go ahead. And then we have probably Honor. Yeah, we have Honor on JBJ. He took Barracks Panth. He's an
There's
18
a very
pop right
big
now.
distance.
Yeah.
What's the pop? So 18 on JBJ, really?
Yes, 18. It's quite bad right now. I assume that he was building his glass and like is looking to kill some CS sometime soon.
Yep.
So this is not the type of game where you're like, oh, okay, I can just click on labs here and I'm fine. It's the type of game where you're like, okay, I'm probably just gonna build him edgy because it's good and I'm likely gonna end up in war in the near future or like sometime in the future.
Yep. I mean, all games end in war, right? It's just a question of who's warring and when.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes people also just forget that other people exist and then they like lose to tourism. That's what like happens in Baba lobbies, but I don't think this is the type of lobby.
Okay. So what do you need for your game to be good? You need a lot more food, right? It seems like the food situation is actually not great right now, although civil farms will help you out a lot.
Civil farms will help a lot. It's what you have to think about is that I'm basically like I have a benchmark where like if you're around 150 to 200 food by the end of the late 50s, then you're having a decent food game, and that is what we're going towards with some, like civil. Once civil is up, we're gonna have like 200 yields or something, and we grow to a couple of tiles. We have freshwater farms up. I think we're actually fine in that regard.
What kind of pre-medieval text do people have? So is someone in drama? Is someone in ironworking?
No, there's multiple people in philosophy, and there's one person in currency.
Okay.
I assume the one person in currency is some random Petra. And the multiple people in philosophy, one of which we know, and then there's like 2 piety players. So the 2 piety players and the trad player are probably in Philo. And or just one of them.
The question is also, Arv GL'd into Philo, right? And we know that it couldn't have been currency, right? Or is one person who's in currency?
I assume he took Philo, yeah. One person is in currency, yeah. Maybe he finished math and then he got into currency, like on the same turn. Maybe math finished on the same turn as his GL did.
So then we would expect to see Petra.
Yeah, I assume it's finishing sometime in the near future, I would guess.
I think there's an unworked 3-1 tile that's assigned to the cap and should be assigned to Naples.
Naples, yep, you are correct. So Naples is probably gonna build a cargo once the library finishes. Genoa is probably gonna put points into a circus and then Like all the happiness buildings I'm building right now, I'm probably just gonna stop building to get the aqueducts because they don't actually provide any
Yep.
yields.
Yeah. I mean, this is legitimately too much happiness.
Yeah. Our goal is really good right now. We get to buy
Yeah.
tiles every 2 or 3 turns now, so that's cool.
Yeah. Is there any so what do the CS look like? What kind of CS allies can you start pushing for?
Yep, culture, CS, but we're not the highest culture right now, so that doesn't seem to be attainable.
You might actually beat that because you've hit your GA, right? And you've
Oh,
allied
yeah.
a culture CS. So it's
That's
possible
true.
that
But on the other hand, that's nothing that we actually have like agency over. Okay,
yeah.
there the Mozo went. That's fine by me.
Rip Mazo. Yeah.
Just put a scout. Nothing
You
wrong
can
with
just leave
scout.
it. You can just leave it in the queue and then start the aqueduct next turn.
Oh, it
Um
converts like more hammers into gold then, or?
um so the player order has already gone, so I think you just overflow off of all of these hammers get banked, I think.
Oh, okay.
Um it's a little bit awkward because it depends slightly on player order.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember in which direction. It depends on player order. There had to be like we've got some weavy rule about not constructing wonders after they've been finished because you do get to like overflow better into stuff.
But I do not comply to those rules. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. This marked safe from weavy bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
2025.
Yeah, I want to improve all the freshwater farms now that I can. And the
Yeah.
capital likely wants to get back some of the stuff.
Yeah. Cap can work a lot more food now.
Yeah,
Because we were starving for something that.
but it also can't really grow that much right now.
Yeah. I mean, Cap needs a caravan. When does the caravan to Montevideo end?
8 turns. Yeah, that can just feed the
Yeah.
cap then.
Okay.
That's a general tendency, I think, when you have a mining lux cap, you kind of want to feed it because it has good tiles to grow into and not really a lot of food tiles to grow with, so it tends to be a little lower on food than other cities. Something like Florence, for example, is probably never gonna get fed this game because it just has like this entire river system here, a bunch of food tiles, and then
Yep.
just grows into
Florence is
all
going to
its
be
hills by itself.
massive without any investment.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Lusaka actually has a quest here, and I might overtake the culture leader, which was probably Art because he's Finland.
Yeah, I think you're catching up.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Wonderful. We grew to a cow. Yeah, I think I turn everything into a freshwater farm at this point, even if it's a hill. I can always turn them
Yep.
into other stuff later. Naples
The
builds a
beauty of
cargo.
Liberty.
Yeah. We're feeling good right now. Feeling good.
So now we just go
Aqueduct.
around queuing the ducts, right?
Yeah.
So how much
Absolutely
overflows
everywhere.
into this duct in the capital? Yeah, I think this is like Mazo overflow.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, there's no reason that we should have overflow otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Because we didn't actually queue anything last turn. We didn't actually finish anything last turn.
Yep.
Yeah, now we just go towards civil, and I try to do the thing again where I save some
Yeah.
science. I will fade at it again and just finish currency for no reason. Big plans. Asking for Boris. Okay, we already have that.
Yeah, definitely. So these Colosseums which have in queue should be swapped into aqueducts.
Yeah, 100%. And then we can check which of them I guess should and can like speed up. So Venice
Yep.
probably, if like I can rework tiles like this, and then it's more efficient. I overflow 1 food, so I lock this. Losing 1 food is perfectly fine.
I mean, you can also just grow it. I think this is wrong. I think you just grow and then you get the full aqueduct value on the next grow, right? Because
okay, sure.
the aqueduct is doubling the carried over food, but you're just sacrificing a turn of the growing for like a turn of growing in the future, right? These are also like turns of working civil tiles. You should probably unlock Venice.
Yeah. Root to sheep. Yeah, now we're growing to all our tiles nicely. That.
I don't know why the Lux improvements came so quickly here, right?
Just
It's
like convenient worker movement, really, I think.
yeah.
Just happened to get lucky on that. Okay. We're right behind him in demos, which is fine.
Huh.
Remove
It is odd.
archer. Where do I have an archer? Oh yeah. What is odd?
That Arv is up on demos. I wonder what's going on there.
He hasn't anymore. That's that.
Okay. That'd do it.
We're gonna catch up, I think, once we have Civil. I think we're gonna
Yeah.
grow at least once somewhere, right? Yeah, we are. So we shouldn't
Yeah.
continue doing this. Put it into horseback riding. We have more tiles to buy. There's good food tiles to buy. This city here can buy this tile here and grow work that. It probably wants to build the aqueduct. What if I work that?
No, I like the stoneworks before the aqueduct.
You do.
The stoneworks is just like super efficient, right? And this is your last city.
It's
It
one
has to
hammer
get through
right
quite a
now.
lot.
No, it's 2 hammers.
It's 2 hammers.
Yeah, and the aqueduct is roughly a 50% modifier for food. So the aqueduct is roughly like 4 food right now. I think the aqueduct is correct.
So what the problem with the aqueduct?
Whether I want to do something like this.
Yeah. I think anything which involves slowing down your grow here is wrong because you have good food tiles to work and you have happy to grow. And so I would be thinking about basically like stoneworks into duct, and then the duct hits you at 7. Right?
So you want to have the duct hit at higher pops, is that what I'm getting here?
Yeah. And I think like what you're doing now is like just perfectly as long as the duct finishes in time for the 7, so the grow to 7, I think it's all good. And so you could, I think finishing the duct now is even fine because that city will hit 7 quite fast, right? It's already making a lot of food.
So you want me to finish this aqueduct? Okay.
Yep. But yeah, I think my preference would have been like overall would have been like stoneworks because the city has a big build queue, and then the aqueduct and then the library because I mean that city is gonna work a lot of civil tiles and it's just gonna have a little bit of hammer problem.
Yeah, the cap wants to grow now. Actually, I forgot to check for more king days. We still want coffee and marble.
Yeah, so coffee's in Reykjavik.
No, just Great Wall I think is fine.
Yeah, Great Wall is fine.
It can also just build a stable next turn, so why would I do Great Wall just put a turn into a Colosseum?
Oh, I thought we were going to continue try-targeting. I thought you were going to put a turn into drama next.
No, I mean, I usually tend to stop that when I actually like think it would be valuable to get any of the buildings on the text, so I'm just gonna finish the stable. This is perfect. Okay.
Yeah, especially on Liberty, it really feels like it feels like you're looking for things to put in queue around this time rather than like trying to get through your queue.
Yeah. 100%. Okay, so we have the Liberty finisher in 2 turns. I think there's 2 arguments you could make here for what type of great person finisher you do. The first one is obviously engineered Chechen, which like the engineer is kind of wasted if you don't get Chechen, so we kind of have to assess our chances of how good the chances for Chechen are.
It's also on Italy, the value of Chechen is much lower because your artists are already bulbing for 9 turns. So you have to assess, like, do I think I can have a very long GA without Chechen?
Yeah, and then the other argument you could make is that I just pick an artist here. And I am not quite sure which of the 2 it should be.
What's left in religion? I've seen quite a lot of religions go at this point.
I mean, if so long as buildings are left, we're fine. So pagodas are gone. And then that's the only building gone. So there's still like cathedrals and stuff.
Yeah.
and viharas and synagogues. Although I tend
All
to
the
not
good stuff.
pick synagogues because they tend to come up late when you're doing Piety Second.
Yeah. A lot of people are really big fans of synagogues, and I've never really been a fan of synagogues. I think it's partially because I hammer down so much in free for all.
I think they're cool if you can get them up early. So if you would actually be doing a Sacred Sites Rel on Piety first, then synagogues first would be nice. But you,
Yeah, then you would like the build queue help. But
yeah,
the later you get them, the so much less sealed they are compared to like cathedrals, where the cathedral is just giving you the culture.
yeah, exactly. Okay, wait, I can speed this growth up. What am I doing? Okay. Any other growths I can speed up? This looks like it could be sped up. Yes, it can. Perfect.
How good are your lighthouses?
I have one mediocre one here, and I have 2 tiles here. So I have 3 tiles in
Yeah,
total.
doesn't seem worth detouring any
This is such a
significant
cheap
time.
tech, though. Like, I think
Yeah.
I'll probably detour after Civil for optics, because it's like less than 1 turn of science. It's just decent. More good tiles.
Yeah.
We're good. Alright. Happiness hit just in time. We're actually burning for happiness quite fast now, which is nice.
4 turns of GA.
How do we fancy our chances here? We're 3rd in tech.
Well, you can check how many people are in drama and in currency.
There's 2 people in
There was, I think,
currency and 1
158.
person in drama.
2 people in currency, 1 in drama.
And I
I
mean,
think
he
your
has to be
chances should be
looking
good, right?
He has to be looking towards Chechen.
But he would have to hard build it, right? Like even the best caps, you can expect like a 3 turn, right? So I think
Let's just
the
get it
chances are
here.
quite good.
There's probably something else we can get instead, right? If we don't get
There's
Chechen.
always something else to engineer.
Yeah, we can like engineer all thing in Genoa, for example. Or like we engineer Neutral later down the line.
Yeah.
Okay. Now Naples will get fed. Builds this thing. Lapis to Soldat ended.
Naples is honestly quite fine for the fact that it had to put so much more build queue on itself.
Yeah.
Good city.
And it will catch up even better now that it has a cargo.
Yep.
It's a really nice city.
So the first city you settled is the aqueduct like slightly mistimed, the top right one by the hardwood.
What about that?
Oh no, it's 3-2. Perfect.
Yeah,
okay, sorry, I thought it was 2-2.
Fine. Yeah, the aqueducts all look fine now.
Yeah, I like how Florence is Florence could actually hammer down. If Florence could hammer down the duct for like 1 turn faster, then it would be worth it.
Florence is also fine the way it is right now. Like, it doesn't actually do anything to speed up the thing here. It's still finishing before the growth happens, so it's fine. So
you store up to 40% of the food, and normally you're not growing 40% in 1 turn. I think you get a little bit more value if you hammer down exactly this turn.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you really need civil.
Yes, I do.
Alright, so you finished currency, so the cost... I guess nobody new has gotten into drama, which was the concern.
Yeah, it's still the same. But we don't actually want to speed up this growth here. We could, but we don't want to. So in terms of, yeah, let's finish this turn for a moment, and then look at CS allies for a moment, and whether we can get any of them. Yes, you feed that thing. Feed it! Okay, there's no way this is worth hammering down. And there's no way this is worth locking, so we just did that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm... Lusaka's just not gonna work out, right? Because Arf already has it. We would need to find porcelain from somewhere.
Yeah.
Who has porcelain
You do
here?
need to meet a lot of CS that are like
What?
left of your
Yeah, we do.
like. Just need the warrior can just go scout around that area, right?
Yeah, true. The warrior isn't actually doing anything. Okay, how's population looking? 44, 33, 46. So we're 2 pop down on our, but we have 1 less city, so that's quite normal. We are getting slightly more behind in demos, but it's still fine. Once civil hits, we're gonna get quite juicy. Juicy. Damn, poor JPJ with 2 regionals of ARF in his borders. So why is there... Why can I not trade this thing?
If you see the Lux being grayed out, that means that you already have it.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm trading ivory for him right now. Let's just do this. Repay him some of the gold. Just 1 GPT, it's fine, you can have that.
So you still need the marble, you still need the coffee.
Yeah, we're getting the silver for Montevideo now, so that's gonna make it even more impossible to lose that. How's the cap feeding? The cap probably wants the maize next.
Yeah, once that stable is up, it's really gonna want that maize.
Yeah. Okay, 20 happiness. Still amazing. What city wants to
Too much
build our
happiness.
Riders Guild here? Venice or Milan, I think.
I'm honestly thinking about Naples.
Naples? Yeah,
I guess Naples is so build queue burdened, but I see like a coastal with a garden. I'm like, yeah, I'm building some sort of guild there. It could be the artist guild also. I think artist guild in Naples makes sense, and you can do writer in Venice.
Yeah, but then it will probably have caught up better.
Yes.
So you probably want to put the Riders Guild elsewhere. I'm thinking Venice here, because Venice is also like running out of good tiles to work here. It's like starting to work these freshwater farms. And any tile, like if I unwork these tiles here, for example, I can just give them to the cap. And then I give the Rider skill to this. I still want to finish this stable though. Or do I?
How many stable tiles is it working?
It's 2, working 2. It's okay. But no, I think at this point it's good. Let me just do that. I can also finish this growth. Okay, we're starting to get very close to guaranteeing ourselves Chechen here.
I don't think you're that much science off of Chechen 3 turns, by the way.
Yeah, it's 14.5. But I think it's just barely not enough.
Are there any libraries finishing, or any libraries you can force to finish?
No, I have all my libraries at this point.
You might not have the one in Florence.
Okay. But it's not enough. It's 3 science per turn, in 3 turns.
Yeah, it's not going to speed you up.
It's just...
There's 1, 2... Yeah, it's not worth worrying about too much.
Okay, this is a 2 tile stable. This is also workable.
Yeah.
This is a 2 tile stable. Okay, so Smiley says I have... So
it's
I
just
have,
a 3?
I'm growing in 3 turns, right? And I'm growing 3 times this turn. That speeds it up by a bunch. And then I grow again twice before this happens. Oh, okay. No, I actually don't need to finish the library even. This is fine. Yeah, this worked out perfectly. And we are... There's no one in civil yet. Someone entered through workshops, which is ARF.
Yep.
Not particularly surprising.
Oh, he's gonna get this guru ship relic and kind of his shops up. So that's cool. Love that.
Oh, but he has guru ship, right?
But surely this will spread to ARF, right? Or is he just not spreading it?
Well, you can spread in multiple ways. I think he's quite likely to die.
That's true. That's
We also don't know what his finisher is yet. He has Liberty 5 at this point, so I assume he took an engineer because he doesn't have a rail yet. Okay, now this thing doesn't feed Lusaka because that doesn't actually do anything. I'll just send it to Venice or whatever and feed the cap. The cap needs the most help right now. This guy here just scoops around. And at this point, I have so many improved tiles, and like basically mostly working improved tiles at this point, where I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna improve every single tile that I see, and not really care about the order that much. Because most of the tiles that I have are improved at this point.
Yep. I think there's like a few more tiles to improve, like in the south in this Naples Genoa area.
Yep. Send some workers towards that.
Smiley's trolling you. Smiley's popping off in the chat.
Turin also needs some help, but the freshwater farms will really help the city if it gets to work these two.
Yep. Okay, Eurus enters medieval. That's probably civil, right? But I don't think he two turns.
No
I don't
way.
think he two. It would be really impressive.
That would be very impressive, yes.
So you should be thinking about where are you stacking engineer points with the Chechen?
Yeah, I should. What other engineer points are we looking towards? So far we have none, right? We don't even have a wonder, I believe.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no wonders.
You put a little bit of hammers into Great Wall on the cap, right? Or was that like fake? Yeah. So I'd be leaning towards
Milan. Milan is the one city that I feel is actually capable of maybe building a wonder at some point.
Yes.
It has a garden.
Yes, I think
has enough pop.
Yeah, I think it's Milan.
The city has 3 stable tiles. I think Cap is happy with the tiles it's working so far.
I mean, Cap is super bored. I'm thinking about like Amphi or Parth.
Yeah, Parth maybe. Is anyone else building it?
I can't even tell the Parth skeleton.
I don't know, I think they can figure it out. But I don't see it anywhere. Let's just go for Parth. Nothing wrong with that. This can roll.
When do you open Piety?
When? In 5 turns.
Okay.
Okay, what are... There's still no coffee around. Okay, Arv didn't accept the deal. We don't really care much about that.
Actually, it's his happiness, right?
Yeah, did Eurus put a turn into Chechen? Poor guy. One thing you always need to keep in mind is that the city needs to be at least 6 pop to actually be able to engineer it. I once had a game where I tried to engineer Chechen in a 5 pop city, then I lost that, I asked for a reload, people actually gave me the reload, and then I lost it to a same turn.
Wow.
That's amazing. Okay. We're getting close, right? We're 10 yields behind, and this is what I kind of said, like, early 60s, we're close to 200. This is like nothing super exciting, but it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I mean, now you get to work a lot more food, right? You can just click every civil tile and be happy.
This is an amazing market. Why do I have 13 gold in the city? Holy fuck.
Cotton and ivory, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'll happen. Okay.
This is another really good market.
If the market is bad, then the mint is like better. The mint is.
I mean, it's 4 gold, right?
Yeah.
And the market at this point.
Yeah, and the market's also a
Just 1
slot. Yeah,
gold plus
probably the market is
25.
better. So, what are these cities going to put in queue? So you open in 3 turns, actually. You do kind of need shops for the engineer point.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, there's the rail that we talked about. He actually got his rail.
Gurship is so good.
Grow into the iron, maybe? But I could grow into the iron in the capital, too. But the capital can also grow into the lapis, so I think I want to grow into the iron. Okay, I just grow into nothing. That's fine.
Cool. Love it.
Yep, got that. So now we know we're gonna have a permanent GA. Nice.
Now we're scaling.
Big skating. I want to work all freshwater tiles we can at this point.
So I think the ideal setup here, right, is actually like if you could set it up, it would be like shrines into
Into unis.
I was thinking shrines into shops and then temples into unis.
That could work, yeah. I mean, you can always put like a shrine in front. I don't really care much about having fast markets and stuff like that, so.
Yeah. It does feel like the hammers are just sitting around being wasted. It's not not fun.
Yeah, but you get like faster workshops every turn, which is more hammers.
No, I mean like right now, it feels like there's nothing efficient to put into queue, so you're building kind of trash buildings.
I don't know, the markets I was building are good. I get this thing here is kind of garbage, but could build a market here instead.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're putting. I think it's generally speaking like you're putting the best stuff that you can in. It's just that, it sucks that there's not better stuff to put into queue.
Yeah, I agree. What can you do?
I guess this is really part of the appeal of Messenger, right? Which is that on Liberty, like it just completely minimizes this Liberty time when you have nothing you want to build. I'd be thinking about that terracotta for the quest. You probably win this culture quest, right? And then I just like getting terra off the board.
Yeah, but where though? Terra doesn't. The 7-turn build it would heavily interfere with the workshop build. I could try to throw it in somewhere after the workshop, but why does this city have a Petra that it can build into?
That's probably a floodplain maze.
Oh yeah, it is. How greedy are we? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, for me, it's kind of like if it's not already gone, probably no one is building it.
Yeah, right? That's what I was thinking.
And it's a very... it might be like the sort of thing you want to build after your shop.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's there, it'll be nice. But it's definitely in the would be nice column, not in the I'm sending it. Yeah, it was a very early GA. I think that's probably why the Valkyrie is getting so cleared out.
Why is that still here?
That's very surprising. I guess the coastals are just not having a good time.
He's building GLH and...
Let's go.
Oh, he's building Colossus, damn it.
Yeah. I mean, that can go Terra then, right? This is actually perfect,
this is
perfect
a good
time
Terra
to do
city,
it.
yeah. I think I can still squeeze the workshop in between, maybe, but...
Yeah.
Actually, probably not. We're gonna have to see. Yeah, I mean, it's not really representative, but I think it's usually a good sign that you have, like, trash buildings to put into, because it means you already built all the good buildings. It's not like, oh no, I can't build any good buildings anymore. It's like, oh, yeah, that's cool, I can't build any good buildings anymore, because I already built all of them.
Yeah. I think without settlements, this tech would be a lot worse. Like, settlements is very much helping you burn through your happiness.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the border growth, I feel, is much more impactful than the food from it, but certainly I won't complain about any food that my cities have at this point. So what is our game plan? Like, I think we don't really have a plan to kill anyone particularly soon, because we would just be killing into more neighbors, right?
Not necessarily. I think the ability of JBJ to protect forest inland is pretty low, right? And you also kind of every time I plant coastals, I just kind of make my peace with the fact that I'm probably going to lose them. It's a dumb interaction, but definitely a thing.
Yeah, people are rightfully pointing out that ARF still has the ability to do crossbows after workshops, and we should actually pay attention to that.
Yeah.
Which is true, I do that too seldomly.
I mean, yeah, especially if you're paranoid about this. The build keys are pretty free right now. You can put like a turn into units in cities that just have nothing to do. I don't know. The Milan Garden is kind of good though.
Yeah, let's do that. It's just one turn slower workshop. This thing here, what does that do? Just queue an amphi?
I would probably put like turn into sword and then next turn shrine shop.
Sword? Why sword?
Just like good unit. You know,
Okay.
people started talking about ARV. I got paranoid.
You suddenly remember the guys in the game.
I suddenly
Oh,
remember
shit.
this isn't single player and you have to pay attention to ARV.
Hmm.
The ability to go like shrine shop next turn and all these cities is gonna be great. This stable in Florence is juicy. This is like a 4?
I think so, yeah. Four tiles, 5 if I'm working the sheep here, which I will, probably
Yeah.
because the city is like not working yet. It's really good. We'll certainly put that before somewhere else. Okay, I think that. But this is a good. This has a market. It's good to work this lapis tile here.
Well, Turin just desperately needs to grow. Turin is suffering now that it's your most suffering city now that Cap's getting fed. So I would probably be trying to arrange things in such a way that Turin works as much food as it can get.
Yeah, next turn we can do that. It's also, it wants coconut. We have new things coming up. So we want first, we're gonna get that back eventually. We want coconut, but I don't see anyone who has coconut as a regional or something like that. Oh, there you go, coconut.
Arv dropped GA this turn.
There you go. Yeah, and now everywhere we can just go shrine into workshop. Oh, the city already has a shrine. I forgot about that.
Right. The grief shrine. The grief shrine.
This doesn't actually want to build a shrine. And
No,
this
I think
wants
it's perfect to go
finish.
shrine stable. It's perfect to go shrine stable shop in Venice, right? Because you do want to go shrine stable rather than stable shrine because you can overflow more hammers off of the stable than you can off of the shrine. The stable is 67, so that order is correct.
How tryhard are we? Are we like actually microing down our cities to work more hammers now?
Nah, I think working more hammers with 18 happiness is the opposite of
That's a fair
tryhard.
point. This has a stable, right? So I can just wait.
The deer is the best tile to give to Turin.
No, this maze here, I think.
Oh, the maze is Turin does have a stable? Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
it does. Let me just do this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're catching up with hammers in terms of hammers with our.
Well, he just dropped GA.
Oh yeah. Okay, so
So
then we're actually pretty far behind him in hammers. Oh, he
yeah.
planted an engineer. Okay.
It's an engineer. His shops are up, right? Like he's getting this Greer ship rel. I guess it's only in one city.
Yeah, he has. He seems to have a decent game.
Yep, looking good.
Not very. It's not very ARV of him. Check W. Not known to be a sim god, but in this game is doing fine.
Right. Ooh, look at that one turn shop. Oh, shop into all thing.
Yeah, let's do that. Just so that shop into all thing. He probably wants to build that, but I'm Gonna call
He
him.
just entered medieval,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And we have a fast.
I mean, you could. I think
one.
probably if you're fighting it, the alting queue first is better. You drop GA in 3, so then you'd have to micro hard to make sure you finish the alting in the 4. I think that it was.
Let's just finish this workshop here. It's just
The workshop is the risk management
yeah.
choice. By the way, this deer in Genoa is still not improved.
Deer in
The,
Genoa. Oh my!
the tundra
I
deer.
wanted to move that. Yeah, I'll improve it up to the freshwater farm here.
Yep.
Yeah, now we can just go towards Unis. Do we have a macho city? We could build macho in Turin.
I think your cities are just gonna get so bored. I think it's gonna be like a really bad fight to not get the cities bored if you like. It's at least Philo, right? Because then you can click temples. But I feel like what you're gonna find is that as soon as you finish as soon as you click Philo, you're gonna chew through shops, temples, and you're gonna want unis.
Let's think about it. Let's put Philo in.
Yeah.
We still have like, so this city has fine build queue. This city
Yep.
has like colosseums and amphitheaters to build. Like soon the colosseums are actually gonna become valuable again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not unreasonable. The workshop here.
Are you winning the culture quest on the coffee CS also? Because you do really need that King's Day.
Yeah, I seem to be.
Okay. Okay. So you're gonna double it in about 12. That's gonna be annoying.
Okay, so now we have Philo. The workshop barely didn't finish. That's really annoying. Workshop.
Yeah. So I think the cities have about like 5 turns before they're gonna want to queue something else, right?
Yeah. Okay. We're probably not gonna have. Yeah, this is not the fastest turn time. This is honestly a super average like retiming ability.
Yeah.
Nothing particularly special. Wait, why did I do that? That's fine. We can
No, what
redo
did you do?
later. I accepted the deal for Lux that I have,
Okay.
but I don't have it right now. Danish archer. Damn, this Naples city is popping off now.
Yeah.
20 food.
Power of the cargo.
Yeah, I think this is a 6 turn either way. You're gonna drop
Yep.
out of GA.
Because you're dropping GA.
Yeah.
Might even turn into a 7. But you'll hammer down.
Yeah. Yeah, we probably really want this sheep here.
So how do you
then
get
we go for
food
workshop
here?
I think we're doing okay in that regards. Like, we're growing to more freshwater farms.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to, you could do a sword trail here, but I just think the sword trail comes at such a great opportunity cost if you're doing because you could have been doing sacred sites and you give up so much culture per city if you're not doing sacred sites.
Yeah.
About which, by the way, we should actually check if people don't have that. So we have indulgences and Cog right now from the 2 piety players. What are people's secondaries? Okay, you can't see them yet. Why would that be the case either way? Okay, so Terra. Where would you work workshop slots? Because I tend to do this thing where I just work workshop slots in all the cities that are gonna have gardens eventually. If I don't have a city that has like a lot of engineering points, so if Rome had like 3, or like if some garden city already had like 3 engineering wonders, I would probably only work workshop slots there, and rely on my ability to get engineers from that city. But because I only have the Milan Chichen city, I feel inclined to just work the workshop slots everywhere where I have a garden. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, so you can. Yeah, so I think Naples will definitely end up working a shop slot. Yeah. I think both your coastal will end up working a shop slot. So there's some alternative rel proposals going on here. There's I think I'm actually very interested in like rel center coral swords, right? Or in general like some sort of coral swords build. It could also be like coral swords building, right? I think
I'm impressed the turn that I can actually think about that.
yeah, but I definitely think the thing that your game is lacking here is food, right?
Yeah.
So solving problems involves finding a way to get more food.
Yeah, just anything
That
that makes
said,
me grow into my hills better.
yeah,
But I'm gonna struggle with gold if I don't go for sacred sites too. And gold is
that's true.
very valuable too. In the like especially when
Yeah.
you're this white, you tend to have this problem where you have hammers but you can't really use them well because you just end up building units that you don't have the gold to actually upgrade.
And you also don't have the honor gold from kills.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could all. I mean, the founder is church prop still there on found?
Is what?
Church property. The two. What is it? Like 1 gold, 1
Yeah, it is.
faith from cities.
Our religious center is also gone.
Oh, Rel Center's gone.
Yeah,
Rel
let's
Center's gone and
look
Feet
at the
is
routes
gone.
here actually. So the cock guy
Yeah.
went for feet pagodas. So pagodas
Okay.
is gone, okay. And then we have the orthodoxy guy who went for guruship, indulgences, rel center. And then we
Okay.
have the JBJ rel. And not the JBJ
Okay.
rel, the Eurus rel.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just think about the culture of like cathedrals, viharas.
Well, yeah, definitely the culture is big, right? But you are playing a culture civ, and I'm really just trying to figure out like what's the best way to get food here. I think like you're in a situation where more food is your biggest limiting factor.
Yeah. It feels bad. It just feels bad. Maybe I should have been piety on this land. That's what I'm thinking right now. If you're ever in a situation
it was a
where
pretty
you like,
fast Liberty rollout.
it was, but if you're in a situation where you feel like your game is constrained by the amount of food that you have, then I feel you maybe should have been piety. It's what I was referring to earlier with like I want to do things that like piety I want to play when I feel like my land needs to be supplemented with something. And apparently this game it feels like we want our rel to supplement the land with food.
Yeah. It might piss him off, but it's kind of funny. You could just pillage these forts that Arb's made outside of his border.
No, I'm scared of him. I won't do that.
I mean, he might not notice. That's the appeal.
He might what?
He might not notice at all, and then you get away with it completely.
Yeah, he is a guy who I remember the turning game.
Actually, can we buy a food CS? Can we buy a food CS right now with 500 gold?
Food CS. That's a good question. I mean, there's this one over here. Furs.
Furs you can get.
Yeah, I have furs actually. Yeah, what if I? Where is my furs going actually? It ends in 3 turns.
Okay.
We just put 500 gold into this, and then it gets the first
No,
quest.
it's hostile, so you want to wait so that you want to wait 2 turns. It's the end of 3. It's the end of 73. So you probably want to put it in 73.
Okay. What does the hostility do here? I don't actually know.
So it's because you would go up to 60, right? And then you'd decay immediately, and you wouldn't get the yields.
Oh yeah, okay. Why do we just like... What do we do here? So this is a temple. Can I slow that down? Yes, I can.
Yeah, and now we're kind of getting into the question, like, is it worth overflowing the temples? And I think it's not. I think you just want to finish the temples so that you can get your rel up, and like you're gonna have piety 1 in next turn, right?
I will have piety 1 next turn. That is true.
Yeah. It's like it's not like the uni builds are gonna be slow, right?
Yeah, that's true.
By the way, how much plus are you on unis? When do you get to detour for optics?
I am plus. Am I
Does it say?
stupid? Wait, where does it say again? So right now I need 3 more turns. It's basically nothing.
Okay, so you can't detour. Okay.
Yeah, no, I cannot.
I mean, 73 is not a bad uni timing.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I thought it would be a little
Yeah.
slower, but 73
Yeah.
is really good. And the hammers are catching up now too.
Yep. Now that the shops are up.
Yeah, so we got this quest now. Probably gonna boot him out once the culture quest finishes.
Yep. And you can
First
gift
rider.
some of these crash units to CS also to keep them allied.
Yeah, I don't think Montevideo needs to be kept allied, but I can gift these units
Yeah.
here to Reykjavik.
The scout can't be gifted.
Yeah,
The
so
scout
just
can go.
keep these around.
The scout can go look at islands. I think that's what I would do with it.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. Culture. Okay, we finished the sword, I guess.
I always leave units pre-built. I feel like I don't ever want to pop them out unless I have a
Yeah.
concrete use for them.
Play Colosseum. Starting to get there, where we actually need that.
This is in the recent free falls I've played. This has been kind of a problem for me. Like, I'm not like that much of a tank monkey, and so I'm teching slower. You know, I'm not Kuba, right? And then I just have a lot of free hammers, and I'm like pre-building in every city. I'm like, this should be fine.
Hmm.
So
Why does
I
this
guess
not
it
happen?
all really comes down to what buildings are available.
I really want this Petra
How
now.
many? You can shrine Petra, right? It's probably plus. How many base hammers is the city making? If it's making 26, then yeah, this shrine is.
Yeah, probably. I can also give it this tile here. And then work a different good tile in the city, a workshop tile. Yeah, that is good.
I mean, you give Venice access to another freshwater farm, so that's what you could be doing also. And end of 73 is when the first comes back, so 73 is when you should buy the food CS.
Uh-huh. Boro gone, but I mean, it's not like we cared about that. I mean, we would have cared about it if we had a chance to get it, but we didn't. So this is fine. Yeah, I want food in these units. I see the problem.
You're seeing the vision.
Yeah. Wow, but Sacred Sites is just so damn good. I don't know, I'm still hooked on that. I think it's fine. I think what we're seeing right now is we're entering the mid-game liberties mode that I always talk about, where like in the mid-game liberty actually feels like kind of slow and bad and like not growing your cities. But once you get like fertilizer and ideology and everything, it tends to feel much better. So I think we're just experiencing the natural consequences of playing liberty at this very moment.
Yeah. I think yeah, I'm just very into your like I'm actually very into like even coral swords, then spread, and then get your building like kind of late.
Coral swords and the building, like coral swords and cathedrals, and then just hope that the gold turns out fine anyways.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be cathedrals. It could be Vihara. It could be what's the other one? Don't intern. You don't want to pop out the sword in Luhansk or whatever the North City is. Sure. I don't know why I said Luhansk.
Comp.
Yeah, just pre-build it. Yeah. Just don't pop it out.
Yeah, don't pay the maintenance.
Yeah.
Let's try out the coral swords play. I think it's reasonable. The hammers are the food is dearly needed.
Yeah.
And Sacred Sites is slow in this situation too.
Yeah. I feel like coral should be very good. It's just I haven't seen it.
It's just that it isn't.
Yeah, the part where it's good isn't there. I don't understand why.
Yeah. No, it probably has its niche. I remember when I started playing Fire Second on White Place, I always thought like
Yeah.
it's so flexible that you're able to like pick out the specific parts of the rail that supplement your game well.
Yes. Yes.
That is nice, but then it just kind of got overshadowed by how OP Sacred Sites is. So I just
Yeah.
kind of stopped thinking about what I actually want to do with my rail.
Yeah.
Is there ever a world where we build Anchor? No, right? It's an 8-turn build.
No, I don't think it's. So
Then
I think the
really-
places you build Anchor actually, Anchor is very, very synergistic with the all thing.
It's true. I could do that, yeah. If I actually get that.
Yep. Yep. And you can just go template Anchor, or you can go Anchor template Anchor to dump the overflow.
Let me check out if I can speed this thing up. Yeah, look at that. I want the
Looks
Petra.
likely. You
I want it.
gotta get your Petra. You can start thinking about. Oh wait, end of 73. So now it's time to buy the food CS.
Okay. Oh, and you're saying
Yeah,
now,
so then the-
like the quest rolls on turn transition, so it's never gonna like lose the happiness.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
There's a lot of really awkward stuff. One of the things that I still don't really understand, despite like mucking around in the source code constantly, is when deals end, right?
Yeah.
Because technically speaking, the deal could end on either player's turn, right? I know that deals end before my turn, but whose turn are they ending on? And then how does that incorporate into when yields are processed?
Yeah, it sounds complicated. I would not have the patience to actually mess with the source code and everything. But
I think
I would assume it's
there-
probably
a lot of
easier than you would think it is once you get into it.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of very good design practices utilized for utilized for Civ code, right? It's all very segmented, right? You can analyze it piece by piece without too much trouble. But some of the actual implementations are horrifically bad.
Mm-hmm.
Especially because it's a project with years of community modding, right? And then all of these guys had different practices and different ways they wanted to do things. So,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of the code is also just ripped straight from Civ 4. So, yeah.
Okay, let's check if anyone is building.
You should be showing. Yours should be showing secondary policy soon, right? Maybe both of them.
Yeah.
Yours and Arv.
Yours is honor. That's not particularly surprising here.
Yeah.
First to RVS ended. Okay. Let's make sure we get that back. Oh wait. Doesn't it? Okay. Yeah, now we're out of it.
I think.
We need
Yep,
to get rid of
and
our
you got the
spices
quest.
too then, right? Because we actually have spices. But we need to get rid of the ivory.
Mm-hmm.
So let's do that. Got the all thing. That's nice.
That's very nice.
Let's check if we can actually build the thing. That'd be really nice. Can we speed this up? Yes.
So the only thing that this Anchor build is interfering with is the lighthouse, but this can be your bad lighthouse. You can just declare that the Naples lighthouse is the good one and the Genoa lighthouse is the bad one, and you'll be fine.
All right, lighthouse. Jesus. Yeah, let's finish.
No,
Guilds
I
first.
think, yeah, Guild's optics seems better.
And then Naples also is our guild city, right?
Yeah. You can just work the shop slot in Genoa also, right?
But it's not gonna spawn an engineer, so I feel like it doesn't
yeah.
really do that much.
Yep.
No wait, this one's to actually work food. It's just so meditating to go through all these
Yeah.
side assignments and everything. So this
Just gotta grow.
goes for circuits, I think. It's just a good thing to squeeze in between.
Mm-hmm. You could also go garden, artist guild, finish garden. Like the faster you get the garden out is actually quite a lot because you can probably chain yourself.
Yeah, I can chain myself reasonably fast here into eternity with
Yeah.
that setup.
Yeah.
On this Civ.
And you should be winning that Reykjavik quest, so there's a lot of good things going on here.
Yeah, yeah. That is coming up soon. Alright, I want to explore islands.
I don't know
looks like it
why did
might
Arv
work
say
here.
Tundra Wonder? What was he talking about? What was he referencing? Because I thought he was queuing it when he said that, but
I don't know.
who knows? Who knows?
Okay, now we're approaching the
So-
point where we're actually outgrowing our happiness for the most part, but we're getting some... we're getting this Reykjavik quest in 3 turns, as it looks.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
With the artist guild here, I think this might queue Macho afterwards, but I don't feel quite that confident in our ability to get it.
It's an ambitious Machu. I think it's something you queue if you feel like you have the free time for it,
Yeah.
right? Make sure no deals are ending. If a deal ends and then okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, optics is reasonable. So I think we're just trying to engineer leaning here, right? That's just the wonder that we want. One could make an argument for detouring to Himeji. I think it's either of the 2 wonders. I think acoustics is quite greedy, considering that...
Acoustics feels wrong. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you need to be very prepared for artillery here.
Exactly. I think there's actually a very decent point to be made that I just detour to gunpowder, maybe try to hard build Notra somewhere on the way.
I mean, leaning is great here, right?
Leaning is
Because you're
always
only on
great,
7 cities.
but leaning makes me more likely to get attacked, not less likely. And I think we're very likely to get attacked here because of our neighbor here. If he sees that we're leaning and he thinks that we're like vulnerable, he's gonna go for it. So I feel very inclined to just click on Himeji, try to look like the scariest motherfucker on the planet, and detour him elsewhere. I don't want him to think I'm a good target.
Oh, can we go like Temple Angkor in Genoa? Like 2-turn Temple into Angkor?
I can check next turn, yeah.
Yeah. I really like this Angkor queue, actually. I think this is like the right place and time to be queuing in Angkor.
Except for the fact that we didn't get it, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, it was worth a shot.
Yeah. Okay. Just beat this. We got the Petra, though.
Yeah.
Which is huge.
And I guess that curses that state to work in NG slot forever.
Yes.
Oh, which it was already doing. Great.
Yes, it is.
And that should feed the Machu attempt city, right?
With hammers. No?
No, I think that city can grow and work more hammers, right? It's
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Just hammer it down on this amount of pop, on 10 pop.
I think you want to grow it probably 2 times and then hammer it down. That's what I would be thinking.
I think it can, right? It has 20.
Definitely 1 you can grow, right? The question is just whether it's 2. Hate working units so much. It's so painful.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Look at this now, the city can't actually grow anymore.
Yeah.
I'm convinced about the Macho detour. About the Himeji detour. I will do it.
Yeah. The concern I have for you in the late game is that these coastals they're gonna get taken. Like you just can't defend coastals from in actual coastals hammers most of the time.
Such is life. I think there's a chance it won't happen because we're like fairly isolated. He needs to go a long way around, and the other guy needs to. Temple.
Is there any like 2-turn temple into Notra somewhere?
I could do something like this. No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Oh wait, now I have more time. More time. Something like that. And then I just don't grow.
You can also steal.
Oh, I don't
assign
grow
all
either
the
way.
hammers.
Look, this is perfect.
Okay.
So
There we go. We're
0.4
neither growing nor
reserve.
finishing a building. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's as God intended.
Yeah.
Wine for trade. Okay. Earth's popular. Oh, right. For some reason, I think on the
Our
most
cities
recent,
look.
they're big. He's like 10 pop ahead, I think. 92 pop. It's quite impressive. 13 pop ahead.
Yeah. I think part of this is like indulgences groupship. This is actually like a Weavy rel, right? It's like the piety player makes it so that the Liberty player can have a good game.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there's not even any temple nonsense on there.
Yeah,
Like,
and then
no, there's
later
real
on he
center on
just
there,
eats
right?
him.
Yeah.
It's even worse.
Yep.
Okay, Reykjavik quest is finishing in 2 turns.
Yeah, so I guess the play here is probably like the annoying thing here is the sissies, right? They're just
They're quite scary,
so
yeah.
there's two big dangers, right? There's Urist wants to go arty, and there's Arv is just having a great game with like the potential for a very scary timing. So
Okay,
then the
we don't
right way
have
to
any
deal
of
with this
those.
is obviously direct Urist into Arv, and then everything is Gucci.
Yeah, and I think the best way to do that is just to look scary and obnoxious to kill.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's a... I would really love if there was a Defender of the Faith up when we enhance... Okay, it's already gone. You just never get that when you're in the state with Rel.
Yep.
Ember first, okay, sure. I'm gonna give the Coral play a try. Let's go.
Send it.
And Church Prop.
Grid drop seems quite good actually. Like these are just yields, right? They're not
Yeah, gold is good. Okay, and now we get to work all the hammers we want, right? Because
Mhm.
and this can overflow into Notre. You could argue that another city wants to build it, but I think having
Nah.
Notre is just better than not having Notre, period.
Yep.
Regardless of whether you have a market or not. Okay, so this is doable. I don't want to work the university slot here yet.
Yeah, swords into spread seems very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing city is amazing. Look at this. What a big boy.
A lot of hammers.
A lot of hammers.
Yeah. Spreading is going to be a little bit difficult. It's just going to be expensive, but things happen.
So this is a uni slot that we need to assign now. God, is this painful. Especially in the
Yeah,
Writers
right.
Guild city, like, it's just so painful. Fuck,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, this city can afford to unwork its engineer, right?
But I want to spawn one from here eventually.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't go out of your way and like take up the pain to actually work the engineering slots, you're just not gonna get them. There's almost no
It's
city
true.
that isn't hurt by working the engineering slot. It's just like long-term thinking versus not long-term thinking. I'm such a poet.
Yeah, that was really inspiring to hear.
Yeah,
So you're missing like 2 temples, probably. Definitely the cap one. And then probably, yeah, okay.
well, that's
Yeah, if you check.
done.
Oh, that popped out the comp?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh.
Yes, it did. Where did it go to? Eurist, right?
Yep.
That's fine. It's better than... Wait, no. Where did it go to?
Yeah, I went to Eurus, right? The Machu?
Machu, yeah, geez, I was thinking Notre, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Reformation. Swords into plowshares. And then spread as soon as we can. Looks amazing. Alright.
So painful.
It is very painful, yeah. The swords was probably the correct call here.
Yeah. First scientist in 8. And then the second one after that should be around 11, 10 or 11.
6 turns? Yeah, I can get that to 6 turns. That is the correct thing to do. And then the Himeji we probably want in Milan, because this already has engineering slots, right? Engineering points. And it's just built the barracks and units at this point.
You could orient it the other way. Yeah, you could just because Milan will already spawn it, and then the Petra spawns the second engineer. So then you're thinking about third engineer.
Oh, you mean I should like spread out the points so as to maximize the or like minimize the time it takes for me to get 2 engineers?
Yeah, basically.
Whereas if I stack the points in that city again, it would like maximize the chances I get another engineer eventually from that city.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
But you're already working another engineer point in Venice, right? So for me, it would be probably best to engineer in Venice if like that works out.
Yeah, and it unburdens.
Obviously, like the Himeji is more important than any kind of engineer bullshit, but.
Yeah, but we're just kind of assuming that we're getting that. We're like thinking about where to get it, not like if to get it.
Yeah.
Himeji is really. I feel like the Renaissance wonders are just so much better than the wonders from all other eras.
Or maybe I think there's a huge density of truly great wonders in Ren.
Yeah, right.
Like, I still think like the most powerful wonders in the game are things like Oracle Chichen, right? But
yeah,
there's
it's truly insane. Do something like this now. What did just go? Notre just went to Jurist as well.
Wow.
Okay, so we dumped our overflow here.
Yeah. I mean, nothing to build. Liberty problems.
Yeah, we can just build our MPs. We probably will never build our operas this entire game. There's just nothing to build except for units and
I think the basilicas don't require operas in this mod, right?
No, they don't. I don't believe so. They count as a museum, right? And the museum doesn't need an... Oh, required building is amphi, okay.
Yeah. So, in particular, is building like 1 or 2 basilicas to speed up particular GPs seems possible. I don't know if good.
I'm just gonna build the MPs when I have them available.
Yeah.
But I won't like care much about them. It's not like I'm trying to minimize the time it takes to get them.
Do we know the ARF secondary yet?
He's commerce.
It's odd.
That is very odd, yes. I think that's the least likely thing you can do on Liberty.
Yeah.
I really want yours to go into him. I want to look like a scary man and not get RD'd. That would be cool.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're top points right now, right? But I think, yeah, I definitely feel like yours is probably going RD. Arv's demos are better than yours. Like, this is probably... So let's when you have the time, let's think about what being defensive here looks like. Oh, unworked wheat, but in Naples, that's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, that was just this turn.
Yeah.
This feeds Rome. Okay, I have Reykjavik now. That's nice.
Yeah. And you met Trieste.
Big win.
Big W. Yeah, so let's think about like what does a defensive line look like. So your first city is quite defensive. The Machu attempt city less so. But I mean there's the mountain there. I don't know. Understanding Artie is always hard for me. Artie's just a weird timing.
The terrain is bad for it though. But it's not that long until he's here, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, at most, it's around 15 turns until he's ready to go. So we need to think about it. We need to like start on units and everything now.
Are you gonna try to hard build the Himeji?
No. I have an engineer coming up, I will just use that.
Okay, so then there's enough time for like a 1-turn detour into something else, right? Is there any tech you want to pick up for 1 turn?
No, I cannot.
Okay.
I mean, I could do this, but that will likely not overflow enough. Yeah, we're gonna overflow I'm confused. No, this is just.
I think it just doesn't tell you. Yeah. Let's just just check gunpowder. Yeah, I think like a musket line in forts would probably dissuade Artie quite a lot here.
What do you think about armories at this point? I think there's still
I think your build
good.
queues are so empty that if you're not going for like zoos, then you may as well build armories. By the way, is it missionary time yet?
No, I check every turn. It's one fate
Okay.
off.
Oh, great. Love that.
Mm-hmm.
Has Turin lost your religion?
Turing? Yeah, yes. Apparently that.
Yeah, so you probably have to spread like Turin Florence just to kick some pressure off. Then you can start spreading to core cities. Yeah, I think not going sites here is correct. It would have been a very, very slow sites. Zeal also could have been an interesting pick over Church Prop. But I mean, 2 gold per city is nothing to turn your nose up at.
Spy. Let's send this one to yours. You're scared about it.
And what did Arv enter Ren through? That's pretty fast. That might be
Printing.
acoustics. Huh?
Oh, no, he has printing.
Okay. Damn. He's like blazing through.
Yeah, he has
This is a
good
great Arv
sides.
game.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah.
Strong Arf this game. Scary boy. This just wants to build like the remaining good infrastructure, right? So circus. This goes for a brewery, but that means that I kind of want to work this thing over here. Yeah, this is good. And then I give that tile over here. I give this tile over there. Yeah, something like this. And then I give this tile here. And then I give that tile here.
This seems like a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, and this city is pretty damn close to finishing all its essential infrastructure as well.
Yeah. You have an unworked citizen in the cab, which I guess is the end of the Ponzi scheme.
Oh yeah, okay. But that's just growing into this. No, that's just working this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is what I refer to, right? The gold is just obnoxious. It's really bad.
Yep.
But it's not like we would have had better gold right now if we had sacred sites. We would just be like trying to get our sacred sites up and not succeeding at that.
Yep. I'm church prop actually. The more I look at church prop, the better it seems. Like the one faith just
One
kind of for
faith
free.
really
The
makes
2
it pop
gold.
off now, right? Pretty good.
Yeah. It's competing with Tithe, but Tithe is like much slower.
Yes, indeed. And I think Rome is ready to build like barracks, armory soon too, so it's really nice.
So if you're not working these non-freshwater farms in Turin, then there's no reason for them to not be forded.
That's true, I guess. Yeah. I shouldn't ever work them, really. Okay, Lapis gone. To whom was it again? To
Super Soldat.
Yeah, we're approaching quite hefty situations here. Okay, engineer next turn. Send it to Milan first. 6 pop, amazing. Barracks. There's no way we ever build GT here, right? Or do we?
Nope. I mean, it doesn't even do anything, right?
But it will in the future, you could argue.
Yeah.
It will eventually.
I'm a yields now believer.
But it's not even yields now, it's just units now.
Yeah. I really think something like some pre-builds and like even 3 muskets will, and of course the Himeji just does a huge amount to say don't go here, go somewhere else.
Yeah, it does. Can also just offensively put a fort in his face here on this hill. Just slow
I
down.
would never fort there. This is one of the things that really pisses me off when people in free for all are defending, right? Is they're trying to defend on tiles that they can't possibly hold, right?
Well, I mean, you can just put a fort there, road it, and then as soon as you realize you're gonna lose the tile, you can just back off. It's not like I'm gonna
Yeah.
shove units into it and let it die. It's just that I'm not using this tile here, so I may as
Yeah.
well put a fort and a road on it.
I'd be much more concerned with, in particular, like roads around the city, like left and right, so that you can get across the river. Science is
5
funding.
wonders, 5 wonders, 7 wonders.
Where's the leaning? Who got the leaning?
It looks like Arf doesn't have an engineer yet, which is
Yeah.
very
He had
surprising.
pyramids and
He
Great
should have
Wall.
it.
That's just very odd.
Maybe he planted another
Maybe he
one.
engineered something else. Yeah.
Let's just put an embargo city states because there's never anything
Sure.
wrong with
Yeah.
that.
Why not? Screw it.
Will you take
Arts
me?
funding is actually probably arts funding is probably good for you. High garden access, ability to build the basilicas if you need to, right?
But I'm just gonna be in Perma GA at some point in the near future anyways, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
Do I
you're a
just take this
center's
rail
run.
here?
What is it?
Rail center guruship, that's actually fine. I'm just gonna like not
It's
care
pretty
about
good.
splitting that fast.
Yeah.
Does that
Yeah, you
flip
don't
it?
need to kick that out for a very long time.
It doesn't flip it. I think
Classic.
I'd send it elsewhere first.
How much pop does it turn into it?
5.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
Yeah, I'll just send it elsewhere first. And I can't buy a missionary this turn, so I can leave it in the cap. I grew to another fish that I don't care about. Engineers here. It can't reach Venice, actually.
Yeah.
What does that
So
mean
who's
now?
been working NG slots?
Milan has.
This. Yeah. Then just like force the third NG out of Milan after the Petra. Yep. The only thing I don't like about engineering it here is that you if you lose it, that if you lose the city, this is actually one of the higher probability cities to lose to an arty attack.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, but I just...
Yeah, I mean getting it is better than not getting it.
Yeah.
Is that real?
Could have
That
gotten it
can't
in
be
the
real.
cap. Okay, GPJ already has a lot of units. It looks like he might actually go into him. Is that what's going on here?
I mean, he'd war decked and they haven't pieced yet, and
And the
he might
guy
be
complained.
getting same turned on this Machu. I mean, not Machu, Himeji. If he entered through like musket tech.
That could be happening here. That would be bad.
I got the impression he engineered Notra though. Not sure why. Just like because it was like back-to-back Machu Notra.
It was a fast
you could have harped for
Notra,
Machu.
I think, so
Yeah.
would make sense.
You don't want to pop out the musket and turn. You still want the armory ahead of it.
True. Very true. Damn, this camp is really made sure of that it doesn't fuck you over.
Where's this marble bin all game?
I don't know, man. Probably some CS.
Yeah. Yeah, Port-au-Prince.
Deals ending every turn. Oh, I had one last turn as well. Mandate is good here, obviously.
Yep.
So Naples will probably flip. Yes, it will. So now I can fight here. Okay, we got that, which is really good.
Yep. And they haven't pieced out yet, right? Eurostand.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's
Who's
going
that?
down.
Oh, that's sold at up north of Eurust. Okay. So,
Oh, that is.
then the question is how to deal with our
4-tile gem cutter.
pretty nice.
Market, Colosseum, gem cutter. Okay. The cap can
Would
probably
be so
build.
nice to have a leaning NG.
Yeah, I mean, life is tough.
Life is hard.
Sometimes you have to make hard decisions in life. Would also be nice to have a engineer for Himeji if we engineered leaning, so
Yeah.
it's not like that would have felt particularly good either.
Side note, I think so. Everybody always talks about how crappy Germany is because you always get embargoed, like the Civ. It's actually, I think it's totally fine, right? There's so many bonuses on Germany. Like,
Yeah,
plus
right,
it
get
forces
faster
people to
engineers,
embargo.
right? And then the science too.
Yeah,
I always forget
yeah,
about that part. The only thing you think about when you think about Germany is like, oh, big science.
yeah. But the I mean, like also it's got the best second tank in the game, right? That's actually a
Yeah, what does it
very
do
very
again? It's
powerful
like 10
tank.
more combat strength or something, right? And 1 more movement?
Yeah, it's like 10 more combat strength, and um it has 6 move, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just absolute cycle demon, right? I love that tank.
Yeah, 6 move is huge.
Yeah.
Oh, is Arv attacking him?
That would be so dumb. Is he?
That would just be like an easy free snack.
That would.
Killing last place player. That's illegal.
Yeah.
Pro plays. Nice.
Go walk the comp over. See what's going on there.
Yeah.
Get the scoop.
Culture quest on Osaka, that could work. Yeah, there's no point keeping this behind. Just go. Let's go printing.
Yeah, I think you can just go factories with the Himeji.
Yeah.
And with Eurus currently embroiled somewhere else.
Yeah, I think so too. Culture's looking nice so far. 140.
Yep.
Quite decent. Okay, Venice will probably work to get flipped. 8. Yeah, perfect. Ironworks in cap. Do I build this gem cutter here despite the fact that I'm not working it?
I think it's still good base culture, right?
Yeah,
and it's
one
not like
culture,
something
right?
else is. Yeah. I mean, actually, no. So that's the Artist Guild, right? So the highest priority there is getting up the Basilica.
So you want the MP?
Yeah. That's probably the only mandatory Basilica in your whole empire.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I tend to only build one, really. One Basilica.
I mean, they're expensive, right? People
They're
don't
really
think about the
expensive.
maintenance on these buildings.
They're museums. Museums are expensive. Imagine some Liberty player just building all their museums with no aesthetics. Can't deny that that looks bad.
Miota would do it. Miota would 100% do it.
I mean, I'm also thinking about it. It's just gonna be hard to squeeze it in between the build queues, especially with like schools and everything coming up at the same time.
Yeah.
It's really tough to put in.
Yeah, I mean, it technically says it's an industrial era building, but you're probably building it in modern. You got your factories, you got your schools, you got all the units you have to build to stop yourself from dying, and then maybe you sneak in a Basilica.
Except for probably the city that has like the Artist Guild just builds it immediately before factory in school. That's probably the best thing to do.
I mean, so what's important? The artist, the writer, and the probably like some scientist spawns actually care about it. Huh. So you have a 95 scientist, right? Is that gonna bulb you into factories, or what's that gonna do?
I'm gonna
Is
be
there
in
time to
factory
detour?
before that. I'm quite
Yeah.
about that. Actually, am I?
I don't know.
It will like be roughly the same time.
Yeah, so you could actually swing for chem just to
That's a good idea. Really, I should do that. It's basically free.
Okay, so it's like 8 turns if you so how much overflow do you have into this? That's quite a lot, right? Yeah, it probably is just 10 turns hard tech, so you do probably just get there with the scientist. The good thing about econ though is econ is a high gold tech, right?
I could think about econ chem industrialization.
Yeah.
Like here, both are good. Here, I'm really only working camp and the lumber mill.
Mm-hmm.
Here's lumber mills and camp,
Yeah.
and
I also like
camp.
hammers is a doubling yield, right? Hammers is a yield that mate lets you build more stuff to accelerate your
I
game,
can
whereas
also build
gold
a
is a
watermill in Milan. It actually has
you don't have
engineering
that.
point stacked. It has like
Yeah.
lakes. This is a good watermill.
Oh, you mean
Actually.
a windmill? You mean a windmill?
A
Yeah, sorry.
windmill, yeah.
I thought you didn't have a watermill. I'm like, huh. I
No,
feel
no,
like I
no.
should have yelled at you about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. That's probably the best windmill you can build.
Yeah, it's probably the only one I will build.
Yeah.
What does this do? Amphi. It feels at this point like my hammers aren't even that great, and I'm just like queuing infrastructure everywhere. But I guess I have my armories
Yep.
and everything up too. I will very
Yeah.
soon be next turn actually GA, right? Because it's 14 turns, then it's 14 turns for my artist to pop, and then I
Yeah.
will
Yeah.
perma
That's
GA.
so funny. 14 turn GA.
And
That's
then I
pretty
will.
obnoxious.
So next turn I will have 28 turns of GA. By then I will have piety finished, so I could buy the artist, and then another one will spawn.
Yeah.
So this is just
Yeah.
next turn I just popped them,
Yep.
which is nice.
I think this is probably gonna end up being lean ships into ARV, right? Like, it's a little bit
Something
mean,
like that, yeah.
right? But alright, I'm gonna AFK for a minute.
Yeah. Put on a sweater. Jurist finished Alhambra. Okay. Hoop Arvius entered Industrial. Lapis to Pope ended. So send that. Amphi. This is a bad bank, and this is just a one-tile grocer. Do I care about a one-tile grocer? There's a very real possibility that I don't. I want to two-turn something here, though. I can put on a caravan, what I'm doing. Much better. And then this thing. Just build that. I can build the Circus Max in Genoa. That's probably valuable. I bought this boy now, so I have my culture and my hammers. God, GA feels so good. Has to be one of the best
Okay,
feelings in the
back.
game. Hello, back.
So what happened with leaning? Did it still not go?
I don't know. It's gone, yeah. I just didn't pay attention to it because I just
Oh, I
assumed
see.
it was gone, yeah, and it is. ARP has it.
Okay.
So he is going, yeah, he just killed him.
Oh, okay.
But,
Oh, he's snacking.
that's
Okay.
cool, yeah, it's really snacky.
Looks like he hasn't committed that much. Also,
Yeah, it
that's
looks like he
very
just
nice.
killed him at nights. Like, he has no chem or metallurgy. We just,
Yeah, this is the ideal for Urist, right? He taxes you off of like your fast industrial. I wonder how much he taxed Arv. That's the big question.
Arv
Arv is the
doesn't
big
care
question mark in the
probably.
middle of the map.
He's already industrial.
Ooh.
I mean,
Wait, is
I
he?
probably would be too if I didn't
Yeah.
detour to Himeji.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess here. Could be wrong though.
Yeah.
Um,
So it looks like you probably just have to hard tech industrial here, right? There's not enough time to go chem because you get there faster by hard teching it than you do by going chem and getting the bulb.
I don't know. I will check after economics finishes.
Yeah.
But I assume so, yeah. I don't have a lot of overflow though, but it's probably enough to 5 turn
Yeah.
industrialization. And economics is also
Mm-hmm.
just good. I'm not really working that many mines right now anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gold is just too sad, like I can't actually buy random tiles. As much as I would like to buy random tiles.
Mm-hmm. And you've also got to save for your enhance, which is annoying.
Yeah, I mean Florence is fine with that rail for
Yeah.
now.
Mm-hmm.
I will just enhance next. Yeah, and most of the tiles are improved at this point. The question is, when do I start turning all my hills into mines? I don't think
Mm-hmm.
we're quite there yet.
I
I
mean,
also
the
don't
the
have a
possibility of
merchant, by the way. There's a very real possibility that I don't have coal up
yeah.
for industrial.
I mean, I think you're just straight up getting out teched by our. He's on more pop. He's hit industrial.
But I'm up in tech.
Uh,
I guess I have
well, you have
cheaper techs too, but
gunpowder. Yeah. If he has industrial, the techs you have over him are like gunpowder, steel, and the techs he has over you are economics and industrialization.
yeah, but I have economics, right? It's like not that much.
Yeah.
It's not that we need to worry about him going to space or something like that anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about landship timing. I guess Arv generally tends to play pretty defensive. You probably shouldn't pop out the musket and Turin again. Just like, rebuild something else.
Okay. Cap has that thing. I think I will build GT now. I'm approaching the point where I get like
Cat
the.
Bank is pretty good, right?
Oh sure, yeah.
I guess yeah, you do want all those like the GT stuff.
Yeah, I'll build it. I'll build it. I want that.
Yeah.
It's science. I will pick the science policy next. So
Mm-hmm. And then we're still kind of thinking about what's our building.
I
How much
don't
pressure
know.
from other rails do you get? What do you think about Gurudwara?
Could think about that. Okay, I have 5 turn industrial.
Mm-hmm.
So this city has how many rails? 1, 2. This city
No, it's got
has
3.
1 rail.
Turin has 3 cities in it. Oh, sorry,
0.
I'm behind. Yeah.
Yeah, most of them have some pressure from orthodoxy. So I think Gurdwaras are actually good here. There's 2 cities with
With 3,
3
yeah.
rails in there. And then most of them have at least 1 other one. So Gurdwaras actually looks nice here. Is this a bank that I actually built? No, wait, I wanted to build a windmill here. Forgot about that.
Windmill overflow into factory, let's go.
Okay, do I send this a trade route? I probably do, right? Because of 9 turn. I will definitely win this culture quest here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
may as well put it in there now. But I could also just do it slightly later. That's probably better, like from
No,
flow.
but you get the bonus food in the cap
Yeah,
on
okay,
the
sure.
send, right? And clearing out the quest opens up the possibility for another quest also.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so Urist is basically getting his very cheap kill.
Mm-hmm.
Arv is having a very nice game. You have a lot of culture. Filling piety. So I think you actually want to overflow the windmill in what's it called, in Milan, into the factory, right? Or
I should do that probably, yeah. I was just thinking that I want the engineer slot faster, but it's probably better to overflow it.
Mm.
Oh my, okay.
I guess it might come. Factories might come down to 4, right? You just took that science policy, so there's some chance.
No, it's 90 off. That's too much.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Next time out, nice.
Nice.
I could unwork this tile here, but I kind of still want the city to grow.
Yeah, let's see. So you just have to grow.
Yeah,
There's no point in
Chem
clicking
really
sort if
doesn't
you're
do
not
that
quick.
much to me here because I have
Yeah.
most of my hills farmed anyways.
Yeah, I mean, did you just bulb towards schools then? Especially if you have like fast build queues to get through factories?
Probably.
I mean, the other question is whether Eurus goes into someone else after his free kill, if it is that free.
I don't think so. He's still stuck here. I think there's also a decent chance that I might get Tosh, which seems like overkill in terms of happiness, in terms of GA points. I could prefer. I should probably prefer pork over that, right? Because I have a 4 lux cap, or like 5
Well,
lux cap.
the time to open rationalism is so far away because you're very heavily incentivized to finish piety first, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Especially because that's your enhanced profit. Wait, is there some world where you just start getting your rel back in Florence and then enhance with the finisher profit in 5?
I'm actually thinking that I want to plant my profit on the coal.
Yeah, that seems better.
It's
That
not
seems
that
much better.
like far off. It will just delay the thing a tiny bit. So.
Okay.
I mean, that was pretty free. Can't argue with that.
That's
That
quite
was
free.
quite nice.
When did he start? I want to say like 85, 87?
Yeah, like 6 turns ago, I would say. That's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those kind of noob kills, right? Where you're just like, okay, I don't respect this guy. I just kill him with whatever.
Time to walk in.
Yeah, exactly.
I love the Russian no respect. You just walk in with knights, muskets, cannons. You're like, yeah, I think I'm gonna take these cities now.
Yeah. Honestly, there's. I mean, it wouldn't really have worked against me because I'm out hammering him by quite a bit, I think.
Yeah.
But it can often work. It's not like I was particularly prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so winning this culture quest is gonna be huge. What else do we have going on for us? Is there any, like... Yeah, we just have so little money, we could put money into this, I guess. As marble. And we're making okay money at this point. 500.
There are definitely more banks that could come up, and also once you finish piety, that'll be another like 2 base per city, and the GT gold as well. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think looking at these like, in particular like 18 gold per turn cities, I want to be making banks in them.
Yeah, I think usually the threshold at which I decide that I definitely want to get a bank is like 20 gold. Anything above that, I'm like, okay, the city needs a bank, and it's probably gonna do much better with that than anything else it could build. Anything that is like close to 20, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a bit awkward because you're thinking like, oh, I should build banks in high GPT cities, but your need for a bank is much higher when you have no money because you have no high GPT cities.
Yeah, but with GA up, the banks actually start to become like good.
Yeah.
And I actually have the hammers to build them now. It just always feels so scary being next to a player who like went for some of the bottom techs and then just to like build infrastructure all the time and not like actually build units.
You could also try to send it factory already into our, I don't know.
I don't believe in that right now. It would just like trying to squeeze in between a bunch of players to kill the strongest guy in the middle. If you think about it, he has like the most vulnerable position with being in the middle of the map.
Yeah.
Look, he actually planted the second engineer too. What a chat.
My god.
Armory. Yeah, I'm definitely not building any banks, like, with
Yeah.
less than 15 gold. Or I could, like, fool myself into building banks by, like, if in this city, for example, I just give it the lapis tile and the deer for, like,
Yeah,
two,
yeah.
2 turns, and I was like, oh, look, this is a good
Yep.
bank, and then
I
just do
swear, guys,
that.
it's good. Sometimes I'm thinking about caravanseries, right? Like the 2 base gold sometimes actually seems efficient.
I didn't do the math on that, but it seems bad. Like, 2 gold? But it's only 60 hammers.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap,
Maybe it is
but
good.
yeah. I mean, it's obviously like best in a city which already has the bank, right? That's the whole problem.
Yeah. I can think about that later. If you think about it, a market is often like a market in a 8 gold city is the same amount of gold as a caravanserai. And the market in an 8 gold city I tend
The
to
market
consider
has
good.
2 base though, right? I thought markets were 2 base. I could be wrong.
No, they have 1 base.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, maybe caravanserais are good, but I don't want more arguments about more infrastructure that is good right now. So like when I'm
Yeah,
showing bottom army, I feel like kind of scared usually. I don't think it's
but the
reasonable to
pre-builds,
freak
with the
out at this point.
pre-builds.
I mean, yeah, I have 2 units pre-built. I have Himeji. I'm very close to Hammer Leader. Like if he just runs his knights down, I will probably lose these 2 cities, and then it will stall out on this river line here. That's what I'm banking on, that he knows that. It's not like I'm 100% prepared, as in he's never going to do damage if he attacks me.
Uh-huh.
But I am prepared enough to know that the attack is going to stall out if he attacks me with what he has right now. And it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
here if he does. And that's all you need sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is also Piety Pain, right? Like Piety has so little action potential around this period of time exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, you're actually pretty close to. I wonder if working research is ever correct. How much science are you off?
47. It's too much, I think.
47. That would be like about 200 hammers of research. Probably not worth it.
That's like my entire turn.
Yeah.
Bank. That's not a bank. Bank.
I mean,
I should also
there should be a
consider check
textile
this
mill
here.
for the furs.
Yeah, it's this one.
Hmm.
I guess I can build that, yeah. It's also a gold tile that I assigned to the cap now, so that's decent.
Mm.
I should work the food here again. I hammered something down here.
I think it was a textile.
That's right. Right.
Yeah. So
That
at
hits
least the
this
way
bank.
it's looking is that there are like 3 strong players on the right side of the map, kind of looking at each other. And the question is how to break out. I mean, the best way is to not get involved, right?
I think so too, honestly. I think I have a privileged position in terms of isolation. It looks like I'm not that isolated, but I'm certainly much more isolated than whatever the fuck Arf's map position is.
Yeah. But I think the left side players, I don't know how much impact they can really have.
That's true. I mean, JBJ is okay. I don't know how his game is. It looks quite fucking terrible. What is that? So he has 68 pop. Yeah, Arf has a scary game.
Hmm.
We'll probably have to, like... I assume Arf is gonna do some timing on Jurist. And we're gonna just
Well,
have
Arb
to...
wants to go to the Finland UU, right? That's the big appeal for him.
That's true.
You're also losing grasp on Armis. I don't think you can. I don't know if you can afford to keep your control of Armis, just because it is
It's
it's a very
25.
hostile
I mean,
sphere.
it's. I think it's very efficient here.
Okay.
I'm gonna put money into this. I have my banks coming up soon. I think this is
Hmm.
reasonable to do. How many other people are industrial? It looks like it's just R for now.
Hmm. So is yours flipping these Danish cities?
I mean, I assume so.
Yeah.
He's honor second. How much does he have? Honor 3. That's enough to like have a decent flip. Okay, that's Taj,
Oh my god,
unfortunate.
Taj. That is he's going fast. He's going fast.
I honestly think, like, if I had the scientist popped and I didn't detour to gunpowder, I would also be in scientific theory right now.
No, I don't think so. You can just count the science, right? Yeah, maybe with the bulb.
Yeah, like with the next artist, scientist,
Yeah.
I will be in scientific theory.
Yeah. If his hammers aren't keeping up with his tech, then the immediate tech advantage doesn't matter that much. But it's definitely worrisome. That's some very fast tech.
Yeah, he's certainly a really good game.
How much commerce is he?
Commerce 1, which seems quite terrible. What are you even doing at Commerce 1?
He's probably commerce 1 ratio 0.
Yeah, could be.
He also hasn't taken IDO. He's been in the tech for 6 turns, probably.
I mean, there has to be a better way.
Oof.
Here. Okay. Alrighty. In 2 turns we have Piety, and it's actually like, kind of scary. We might not be able to put a... We might have to dump a point into rationalism. Not like it's bad, but...
Yeah.
I kind of want to put turns into IDEO first. Which, by the way, what ideology are we even talking about? Is it said that it's autocracy at this point? It certainly is the domination lobby, right? It's not like anyone's
Yeah.
going to space on this type of lobby, not with like sissies in the middle of the map having access to
Yeah.
everyone. So this game is gonna end in dom, but you can make an argument for like when you're super isolated or something and want to scale or whatever, maybe freedom or order is better, but I really think I should just be autocracy here.
Yeah. I think if you think the game is going to end in fighting, you should just be autocracy.
Yeah.
It's too much value.
That's true.
Maybe there's some argument in the world where I think if you're on quite a lot of cities, right? If you sort of and then order can turn into yields, but you have to be doing so many order hammers in order to make it worth it,
Alzheimer, like
right?
Total War, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh geez, the Alzheimer's so scary now. I guess he is just finishing up some factories, that's why his
Yeah, I suppose. So we should see IDEO go on him
GA.
next turn, right?
Yeah. Okay, we didn't get lucky on the call. Unfortunate.
Rip Profit, we hardly knew ye.
Okay, no steals in Edinburgh. Let's look at Helsinki.
Yeah, you can definitely make IDO pretty quick.
Quick enough, I assume. Yeah, 6 turns.
Yeah.
That's good. Want to work those windmill here. We'll stagnate the city for now. It feels wrong, but I think that's correct.
I mean, you can force one more grow out of Milan, right? And then just hammer down. I'm always like trying to force one more grow out.
Yeah, probably correct here. Yeah, that's 3 points.
How much happy are you on?
4.
Yeah.
Not that much. There's probably some deal that's missing. Yeah. There is. Okay, I guess Denmark died, so that is that deal that's missing. I also should get rid of my spices somewhere, but I cannot. So this is tight. Okay, this thing builds a Basilica, right? This one's the Basilica.
Yeah, that's the only Basilica really. I mean, do you need it to chain? You don't need it to chain. I guess you might need it for the next one. I would actually be thinking, if I were thinking about Basilicas, I'd be thinking about when are my scientists, right? Like, does it smooth out scientist gen to make a particular Basilica?
like essentially Naples, for example, could build one.
Yeah.
You're arguing, which is okay. That makes sense.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, good talk.
He's asking for ear. I don't like that. Okay, I'm finishing this bank, finishing this bank, finishing this bank. Actually, I don't finish that bank. I want this factory. I just hate it when people go here and now it's like a 3-player game.
I mean, also you're losing happiness now, so now you have to hammer down everything unless you pick up some happy.
I'm a chat, I don't need happiness.
Uh-huh.
Listening.
Yep. I'm listening, I'm learning.
How is he just here from doing nothing? I'm smooch.
Yeah, it's honor coast.
Why
I don't
is
know.
he even here? Like, I don't even agree with that. And why did I just grow into unhappiness? Is Sistine still here, by the way? Sistine is still here. If I get the engineer for that, that would be quite amazing.
I mean, you can force out
we can
another.
just do this now. I forgot about this part.
Yep.
Okay, what building do we want? We want the good bars, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so how good they're 180. They're pretty expensive, but you have like Faith Return to spare, right? It's not like
I do, yeah. And then just Science from GT, because I actually have it right now. Or like Hammers and from GT. Oh, let's take the
I think I would probably be Science from GT is just quite good, right? It's
yeah. And then we start buying the good Varas. Probably in cities that have a lot of rails first. Like here. Now we need IDO in 5 turns. Can we get that?
Well, you got a 3 and a 4, right? So yeah, this is very doable.
Yeah. Okay.
Just have to make sure you're not going unhappy.
Let's just lock every city. Because I don't actually want any of them to go. I would be absolutely amazed if I get the engineer out in time for Sistine.
So we can do a little bit of investigation on what techs he has using the trade route overview.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm just starting to turn everything into mines now, I think.
Yeah, definitely seems like hammer down time.
Okay, the trade route overview you save, so trade routes available.
Yeah, good trade routes. Yeah. Then you just hover like one of these, hover the blue. Yeah.
This thing.
And then it'll say.
You have discovered one technology that Pope Arvius doesn't know. They are receiving 0 science on the start due to their cultural.
Yes, 3 you don't. So it's architecture, schools, and what else? Or maybe I think sometimes this doesn't update.
He's in architecture, but he doesn't have schools. I think it might be.
He doesn't have schools?
Yeah. Oh, but people are in metallurgy and chem now, so he's in chem. He went architecture.
He's in chem, and there are roads going towards you.
That's true. Is he doing
well, no, that's
magic stuff.
That's not towards you. Yeah. He hasn't taken IDEO yet, right?
No, he has not.
He did take architecture. Those are probably defensive for Jurist.
Port gone. Annoying.
I mean, the scene is still there, which is kind of criminal. Yeah.
He's just completely hammered down. I think I need to completely hammer down as well now. Just work every single hill that I can.
How many schools are you going to queue into?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm thinking about, like, is Chem Detour worth it?
I think so, yeah. It's 3 turns.
It's
only in Chem.
Well, if you're gonna... Yeah. So...
And if I'm hammered down now, I should just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need mines everywhere now.
Yeah, you need some of these defensive roads as well.
Mm-hmm. Still no schools.
So schools is what, like a 4-turn tech without overflow?
No, it was 2 turns.
No, I mean that was with your overflow from
Ah, okay.
architecture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And can you squeeze out this engineer, the one that's in 4?
No, I'm already working this out. You cannot.
Yeah. Oh wow, that's the second engineer coming out of the same city.
Yeah.
Can you squeeze out the Petra one before that somehow? Maybe by working factory slots?
No.
Uh,
It's 3
yeah,
turns.
okay. Yep. That's very annoying, because this means that your engineer rhythm is going to be totally off, right?
Yeah, I could just unwork engineer. Nah, it's just bad. I should.
No, that's losing steam. Wrong.
What else is there if Sistine isn't available? I think, like, Brandy. Because after schools, I'm
Yeah.
just gonna go towards Dynamite, right? That's what this lobby is.
Mhm.
I need to hammer down better. Yeah, it is really time to hammer down absolutely everywhere. Hammer, 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 hammer. Okay, he bought it back, so I guess we forced some gold out of him.
He doesn't really have GPT for timing soon.
At least with Liberty, you get to flip these mines really fast.
Yeah. I mean, workers are just so much better on Liberty than they are on other trees. I got into the habit of really worker spamming on Liberty, then started doing it on other trees, and it's just so much worse on other trees. Which makes no sense, because like you'd think if you have less worker actions, you need more workers, but it just didn't work out like that. I don't know why.
What do you think about our hammers? I think when we have factories up, we're like pretty close to his hammers again, and we're like completely hammered down on all the mines that we can.
I mean, he seems pretty up on tech. That's like he's probably building schools, but I haven't seen the IDEO go
He doesn't
yet.
have schools yet. No one's in schools.
Where the fuck is he?
I mean, I'm still up in tech percentage.
Yeah, show the trade route overview again. Oh, okay.
He's discovered one technology that you do not know. I really think it's just compass.
Okay. Oh, Sarah's asking why no Petra Hill by. Sarah's probably right about these sorts of things.
That is a good point. The city doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, only built Petra.
The amazing, the amazing 0-tile Petra, just for like an engineering point and the caravan. Yeah. Still a good wonder.
Engineering point in a city that is spawning the 3rd engineer.
Yes, very important. Can't steal from Finland.
Okay, okay.
Now he's in schools, so next turn it's gonna show that it does.
Yeah.
He's not.
I feel like this is all just heading to some sort of big modern era 3-way smash fight. Which why doesn't he have IDEO? I don't get it. Does he have IDEO and I just missed it?
I don't think so.
You know how long he's been in factory tech?
He's order 1. Okay.
Oh, okay.
I don't get the overpick here.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's good. I don't know. I don't know anything.
He's in the middle of the map. Hero's asking freedom. I honestly was thinking
Sarah,
about
don't you have a Weavy to play? I thought I saw you guys play Weavy. Oh. I think Smiley's trolling. What's the point of freedom here? It's a three-way game. You just click autocracy. You need elite forces.
Yeah, I think people just want freedom to be good. I also want freedom to be good. I totally get it, but I don't know.
We've all been there. Sarah, I think you played some greed bullshit. Actually, Sarah would never play that. Probably like Tears, Indulgences, Waters, because he's making me guess. That's the word. Okay.
Yarf hammers are scary.
Yeah, I mean, how many? He's only order 1. Does he have yields on his cities? What did he take? Did he take happiness?
Doesn't look like he took. I mean, I assume he
Yeah, he
took
did.
happiness. It doesn't look like he took party leadership.
You can see his happiness from tourism screen.
All right. 7.
Okay. He's on a lot of pop, right?
He is, yeah. We get IDO next turn. We just click autocracy.
Yeah.
I get the. Do we go freedom here? I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, freedom just unless you have ratio 5, freedom doesn't make science and it doesn't make combat bonuses, right? So you gotta have at least. So Sarah, what you're missing is that this is already a 3-player game. The it's literally just like the relevant players are these 3 guys all locked together. I would be
Yeah,
I'd just be
believe.
autocracy.
I'm not a believer. Can pick this policy. It's more in the long run. Infinite GA. Let's go. I
No,
want
it's
to
not. It's
speed.
not. Where's the NG? Next turn?
Next turn, yeah.
Yeah, it's not Audio Terrorist Alex. It's a different Alex. He's quite new. He made some Harvest Greer Shipwell and spread it to Arv. I don't think there's even pilgrimage on it. It's just like Arv literally.
Here?
I think it's better than, I don't know. The globe obviously appeals to me massively, right? But the school is also appealing. Have you already spawned this cap scientist?
Is this go Basilica into school? The cap scientist? I did not know.
Okay.
This is
so
amazing bank.
Yeah, so the rel which Arv has is like Harvest, Indulgences, Guruship, and what else? I think it's probably
Rel Center.
It's probably better than the religion Sarah played in his Weavy.
Yeah, this is quite nasty.
Yeah.
Okay, we can unlock our growths again, right?
Yeah, a little tiny bit of grow. A treat. Yeah, this is the awkward part of going chem, right? Is like you have the hammers, but you don't have stuff you really want to build with it.
I'm the most obnoxious scouter ever. I have 5 units around Arv. Just see everything he does. I'm such a bitch, man.
Yeah, you really are. Every time I see somebody like scouting me this aggressively, I feel like you get to hide more from people who think that you can't hide from them.
This can also grow.
Yeah, there's a lot of growing to do.
Grow. Milan should probably grow sometime in the future. I tried to make it grow earlier.
Coastal, top left Coastal Wintier just like played a bad game, I think, and was miserable. Top
Yeah.
right Coastal got killed with like Knight Cannon, something like that. And then like this Alex player is just new. I think that's the situation.
Yep. No!
No, well, globe time.
Oh wait, what's our...
Where's the Writers Guild? Where's the Writers Guild?
It's in Venice, right?
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah, let's get it in Venice. I almost engineered that factory. That would have been bad. Okay, just take more happiness, I think.
No, do you need more happiness? There's still I don't know. I'm thinking about Ratio Zero. Like, what do your scientist funds look like?
Oh, I get 1 and 6. It's probably okay to go ratio 0. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I'm
ratio
kind of
0.
into it.
Can't steal from Finland. Autocracy from Celts.
Okay. Well, this is a classic game shape. It's the 2 auto voids and 1 order void, and both of you are behind, so you just team him and then you fight each other, right?
I guess so. But I'm only really
That's
behind
how.
in hammers. Like,
Mm,
I don't know. And if with
That's a
like
lot of hammers.
autocracy, it's a lot of hammers. That's true. And I don't think he's in order 5 yet. Order 1, so.
He's not even order 2, right? Yeah, those are just
Science
real
is
hammers.
funding. Do I vote that down? I kind of want the game to slow down, right? I don't want it to speed up.
It depends a lot on how you think how close do you think you are to land ships, right? In particular, you get to artificially speed up your sciences by making basilica selectively, right?
Yeah. I want to speed up the slowest ones though, right? So Milan...
You want to speed up the ones to land ships. I think this is one of those games where you go to land ships, you go to tanks, and then after that you just let the science fall where it falls.
Yeah, this is
Because
not
you guys are all in pretty close proximity.
Yeah, this is not a game where I take on naps. This really isn't.
Yeah, so I'd be like plotting out what's the scientist to land ships, what's the scientist to tanks.
I don't have the mental capacity to do that. I can barely process this turn at this point. I can
While I'm complaining about your play, there were some schools that should have gone to queue that didn't.
Yeah, I need to 2 schools. Okay, I know this bank just needs to finish.
How'd you go unhappy?
Wait, is someone playing tourism? No. Right? Can't be. No, it's just multiple people who did things? What?
No, it's you lost your deal with
Oh, yeah, okay,
Eurus.
okay. So I can do this. Then I have multiple ivory and spice. I should probably trade out this ivory. Alright. Schools. I'm just gonna stay hammered down until I like show top army or something. I think this is a reasonable thing to do. I don't need any more pop at the moment. I need to not die. I don't know if that's a completely correct assessment, but it feels decently correct.
So Arv will probably rush ballistics and try to go to UU, right? And then
Yeah, probably.
Are these things actually good? I mean, Arv is like a complete demon, so hard to say.
The teeth are insane. They're stupidly good.
Are they?
Yeah.
They're like 25% versus tanks, right?
Yeah, they're pretty damn good.
And what's the base strength on them? They're just like normal machine gun strength, which is 50.
They're also 2 range.
Yeah.
2 range machine
50,
guns.
60.
Anti-gunpowder, 1 extra movement, no movement cost to pillage, ignores terrain cost, bonus versus armored units. 60 and
25.
50.
So it hits like a 75 strength. I mean, she was
It's
fighting at 90. You're still.
quite nasty.
I mean, if you're cycling on them, you're still winning, I think.
Yeah, but it's nothing that you should be like, oh, okay, it's just cities. It's
Yeah.
like one of those units that's pretty damn good, pretty damn close to being a win con.
Yeah.
Not as bad as like the other good unit, of course, but you know what I mean. Like the helicopters.
Yeah. We all know what you're saying. What you mean when you say the other unit. Everyone knows.
Yeah. Okay, wait. I want this, yes. Gold is actually better than I expected it to be. Much better.
Yeah. Church prop value. What is the What does the Gurudwara actually yield? It's like 2 science per rel in the city.
I think so, yeah. It's 1 happiness,
science,
1
2
culture.
faith.
Each religion adds 2 science.
Mm-hmm.
Dharma
That's pretty
actually
good.
quite nice here too. With the temple and the NC up in cap.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, are you supposed to work the
spawn
Basilica
scientist.
in the Artist Guild city, or no? You're probably just chaining forever, right?
Yeah, it's enough to do this here. I can
Yeah.
also buy an artist eventually. With faith.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while because you're still buying them.
Yeah, but like even after this artist spawns, I'm probably gonna spawn another one. I'm definitely gonna spawn another one before this runs out.
Yeah.
I'm not working them in any other cities. I'm pretty sure that's incorrect.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the tech situation like?
Arf just spawned a scientist, the one that I'm 4 turns away from. So he spawned his 3rd scientist. He's up some techs. I assume it's actually it's not fertilizer. He's going the top techs first, or like mill science. Looks like he's mill science, yeah. And I assume he like finishes fertilizer next turn or something. I'm going fertilizer right now.
You ever go compass into fertilizer?
It's probably. How much am I over? Missing 400? No, this is just. Bitch. No, this will 2 turn if I just make these schools finish, right? I think so.
Okay.
I'm missing.
Yeah, you're also missing a
223.
caravan since forever, but you had stuff to put in queue.
Yeah. So which cities do still want to spawn engineers? This one wants to. I'll note this down for now. Like while you have like schools and the artist thingy coming up, it's just so efficient to work the hammers because every turn that you get them faster is very valuable.
And then you also kind of want to keep a track on Arv's policies. He is playing a pretty low culture build, but he seems to be going pretty fast. Still 1 order. He's prepping for Artie? He's just going lane ships? I guess?
Yeah, could be.
Acting like he's going lane ships. Or even like just straight factories and schools and Artie. I don't know.
Actually not that many hammers behind now, but I'm also hammered down completely.
Maybe he's reading like factory Artie on Eurus and he's just preparing for that.
Yeah, it could be. Work the school slot. That's nice. Yeah, actually, compass is better than the fertilizer. I will not be able to finish this faster. School. Oh no, I want a Basilica here, right?
Mm,
Great people points are good.
yeah.
Culture is good.
Yeah, so I guess after this, it's just like full shove on autocracy until the game ends.
Yes. Yes. I
Should
mean,
probably start monitoring writers then.
the writers probably like enable me to get a ratio scientist eventually if I'm a little more
Mhm.
conservative in the policies. Like one thing that is
Yeah.
so good about autocracy is that it's not really culture hungry. So on freedom and order, you like want the
Yeah.
policies that are good on them as fast as possible. So you like bulk writers to get to order 3 and stuff like that. But on autocracy, you're
Mhm.
like, Marcus sent them home. Okay,
I mean, you'd have to delete them, right?
smooch. But on autocracy, you're like completely fine to just go auto 3, you know, for total war. Build all the units, and then you only want the other policies when you're actually at war. So
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking about just going autocracy 3 here and then putting points into ratio while I bank my riders, because I'm gonna have 4 riders
Yeah.
soon with like all this culture that can easily just bulk me to autocracy 6 when I actually needed to fight.
I think fighting time is going to happen sooner than you expect. Arv appears to be in unit prod.
Yeah, and I have 24,000, huh? That's not that much. Building calves right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's building. He's been showing units around the cities. Like, this is a... Smiley asked, do we regret not expoing Eurus here? It would have been great timing. Tons of happening GA early. Definitely was something that crossed my mind because I was constantly complaining about food, and the best way to solve food problems is taking someone else's. I don't think it was really realistic. The terrain is pretty difficult to get expos across. There's no pyramids. He was having a quite strong game.
It's with
Uh,
pyramids in generally. I feel like it's you really want pyramids if you're killing someone on Liberty. You shouldn't
I
like
also like...
not do it just because you don't have pyramids, but it's certainly something that can be a game changer in that regard.
Yeah, I think it would have been pretty telegraphed. And I also just think like Eurus was having too strong of a game to roll him, and then you're just behind versus Arv, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my thought. I could be wrong. I'm also just like...
A
I feel like
coward.
Expos is one of those timings that if somebody prepares, it's really, really hard to kill them at Expo, even if you're having even if you're having a better game, right? And you have to steal a lot in order to be relevant to the rest of the lobby.
It's also like it's not like we needed to kill someone just to have a game here. We have a decent game. We have a lot of culture. We're second in hammers.
Yeah.
Arp just happens to have a city more. You know, like if I had a city more and I actually got to grow to the sizes that these cities that I have right now are, it would also like I would have more hammers or like the same as him. Like 50 hammers that or like 40 hammers. That's the difference of just having one of
Yeah.
these cities here. So it's not like
His
our game is
industrial timing was
terrible.
really good.
Huh?
His industrial timing was really good.
Yeah, that's true. Leaning helps with that, right?
Yeah. So let's also pay attention to Arv's total culture.
Okay. So.
Oh, Arv has like good culture. Okay, so you're culture leader by a pretty strong amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this seems like a as long as you can get to fighting policies. He's definitely in unit build. Like,
Oh, Ukraine is building units.
where he's building units.
We're pretty damn
Feel
close
very
to building
nervous.
units too. It's the Basilicas that
Yeah.
really slow down the starting
Yeah.
of building units.
Yep.
Do I even...
You probably perma longer than Arv as well,
I have
right?
a
Like
stupid
Arv is supposed
question.
to
Do I
drop
even
GA.
build these armories when I have Total War soon?
Well, when do you have Total War? Also, you definitely got to work schools.
I don't know. When do I have Total War?
Whenever you want. I mean, you
Yeah,
don't have...
basically. And I want to show unit mass. Let's just get these caravans out of the way first anyways.
Yeah. He's caravanning you?
Apparently. Yeah. Commerce.
I don't know.
The way working
Oh, I don't know. I'm
engineering's
so
not here
conflicted.
though. Like, I want to spawn the engineers from the other cities first. I think I just keep working
Yeah.
them, and then as soon as it spawns, I unwork them.
I think Milan is just done working on Gs. It's produced 2. It's not making a 3rd.
It's true.
I think.
He thinks,
Hard to say. I'm thinking. My brain, the brain's doing
No,
overtime
this
work.
is the time where I also start to get confused a little. I think it's just, I don't need the armories soon. It's like, it's fine without them, and they delay the production of units that I need right now. Right?
Yeah.
It's okay to like miss some promos on some nights.
Yeah. ARP doesn't have that much gold.
I assume not now. Commerce 2 is also, I don't know, it's a questionable choice. I'm actually making more GPT than he is.
Yeah, he's making calves. I think he's sending it.
And I
He's
have
either going like.
And I have the same purchasing policy, purchasing modifiers he does because I'm autocracy. As if I needed more modifiers for my stupid religion. Okay, he's actually a
Oh,
verbal
what is
Alex.
this?
That's cool. That's good for me.
That
Alex is
can't be
actually
real,
sending
right?
it into him.
Oh,
That's amazing.
okay. You know what's funny is that like does Alex have IDEO? Because for factories arties, that's actually a very good timing. For straight arties, it's not great, but
I assume he does not. Yeah,
no.
he does not.
Okay, yeah, Earth's probably gonna shred him, but you know that's time to greed, I guess.
Unless Eurus is doing something funky, but he's building an opera house, which is the opposite of something funky.
Well, how's Eurus's culture? He should be like, if he was pushing honor, he should be honor 5 about now.
So his culture is quite dog shit, but he's honor 4.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not taking labs here, but this is the time where we like might unwork some of these mines here and grow a couple more times. Specifically with fertilizer being up now.
Yep.
This is where the mid-game Liberty smooch ends.
It's a truly dedicated smoger can smoge at any point for any reason.
That is correct.
I like how you, in your all things city, you unworked the improved mine instead of the unimproved mine.
How what?
You have the unimproved mine 2 tiles right of the city?
Oh, yeah. That is an improved mine now.
Oh, okay.
Just dump a bunch of knights here. It's also efficient usage of gold, to be honest. Just to
You don't have Total War, so you need the armory before the knight in Genoa.
Yeah, but it's just gonna miss like 1 or 2 promos.
No, I mean you literally just need the you don't have Total War yet. So to get 2 promos on the knight in Genoa, you do need the armory to finish first.
Yeah, but my thought is that if I have Total War, I just get to save the production on the armories altogether, and I can just build a few.
Then you should pop Total War now so that you get double promos on that night.
Yeah, I can just build a fucking armory, okay? You want the promos that bad? Jesus Christ.
It's 33% modifier. It's like insane.
Pretty good, I agree.
Oh. I don't understand what's happening here. Like Arb's knight is in. No, they're just kind of posturing on the borders. Okay.
Yeah, he's just slamming him at Arties. At like late Artie timing.
Feels wrong.
So
you should start checking how much. Sorry.
If he ever attacks me, I just recap War on Florence, right? With the reverse system here.
I mean, in order to recap War, you actually need more arties than they have, right? Like, you have to be able to control the city at the end of turn, and you have 0 arties, so...
I mean, like, in the future.
Yeah, okay, in the future, sure. Yeah. You should also, like, if you're thinking about that, you should really be making roads, ditching across that river.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah. Can we just get like a running amount of like how much culture is the radar evolving for? Because it should be plateauing
Yeah.
pretty soon.
1,400 right now. Yeah, once we have all the
Okay.
basilicas up, that should do it, and we're not building any opera. I mean, we could build opera houses, but we really
Definitely not
shouldn't.
worth
We
it.
really shouldn't.
That 1,400 is very close to your cap, by the way.
Is it? I think we're gonna get a
Yeah.
bunch more. I remember games
Your
with
your
like
cap is a little bit less than 1,500.
Milan wants to grow, and then Turin wants to grow. Torino. Okay. Stoneworks, let's go.
I mean, Stoneworks is still incredibly efficient.
Yeah, I know.
It's sad that it doesn't get built earlier, but I think
yeah.
you didn't have the tile.
Yeah, it's this Stoneworks tile over here. Okay, am I working all my school slots that I have available? No, I'm not. Okay, I actually want to finish that earlier. Let's go. Okay, just build units now. The relevant infrastructure is done.
Okay, so your official fallen behind on tech. He's got some scaling from like honor and more cities, but it's just dangerous to be him. You're third hammers, so you're probably beating outhammered by Urist, who has hit honor 5, I guess. Squeeze out probably one of these, one grow per city, and then go back to hammering. You probably shouldn't be standing there, that scout. But
Okay.
until someone yells at you, who cares?
I want to engineer.
Wait, why is
Brandy.
he striking north instead of into Vipuri, which is much more takeable? Ah, whatever.
Is that Brandy? Okay, I wanted that. Whatever.
Whatever. So you have the spare time now to get military academies up, right?
I do, I guess, yeah. Is this mobilization or is this fascism? I think this is fascism. I need the happiness. Yeah.
I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, I guess you do kind of need happiness. I was thinking about elite forces. The fact that you can take elite forces on tier 1 and then total war on tier 2 is part of the great strength of auto.
Yeah, but it's also I can take them whenever. Yeah. I have riders.
Yeah.
1,400
Yep.
right now. Yeah, let's just build up military academies in cities that can do it. Okay, this city wants to unwork the factory slots now.
So what is this NG for? Oh, did you already buy all your Gurudwaras?
Apparently, yeah.
Okay, so I guess we're saving for ID finisher buys now.
Yes, we are.
I don't know about all these Basilica builds. I think they're pretty pretty expensive amounts of hammers.
Yeah, I know they are, but scientist points.
Yeah, how many scientists are we really spawning before the end of the game?
That's what I was thinking about too. So, what is this city now? Roma. You could make a case
Roma
for this
has
unworking.
one.
You could make a case for this unworking the scientist slots, you know. Can't you?
The base science between NC and GT is actually quite high.
Okay,
working
that's
slots.
a good point, yeah. In this specific city we don't, but the next one we spawn, we probably should think about whether we actually spawn another one or not.
Yeah.
We have Red Fort.
Red's pretty good. Red Fort also accelerates a scientist. Like the wonders you care about in heading into the late game are Aurora and Pentagon, right? And that's pretty much it.
What about Noish?
Noish is big hammer investment. Your culture is fine, right?
Yeah.
Even the gold is fine.
That's true.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about Red Fort for Pentagon. Is this like a fake war?
No, I think he's really going in.
Oh yeah, non-Tali's taking damage. I was just surprised by the way Arv's workers were kind of angling towards you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one of the things you can do here is you can engineer red fort for like a crucial scientist spawn. If like your third scientist, if you're, how many scientists is it before land ships? It's 2 scientists before land ships.
So Venice could engineer it. It's also just a good point to put it in.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Venice goes red for 418, 418. Perfect. Yeah, I assume we're getting there in 2 scientists. Our base science is pretty high with the Dharma and everything.
I think that the 10 science from GT was a really good pick. It feels
Yeah, specifically with
the-
like the temple modifier, like the GT
yeah.
modifier and NC being there. Pretty good.
It's also just like none of the enhancers do that much when you're picking them that late.
Yeah.
Except the science. Oh, you
Agreed.
can go military academy in Naples, right?
Yeah. I should also. There's also banks here to build, and there's an observatory to build here.
Is there a merchant coming for landship time?
I don't have any merchants anywhere actually.
Yeah, somebody should be just dying to work it, I guess. Double slot. Probably somewhere with a basilica if you can afford it.
Yeah, this can get a merchant now. What did you say, Basilica?
Yeah. I mean that has it, right? So still good. Between guard and basilica, yeah, that's a lot of points.
I never thought about that aspect of the Civ. I completely forgot about that.
I mean,
Okay, so
you
now
appear to be
it's
building especially the
14.
important ones without needing aesthetics, so that's all good.
Yeah, you could probably argue that I really don't need as many as I'm building right now, but they're just so much fun to build. So fuck that.
Yeah, fun quotient.
How many more times are my cities growing here? I'm wondering about.
Swords trap.
I think not that much more often.
Yeah. Arv losing a city? Or is he just gonna Arv it out?
Taking some damage.
I think that's less damage than it had last turn.
Also top army now.
Yeah, I don't
I'm not
I don't have high hopes for our boy. Oh, we don't have total war. Fuck. Well, I think it's probably time to pop that.
Yeah, let's just get one.
Yeah.
Total war. There you go. I think this city in particular, it's working so many food tiles. The next time it grows, it can just hammer down, and then it's working.
I think it can hammer down already. It's not like it has more hammer tiles that it wants to work than it can already work, right?
It overflowed a bunch.
I guess.
But can I keep working the banking tiles? I'll just grow it one more time. And this thing doesn't have any particularly exciting tiles for. Oh, I should probably assign that here, huh? Yeah, this just goes into units now.
Yep.
This thing here. No academy. Yeah, I tend to be like a little slow on my Mill Academy builds, and then I always end up with many more units than I thought I would need it because you like one turn caps at some point in the game. So.
Yep.
Can I speed this growth up by 1 turn? I certainly can, right? If I unwork this tile, start stagnating that city, I give the maze here, and then this city can hammer down, Milan can hammer down, Naples is basically hammered down.
Mhm.
and Genoa is hammered down. I
Is
think I
Naples
beat
responsible
Naples
for your next
hammers down.
engineer?
My next, yeah, it is.
Okay.
I feed the
Yeah, it's
hammers
probably
down.
Harrison Naples. I think we're reaching shit show time.
Yeah, yeah, we are. Certainly are at this point. Just any units that we can get our hands on are welcome.
This Alex attack into Arv is a very welcome reprieve. I got very worried.
Yeah, I did too. It also wasn't like obvious we should build units because there were just so many other good things to build that we needed in order to stay relevant. But
Yep.
now it's like we actually got to build all those things and it's fine.
It was just really crucial time to greed that you appear to have gotten away with.
Yeah, exactly. We have all of the other
Let's
good
keep an eye
things
on
to hold
Eurus.
to.
How's Eurus gold? Eurus was pretty behind on tech, right? But
He's
his
100 gold, quite net, but he has 3,000 gold total. So he
Mhm.
definitely has enough to upgrade a certain amount of units.
He was building arty. Sorry, he was building operas. I don't know what he's building now.
Bio. Next turn. Okay, now we get to work all the
All the good
hammers.
tiles.
Oh yeah, look at this shit.
I think this sword has paid off quite a bit.
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Yeah.
What do we do with this here? The cap can work some more food. Cap can still grow. And this works all the hammers now too. Amazing. Mill Academy. Getting closer on hammers now.
Yeah.
I think I can do something like that. Right, and then this
Yep.
can just go to the capital if I need it. I think the capital is like the one city that I actually want to continue growing because it's like just
Yeah, I mean, each individual pop in the capital is worth so much more than every other city.
yeah, specifically because of road connections. Like the more pop you have in the cap, the better your road connections become.
Oh, I was
Like,
thinking about like just GTNC modifier. But
that's true too.
the
Yeah,
road connections is also a very important thing.
both of that.
Oh my god, Alex is getting pushed out. I think he's losing a city.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll see. What's relative tech like?
55 on me. Wait, so I have 46 techs. Eurus is 41, so he's quite far behind. And then 43 on
Okay.
Arv. So I'm quite far ahead of
Okay.
everyone now.
How many order policies on Arv? I missed it.
He has 3 now.
Okay.
Watch him go like building by policy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a classic build. No? Very good. High skill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be
Takes a lot of skill
surprised.
to make it work.
That is a good point, yeah. I can grow the city. What am I should city. Yeah, basically every city is hammered down. Now Genoa can grow like one more turn, one more time. Yeah, let's do that. And then every other city is hammered down, except for Florence, which is hammered down next turn. And we just pick a target. And this is the type of situation where I get really confused about very often. Like, who is the better target here?
Yeah, so let's think about what do you need to do to win the game? You need to kill 2 players, right?
Yeah.
And I think the situation has turned in such a way that you can probably kill one of them without issue. So then the question is, who is easier to kill second?
Yeah, I think Eurus is.
I think Eurus seems pretty behind on tech. How's his culture?
His culture was dog shit. He is probably honor. Yeah, he's honor 4.
He doesn't have the ability to tech catch up on you.
Yeah, he's
right?
on very low number of cities too. so his scientist spawns are quite problematic.
So I would be leaning towards killing Arv. The other thing is that I consider Arv just an incredibly dangerous player, especially during war. I want to, at the point of maximum advantage, that's the only time I want to fight him.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody who plays free for all has the war skill that Arv does, right? He's just like built different.
Yeah. So kill him at the time of maximum advantage.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
Understandable. Did you just notice that we have like 6 oil nodes or something? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes. We have 35 oil without third alternative. No, not 35. 33. Oh my god, we have 37 oil without third alternative.
Yeah, so Frank and Sarah in chat, they're arguing that the kill on Eurus can be so fast and easy that it's basically not too much of a diversion. So you just basically go in there, clean it out. And the other thing is like, what's the angle on Arv? Does the angle on Arv become better if you go like from the right instead of?
It becomes much better, yeah. I can do like a big pincer movement.
Yeah.
The golden Arf is surprisingly bad, which is really good for me.
I mean, I don't think Commerce 2 doesn't do that much, right? Not a...
Yeah, no, that's very nothing. I like the idea of killing yours here. I think there's good arguments to be made for both, but if Eurus was a hard kill, or like we could expect him to be a hard kill, then it would probably be better to go to Arv here. And we would like actually, or like, yeah, like he's not a dual concern later. That makes it probably more likely that I should be going into Arv, but the fact that I can probably clean him out really fast and gonna be at land ships way before him makes me think that it's might be a good idea. And then I just continue into Arv immediately afterwards. He's also autocracy. And maybe I want to kill the autocracy player at the point of most advantage.
I don't know. It's just yeah, Arv is very scary, and it's also like a question of when does he get to the sissies, right? He's because pushing to those is a lot of work. We know he had to go at least for Artie. Sissy are on ballistics. The other thing that really scares me is the combo of Sissy and anti-tank gun. Those things are two very scary units. And together they're devastating.
I will have to go for radar. I don't think it's like tanks first, I think it's radar after. Because air superiority is how you really got those cities, I believe.
I mean, you can also do like, if you have enough generals, you can just general into them 15 times and then all those guys melt.
I guess, yeah. Which would also be another argument for going into Eurus. Okay, we have railroads coming up soon.
Yeah.
What is our timing actually looking like? I think this bulb will not get us all the way through railroads, so we can just like bulb it and then see when we need to finish our Oxford.
Yeah, so it's 13 turns of hard tech. I think minus 5. Looks like 8 to me. Maybe 7.
Far from the riders is actually still like going up quite a bunch.
Yeah. Kept building those damn basilicas. That's what happened.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, all that GP gen. It's like playing Order without having to give up Total War.
Yeah.
This Civ is so good when it's good. It's just like...
It really is. Yeah, the culture is insane. 320. It's really nice. And I'm really not that far behind on hammers now. We're like basically tied. I mean, I'm also completely...
Oh, he's wheeling Gatlings. He's prepping.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Railroad. He's going land ships?
No, it's just railroads
He wants
on the way to
Kremlin.
ballistics.
Okay,
Kremlin,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does the sissy make us believe that we should go into R first?
If he's that close, you actually wanna
And he's at
because
war right
the only
now.
yeah. The thing they're bad at they're much worse at pushing than they are at being defensive, right? Like if they're defensive, they lurk in their own territory and they just shoot you as you're walking in. But if you're on your own roads and they're pushing, then you get to cycle the tanks while the sissy gets stuck. Right. I'm getting scared. The our aura starting to affect me.
Yeah, the goat. It's the aura of the goat.
The goat.
He is a scary player.
Yeah, I think I would be probably. Yeah, there's the Kremlin, and that gives him like what, order 5 or something.
Order 4 right now.
Okay. If you're gonna kill, if you're thinking out your kill, you should start prepping for arty as well. You don't need that many arty. I think probably 6 will just clean it up.
Yeah, I'll just build a bunch when I have them.
Yeah.
Probably 1 or 2 turn then.
It's also very nice that Arv is like cheapening railroad for you.
What a nice guy.
Yeah. He is the goat. He is the goat. Why did Arv go order? I don't know. Arv is like...
We don't know.
I think my perspective on Arv as a player is that he knows he's really, really, really good at fighting, right? And what he wants to do is he wants to pick in every game the most scaling option he can while abusing his like war skill to be defensive, right? The games that I've seen him do the best in are the ones where he forces people to attack him, right? And then he just beats the shit out of them while they're attacking him.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so like his order games and his freedom games fit into that mold.
Yeah, he's
Otto,
the type of guy
if
who wants to
Otto
rule
has
the
a
world.
weakness, it's how much it forces you to be proactive, right? You simply cannot win by sitting around on Otto, and you cannot force people to attack you when you're playing Otto. It's only on like order and freedom that you can do this.
Yeah, and then there's something to be said too, that like there's a lot of people like Zero, for example, who actually think that like freedom is good, because they're bad, I guess.
Okay, all right. I mean, Knights is also a pretty big freedom fan, right?
Is he though? I think he routinely makes jokes about it. I mean, freedom gets hammers, that's cool, and then it really doesn't really do that much else. I am hating, yeah.
Freedom is definitely like a scaling option.
Yeah.
But
scaling into what? Though?
Autocracy is so well designed in like you can basically pick any number of autocracy policies and be happy with it.
Yeah, it's also the least culture hungry tree. As I said earlier, the only one that you really want fast is like Total War, and only when you're really that's the thing I really recently noticed when I saw a Jeb game. So we were both on the coast, and he was playing Commerce, and I was playing Commerce, and we got like various wonders. And then instead of like I went Autocracy after Commerce 5, and he tried to go Freedom after Commerce 5, but he just didn't end up having the culture to actually push Freedom. Because when you're picking Autocracy, you're like, okay, I just put one policy into this. Let me quickly finish all my other stuff, like Commerce 5 and Ratio 1 and stuff. And then afterwards, I can still put points into Autocracy. I only really need the policies when I'm actually fighting people. Whereas on Freedom, you're like, okay, every single turn that I get this policy later, it's just bad.
Yep. Bro, did you skip Elite Forces?
Yeah, but I'll just get it.
Okay, alright. If you're confident.
I mean, I have 4 riders with like 1600 culture and it's still going up. No, I have 3 riders. No, I have 4 riders. No, I have 3 riders.
You can buy a...
You can buy a rider. That's true.
Yeah. You only get 1 buy here, really, right? Maybe 2 if the game goes super long.
No, you can only buy 1 person from being piety. It's just one rider. Oh, you mean like people in general?
Yeah. It's probably like writer artist, right? And the artist you can take in a very long time.
I honestly think the artist is just like, I don't need it.
Then it could be general.
I think it's likely gonna be general, yeah. Could make an argument for merchant. Engineer probably not, because I'm just like gonna pop out a bunch of engineers in the
I mean,
near
there's
future.
not much that's left that's good to engineer. I'm kind of thinking Panama is a free merchant, right?
It is, yeah. I could engineer that.
Yeah, but the late game wonders I'm always trying to target Pura, Pentagon, Panama. After that, it's like
Yeah.
I guess CN maybe.
Oh, certainly
Not super
CN.
into
It's a
CN.
very good wonder.
I mean, it's like 7 top. It's not
I mean, it's a bunch of
7
hills
top
that
for
you get to
Nancy.
work more. I'm top hammers now. How
Yeah, I
did that
guess.
happen?
Did Arv lose a city? No.
No, you did not.
Did he drop GA?
Yeah, you did. You dropped J. Hubble and Sydney. Yeah, okay.
Why is that? He has disciples?
Disciples? No? What? Oh,
Where's
yeah.
that horse tile 2 gold? Yeah, okay, he dropped GA. Okay.
This rail looks like you
Well.
took a wheel and spun it for the stuff. This actually makes some sense, though. Coral is good culture. We needed swords. Good virus is decent because we get a bunch of religious pressure in all our cities. Talking about which, we should probably flip Florence.
Is that even worth the faith?
It's like 60 faith. And it's another good Varo with
No,
like
you can't
3...
Inquisit, Vargas, then you're gonna wipe out the other realm. What's the point?
Oh, really? Is it gonna wipe them out? Just gonna get a bunch of
Yeah, that's
pressure,
what.
no?
Yeah.
But this is fine. Oh, fuck. Anyways. It's gonna get it back, okay? It has 72
Okay,
pressure.
alright. At least buy the Gurudwara.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Oh, random... High, nice.
No, rifles are good. I love rifles. Rifles are like, they're just cheating, man.
Good tile holders.
Yeah.
They're decent at that. Dynamite next turn. So this scientist that we have is gonna bulb us all the way through steam power and through most of railways.
Yeah, this feels like a 119 to me, give or take.
Yeah, Roden can just build it. Build Oxford, it's a 2-turn. I'm probably not gonna 1-turn the railroad after the scientist bulb, so... I think it's a 116. I really think it is.
We'll see.
Does this ever build an observatory and work the mountains?
I don't think this is like science time. I'm just looking. I'm trying to get enough units to upgrade everything and go start smashing.
Could do it after, I guess. This is a... Nah. Okay, so these things are both good for us. Eurus has 11 wonders. We're gonna kill him. Let's just put in cultural heritage sites and we can still vote
That's
against
so
it.
bold.
If we really want to.
It's very bold. You will probably vote it up. Yeah, this all depends on the timing, right?
I just don't see
really
him surviving here. He's 7% behind.
I'm really unhappy with the no elite forces. That's the thing that kind of worries me. I think elite forces is a huge part of the engine that makes autocracy strong.
But
I would rather have
we're
elite
gonna
forces.
pop all our riders before this next attack because we're plateauing in culture soon. It's probably gonna be like around 1700. And what else do we have? We don't need third alt. We're probably gonna take Iron Fist, Clausy, and then elite forces. That's 3 policies. We get 1 in 5 turns. Like we just get all the policies from autocracy that we want in 5 turns. Either way.
I think the tier 1s here are like double happiness and mobilization. That's what you took?
Yeah, double happiness and mobilization, exactly. Because, like, I thought that elite forces doesn't do anything unless you're fighting.
Yeah.
And we're gonna take it eventually anyways. Mobilization actually saves us some gold right now, even if it, like, doesn't do much. Like, elite forces does absolutely nothing unless you're fighting. and I'm gonna have elite forces in time either way.
Yeah, the problem is that it like interrupts with your Clousy. I do I do think that I'm
There you go.
more into okay. Oh, okay. 117.
116. No? Oh, no, 117, right. And I can one-turn the Oxford, right?
Depends on how much overflow. Just check how much minus you are on the Oxford, and then
Yeah, it works.
as long as yeah. You're plus 113.
I'm growing into
Yeah,
a
yeah.
hill.
Yeah, I think the Cav wants to make the Cav for the H epic landship, and then the expands can make Arties. Like just one round of Arties out of each of them. Looks like you have enough landship to upgrade. And gotta start roading into our boy.
I mean, it's just
And do you have
railroads,
the
right? You railroad into them.
yeah. But I mean you can like get into position already.
Yeah, I should have some workers there, that's true. Just
Oh. What does that mean?
hope Arby has declared war on Eurist. Is he trying? Oh, he's at cities and he's trying to take him fast. Does that change our mind here? And let us go to Arv now?
I mean you can if you can snipe Viper, you get ballistics, right?
I honestly think now we go into Arv. Because if he's actually... but Arv is just gonna gun him down. But if we get to, like... I think this is correct now. Because if we can keep Eurus alive, Arv will have to dedicate units towards him.
Yeah, the question you just need you need Artie and railroads in order to actually take that city, right? And yeah, so
No, look, there's only two
that's nice.
cases. Either Eurus actually survives here, if I attack Arv, and then it's like better to attack Arv. Or he just dies, and if he dies anyways, then like what's the point in not in attacking Eurus?
Yeah, I mean definitely there's no point in attacking Eurus if unless there's something you're racing for like in his capital, but you have Texas Steel from Arv and you don't have Texas Steel from Eurus. We should double check the map. Is there a road like top left of Turin? There needs to be a road there.
Top left of Turin? What for?
Yeah. Because getting the road there before you need it is important. Because if he ever gets on that tile, you want to have the road to. I would actually just make the roads all around Turin. It's your most exposed city.
Oh, I mean, but I don't have railroads soon. I don't understand why I should be building roads.
I don't really prioritize railroads over roads, except in the case of artillery.
But I still two-turn them. It's just the worker time is valuable.
Yeah. Is Ukraine still at war with Arv?
Huh?
Is Ukraine still at war with Arv, or did he peace out?
He's still at war.
He is. Is he gonna 3v on the map? What a Chad. Wait, why is he 3v1 on the map? They should be TVU, right? Am I stupid? I guess the sissies are like.
Oh, I should have waited to turn to build this thing.
Yeah. The only justified case of waiting for bulbing.
Yeah, that's the one turn Oxford. And then Pora after.
So, yeah, I guess like the ideal would be to steal ballistics off of Arv City, but you could also steal flight. There's no danger of losing Pora. Oh man, I'm getting so nervous. I feel like Arv's probably shredding him. He's fighting 2v1.
Yep, the sissies against medieval era units.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to. I think you're gonna have to fight on two sides, and Arv's gonna have to fight on two sides as well, right? But you have a lot of combat bonus.
I'm also gonna have more army value than him soon. Like once I upgrade my landships. Okay, 4 turns away. It's a little more than I expected.
I mean, you can buy Piety Rider.
Yeah, that's true. In 3 turns. No, in 2 turns actually.
Oh, that's yeah, in 2 turns to speed it up. I mean, I don't think Eurus even has already. Does Eurus want another deal, or is that just like a visual bug?
That's a visual one. You kick people.
I see. This game is so strange.
Yeah, it's so
Oh man, he's like through. You're gonna need he's gonna arc through. You're gonna need roads around turn.
Yeah, probably.
But the good news is this city is actually kind of defensive. As long as the lane ships can all slam, right? That's the big.
That's what I
Big
imagine,
issue.
like in my own territory. I think I
Yeah,
trade
you
just fine
got
here.
good bonuses in your own territory, but you just need the roads to maneuver the land ships. So what does this look like? This looks like try to snipe a city. Then depends on whether or not you get pushed out. Then you could play defense on one side, offense on another, or you can just play double defense and just build up mass. Especially once his power spike goes down. I think Eurus is like weak enough that here's the guys.
Oh, he's going into me.
Well, it could just be that they spawned, but it's like worrisome. Eurus still hasn't lost that city, I think, but probably going next turn.
Oh, I still don't have that oil over here improved. That was a mistake.
I mean, you have 28. I don't think it's I think it's gonna kill you. Why do they have 33 bonus versus gunpowder?
Because they're a machine gun. Machine guns do that.
Oh, I thought they didn't do that. Didn't realize. Yeah, so how do we play this?
I think I just scoop in, try to take the city.
Yeah. Well, you don't even if you want to take it, like if you're just taking it for techs, right? Then you want to steal like the full tech off it, right? You want to steal either all of flight or all of ballistics. I guess 4 turns. You can probably hostage it for 4 turns.
Hear me. We think he's here.
I assume he's here.
Let's move this to Rome.
Yeah, it's like 25% versus armored, 33% versus gunpowder. I don't think it doesn't have bonus versus cav. Maybe you can cycle it down with cav.
With Cav?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, I'll keep thinking of ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a pretty good vantage point of the hill to north of the. Yeah. Okay.
He's gonna gun it down next turn.
What's army scores like?
It's 220. I just upgraded, so next turn we're probably even. But I'm out hammering him and I'm autocracy.
You should pop one of these
I don't
caravans.
know. If it wasn't
here,
ARF,
maybe
I would
ahead
be
of.
very confident here, but it's ARF and it's also sissies.
Yeah. I mean, it's just so much harder to play offense with the sissies than defense, right? On defense, they're just going to line up. They're going to shoot you every time you walk in.
Need to put 3 roads on these roads here, on these tiles here.
Yep.
And next turn I just start the shooting.
You need to be careful because Lusaka is allied to Arv, right?
Yeah,
So at the very least, you'd like to tribute it before you start.
I think I need to put a land chip on this tile right now. Otherwise he like body blocks the tile.
Hmm.
That was what I was thinking.
Okay. You really need the road left of Turin. I think defending Turin looks like holding the line like Turin, left of Turin, 2 left of Turin, right? Seeing units in front of that gets you very easily shot.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Sura's sitting let's see what time is it in Poland. It's almost midnight. Sura's sitting in his bed, he's thinking, what the fuck is this guy doing? Just do it right.
I think putting the arties behind here is decent. It's on machine guns.
Yeah. I think also like rifles there. Normally
I think I
rifles
take this Panama Canal now, right? Or do I just
fur is much better, right?
Prora is much better. That is true. Let me get the rider here that I need for elite forces. Yeah, I mean we ended up having like 1 turn of no elite forces for this war. I think this was fine.
Yeah, you need like at least I think you want 2 more arty to really get that city.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah, I mean they've just gotta walk over, right? It's more a matter of getting units there. Then you can play full defense on this right side, and then offense like snipe the city on the left. Yeah, taking Lusaka seems good. Yeah, you just gotta get arty into places where they can be useful.
Road in from there, widen the front.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually very against widening the front in inland ship war. I think this is. I think as long as you have roads like that are touching the enemy, you should be like as long and as thin as possible.
Yeah, on land ships, it's like just good to cycle on them. I think if he ever moves south, I can slam on here. And like
Yeah.
with the railroads, I can just arbitrarily move my units in between the fronts, and he can't really do that while he's pushing Eurist.
Yeah, but you definitely need more arty on this on Vipri if you want to take it. I mean, I guess you can. It's also a matter of timing. Where are your arty? They're just
I mean, I have 2 near Vipori. I think I can slam it down next turn. This is a good trade. Look at this. It's
Oh yeah,
actually
it's really good.
pretty decent.
Just don't. I mean, you don't slam out until you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
secure
It's
a
just
kill,
that
right?
I'm wondering. Like, I'm very
Yeah.
surprised about how well this is going. I guess it's because it's also
Well,
Wrath promoted.
well, I think it's just like a land ship. You can think about a land ship as a 90 strength unit, and then a sissy, even shooting a land ship, is only 75.
Yeah.
Right? And that's ignoring all the bonuses you have. You should just expect your land ships to slam the sissies better than the sissies shoot the land ships.
How far are we from planes? Just 3 turns, but we are probably gonna steal from him.
I mean, you can hostage it as long as you're controlling the area around the city. Okay. I think you can. It's super greedy. I think you can just wait 2 turns here. Right?
Okay. Just to like wait 2 turns.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know
Like, you
about
don't
that.
have to push farther than this, right? You don't have to, like, try to kill him on this push. You just need to outtrade him long term.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, that's exactly what Mega is saying. I want a hostage ballistics. And you can like clean up these CS units.
Yeah, the traits are good now.
Yeah, I want to sit in my turn basically as long as I can, especially with like him AGE bullshit.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then you can be real tanks with the next scientist, and then once you have real tanks, you can really just like fuck him up. I don't think he has the power to push you off of the city in 2 turns.
See, we have all the arties over here, like, just shove in. Top army
No, I
now,
mean
we're top
you can.
hammers, we're autocracy.
Yeah.
There's no way he's pushing us in this area here with all the landships and arties here.
Yeah, just get your roads up. Make sure every unit's on a road. Make sure every lane ship can cycle where it needs to, and then you can
Yeah, I don't know, I feel quite confident here. This
Yeah.
looks fine.
Yeah.
Farming RVS seems sus, I mean, I agree. It's not really a thing that happens often.
Yeah, so that guy can just pillage and heal and all that. Flight tanks. Yeah, yeah. Just don't lose units. You can really play defense for as long as you want to build up mass here.
Yeah. And I'm out hammering him. And he's like,
Yep.
it probably doesn't matter much, but he's still at war with Jurist. Like,
Yeah.
that's gotta suck up some units. Gonna have some sissies that can't, like, just leave. Fuck it. Look at that. Get the yields.
Gotta get your yields from kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think your first move needs to be over on the left. You just need to pillage with this land ship that he shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like a
And then
good thing
you
to
can
think
walk
about,
away.
right? On the turn transition,
Yeah.
what is the first thing that I actually need to happen this war? Because the thing
Yeah.
that I started doing when I started being in this situations is I just try to have all of the interactions go off at the same time. Because I just
Yeah.
didn't know how to prioritize. Okay, I just crashed.
Hmm.
This is the first crash though. This game was very stable so far.
Yeah.
It's just very common for games too.
How many generals do you have access to?
I can buy one. That's it.
Hmm.
From Piety.
Okay, and then you'll
And it's
get
in like
one
9 or
from
10 turns.
fighting.
Huh? What?
Mm-hmm. You'll get one from fighting also.
Yeah, and I have Iron Fist, right? So I have 50% more XP, aka general point generation.
I think that's not actually. I think they're 2 different effects. Did you see that that spreadsheet? I think it was Eurist put up in Rydisk.
No, I did not.
It was very very strange. He like compiled the great general points versus experience, and the results were very strange. Let me find it from Eurist. Okay. Let me. Okay. So discipline
Arv just
doesn't
asked me to
affect.
concede.
Well, fight him. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So discipline doesn't affect great general points acquired. Iron Fist doesn't increase it on ranged attacks. Yeah, I think Iron Fist just doesn't make you more GG points.
Yeah.
I can post this.
Slam. Arf just doesn't tell me whether I should hot join. It just tells me to concede. What chat?
I mean, can you join on him or?
The confidence. Yeah, let me join on him. No, okay. Put one up. You're just rejoined, so he isn't even dead. Arf also just made that up. Here is his weapon. Just making up shit.
Okay. I mean, it does kind of look to me like Eurist is dead, just based on the fact that I've seen Eurist fighting with Artie.
Yeah, I mean, that's
And
fair.
yeah,
I like how he's like, Eurist is dead, so
yeah.
now you get to concede. Like, eh?
Mm.
As far as I know,
Did
Arf
Artie
is still
Big
like,
Ben?
Arf has Big Ben, yes.
Okay.
As far as I know, like, Arf still is like down in tech. If like the last time I checked, he was like 3 techs down. So I don't think he's
No,
at
he's up a
planes
tech
in
on you.
planes. Is he?
That was what I saw last time you checked demos.
No, last time I checked, I for techs that was like right before landships, I was 3 up.
Okay.
Maybe when it was like demos, then yeah. So he's probably at like planes soon, but I'm also at planes very soon.
No, he
so
definitely has. Oh, you're thinking about oil. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
he definitely has
yeah,
flight. Flight's perfect for ballistics.
yeah. He has flight.
Every time I'm in this situation, I'm so tempted to click launch game. Like the buttons are right there.
Yeah, I get it.
I could do it, and maybe I will someday.
Just force them to play.
Yeah.
At least this game is getting to a conclusion fairly soon. It's not like this is gonna go until 4 a.m. At least I hope it
You'd
isn't.
think
Yeah, I
anything can
think.
happen.
Yeah. Anything can happen.
I really like the addition of post game graphs to Lec. It's a lot more fun to look at the graphs afterwards.
Oh yeah, we can do that. I forgot about that part.
All right, so that's a shift enter. Gotta get that land ship left of Vapuri safe. Yep.
They even slam favorably in his territory. That is very surprising to me.
I mean, there's just no reason to over push here, right? Like the position you're holding is perfectly fine. You can swap as you need to, and then you take you steal a big chunk of ballistics off them.
Yeah, one thing that I thought about recently is that terrain promos on land ships are so good because you actively get to choose on which tiles you're slamming. Like if I put flat promos on them, I can just decide to only slam on the flat tiles, and then I like get the bonus that I want every single time.
I mean, this is hard work to do consistently.
Yeah, but if you think about like these 2 tiles in front here, and then I can just railroad this tile up front here.
Yep. Yeah, and so you just want to prep swaps to take that city next turn. It's possible you steal electricity instead if he like techs it to screw you over, but
Yeah, that's fine. Then he take the electricity, which is like bad for itself.
Yeah.
You shouldn't take electricity in this type of situation, I think.
Yeah, you can definitely get yourself into a situation to take Lusaka. Lusaka would be a great place to general in.
Yeah, it's basically
Um,
I can put 3 RD shots on it right now, essentially.
mhm.
Wait, what did I just queue there? Inquisitor? No. Okay, Prora next turn.
You should just watch out to see like whether he's setting up a kill on that land ship.
Here? Yeah, yeah.
And if you can get some free RD damage, you know, I never say no to free RD damage.
Oh god, I'm so stupid.
Well, I think this comp probably just wants to be deleted. I think it's taking too much energy to.
Sure. I don't know, maybe I'm cocky, but this doesn't look like a CC to me.
Well, there's only one. That's one of the things I like about these, right? Is you just play it out. You can shove your airship in to get more vision of his cities. Like the unit's not doing that much. Okay, so he's setting up the line there. So he's not even contesting you on this capture. Yeah. So I think that's probably the angle, right? It's Oh, this is so disgusting to steal this. He's not even set up to recap. And then you just back off that tile because he has to commit hard to shoot it. Yeah. All right. Then how much did you steal?
Most of it.
All right, there we go. It's tanks time. It's tanks time.
What did just die?
Yeah, so basically what I would be doing here is I would be roading up basically every possible tile you want to fight on, and you're roading aggressively into this like these blocks of fortified sissy.
Yep.
And then you're you can be pretty lazy here, right? In that you don't have to combo kill, right? This is the great advantage of being a autocracy boy, right? All you have to do is hit him and heal. You hit him harder than he hits you, and you heal better than he heals.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
So,
Autocracy
and you're
Samurais.
making more hammers. So all you have to do is keep hitting him and not lose units, and then you win. It's that simple.
I think I start building a few triplanes just so he doesn't get like a good turn off of Great War Bombers when he actually gets to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but like really, all you have to do is just keep hitting him and not lose units. It's not that hard. Yeah, you definitely don't go out on roaded tiles. And that's the really important thing is you need this whole road system set up on the left so that your land ships can start slamming while they can retreat.
I also need to get this oil up, and yeah, I mean I'm starting to get really a lot of land ships here.
Yeah.
And taking that city,
The other thing,
just hammered him.
yeah.
Way too more stuff for hammers than he already is.
Yep. And your scientist ball will also get you towards tanks. And yeah, and tanks just cycle so much better than headline chips.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Everything's looking good. Everything's coming up Barkers.
I think he would
Oh, the
have had
car is
just...
very nice.
Yeah, I think he would have had such a much better position if he was just autocracy here. Because this was quite clearly a duel at this point.
I mean, it wasn't a duel; it was a three-way game, right? Yeah, and you also got like got pretty far away with AFK sim. I guess Eurus did also. Eurus got his clean kill. You didn't get punished until way after.
But he was kind of here afterwards. Like, he didn't seem to sim that well out of it because he's like very far behind at this point. I mean,
His
I guess
game
at this
looks
point.
pretty nice coming up to it, right?
Yeah, it really did. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah. So just do we have workers ready to start rotating in the left? Because that's workers ready to start rotating in the left and already ready to take out Lusaka. Those are the priorities.
Yeah, we have some. We have like 5.
Okay. Is this a lightning warfare?
Yeah,
policy?
it is. What else would it be?
Yeah. Well, lightning is great, especially here because it lets you road up. This turn you can't do it, but next turn the workers will be able to move onto tiles in railroad, move onto rough tiles in railroad. It's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there we go. Perfect example here. So first I would be like taking out. I would be like trying to take out Lusaka. I'd just be like pinging it as much, right? But you can literally just with full health land ships, you can single unit cycle into these sissies, right? Like you don't have to be like comboing him as long as you can walk out, right? And you're just trading better. That's it. That's all it takes.
Yeah, next turn we root up on this rubber and this hardwood.
Yep.
Spy flat captures, that's that. But I'm very confident in the defensive position I have here.
Yeah, as long as you have the land ships to just like kick him off as he comes in. Right. Yeah, double strats is definitely an option, but
I could just
I think it'll be
take
fine.
Great War Bombers here. Like, he doesn't have any planes right now. What if I just buy a Great War Bomber here? Like, what else? Oh, I guess
Well,
the
you're
gold
saving money
is...
for your big.
Yeah, okay.
Big
But I
take
will
here.
buy some Great War Bombers here, like... So long as he doesn't have triplanes. And I have the oil. Oh, I guess I barely have the oil.
You're starting to run out of oil. Yeah. You can queue the oil improvement on that tile, by the way. If you just click on the work and you click your oil hotkey, then you can ignore it.
Oh, what is the oil hotkey? D?
It's D or it's O.
Yeah, it's D, because it started chopping, because chopping usually is
Yeah.
C. Yeah, I mean, that land ship was gonna die was pretty clear. Or was it?
Yeah, as long as we're... Again, as long as you're healing. But yeah, like you'd really like to be able to save that land ship first thing next turn.
Yeah, it's a prime example of like what should your first moves be. Like all the other moves I don't care about if they like go off fast. But this particular.
Oh yeah, Mega
matchup,
makes
I
a
would
good
have to
point
say.
about like pillaging the Saka tiles is just like free healing that you can do.
Yeah. Yep, it is. Do I ever try to flip Vipuri? I don't, right? I just leave it puppet. It's never gonna do anything before this game.
Yep.
Just gonna cost me some
If you
extra
wanted to
money.
buy tiles, maybe you'd unpuppet it, but
Yeah. amazing.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you really don't want to be like standing there touching his
Yeah.
sissy, so you should take Lusaka. And you can pillage Lusaka tiles before you take it. Got it, whatever.
I could have.
Yeah, could
Could
have.
have glitched.
Okay, and now again, we've got full health lane chips, so we can just slam from roaded tiles and walk away. Yeah, and you can see you need a road top left of Lusaka.
Yeah. Yeah. Need to shove in some workers there.
Bring your general up for combat bonus.
Mm-hmm.
And then one important thing is when you when you get onto his tiles, it's really important to pillage his roads, right? Okay. Can we just journal him back next turn?
Yeah. We can.
I guess there's workers on those tiles.
What else is there to take here, actually? Do we just put
You can go
points
to
into
word
vision?
double strats.
Double strats, that's true. Yeah, it's not like we're ever gonna get the scientists here.
Yeah, Milan is close to starving.
Milan is close to starving, you're correct. He just took Noish, okay. If that's what you want to build right
Based.
now. Very based.
Yeah, so we're running out of oil, which is I guess why we're walking towards double strats. You could build
Stardies. Nope.
yeah, RDs are good, AA guns are good. Looks like Edinburgh is done for. Does he have more generals than you? He has been fighting more. You can also just pull his units to see if they have some general bonus on them. Yeah, he does have another general. Where did Brandy go? Brandy was on ARF?
Yeah, Brady was on ARF.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can bring in all these lane ships from the right.
Why are the half the units not being used?
Yeah.
You mean like in the east? I guess I could always like move the units back fast on the railroads if I wanted to.
Yeah. Definitely you got to keep all the guys on railroads, but yeah. Okay. You got to get that double pillage on the rubber, especially. And
Do I
so if you
count the
general on
general
the
again?
rubber, where does he counter you?
On the sheep, so I could just shove in units
Well,
here.
you got the worker on the sheep, so yeah. And now you can start comboing.
Yeah.
Oh, we double pillaged that. It's my fault. Sorry.
If I was any
The rubber needs to be roaded with like a lightning worker. He is looking pretty thin.
Yeah, it's getting thinner and thinner.
Okay, next to find. Yeah, just anywhere you can put roads and you can start touching his units with units of your own on roads, you're just slamming. Dude, lightning's so good.
Yeah. It is. Do I just, I think I just take a turn to upgrade as many landships as I can. Just full
Yep.
health ones.
Yeah. There's some argument to actually upgrading like the yellow ones that are already slammed and then using the slams from the other ones. But you have a good amount of healing going on. Yeah, so if you got any more like full health landships, you're trying to start driving that wedge into Turku through using the road you have. Oh wait, we have so many upgrades. Yeah, just upgrade everything. Holy shit. And remember, like upgrading units that have already moved doesn't lose you a turn of healing because they've already moved, so they can't heal this turn. Okay, so you have a lot of super high move workers. They can move left from Turin towards Lusaka, right? And then you can basically you can shift the whole front here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now you're going towards radar. Right. And those arties will be able to do some big firing next turn. What's the relative army score? I think we're getting close to the turn that we can just do like full shove.
We're almost 100 up.
Yeah.
Sounds like
So yeah, I think the correct angle to drive here, right, is you can actually you get a huge amount of triple flanks in Turku, right? Although his reinforcement lines do come from Turku, so it's a little bit awkward. Whenever you get on an enemy tile, you want to pillage the road.
true. Very based.
But yeah, see,
based.
north of Lusaka, you can get easy triple flanks and just like start doing a lot of work on him. And then you pillage his roads. You can just drive in. Yeah, just. And then all these arty can also come in and start shooting. And a lightning worker can even go on this road, on this hill. I like this little game of like find an arty. I mean,
Yeah,
find a worker,
yeah,
find an
it's
arty.
the most fun. I think the bombers have already done like quite a lot. Just forcing him to build triplanes now and like getting good trains on them every turn. It's really nice here.
Yeah, a little bit worried. I think these last few turns of trades have not been as good as as like the previous ones were. I think some turns of healing will be necessary. Yeah, I think what needs to happen is I think you need to actually lower the frontage on the left. Um, yeah,
I think yellow landships should just be healing, right? Not do
yeah.
anything. Yeah.
Landships haven't moved. Should just be healing. Yeah, I think too many units are getting stuck. They're getting shot down.
Yeah, I think I should stop overextending on the left.
Yeah.
Just get this unit out. Make it
That guy's probably
pillagers.
dead. Like,
Yeah, just pillage. Okay, that's much for that. I guess I did get off a pillage.
yeah, double pillage, and then you just walk out.
Was hoping to bait a few more shots.
Mm. So he upgraded that tank on the front line.
Yeah, which... General buy-in too.
You wanna road touching his sissy again on that horse.
He's fitting AA guns everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
What if I just do something like... I could snipe this general here. Damage.
Click devour.
No arties to shoot here.
Tanks are good to shoot. Anti-tank guns are good to shoot. Pretty much everything but an AA gun is good to shoot.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, and then you can slam through on the double flanks where you have roads.
Ah, ouch.
Iron Fist shields are looking pretty good. Oh, so you picked up another general? And,
Have all the ducts been sold? Good point.
that's against the rules currently, right? I thought it was info era. I don't know the Lek rules. Oh, it's atomic? Okay.
Just build
Yeah,
a
he took
bunch more
Pentagon
tanks
last
for
turn,
now.
so...
Tank, tank.
Yep.
Tonk, tonk.
Honk time. Yeah.
think I'm overextending a little. I need to chill out a little more.
Yeah, just get your heals. Slam where the slams are good, and don't expose yourself to shots where the slams aren't.
Yeah, on the general when possible. I'm currently winning the plane war. Yes, and he doesn't have any planes. I guess he has a plane now.
Yeah. So these arty that you're frontlining are very, very vulnerable to tank punches. So are all of his frontline roads pillaged in Turku?
Yeah, except for that other thing over there.
Yeah. Yes, then he's setting up to focus that down. Okay, and then you can buy the Piety General next turn?
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay. Okay, that sissy is stuck, because it's shot, so you can kind of cycle that down at your will. Get the road? No, it's fine. You can start actually pinging his city soon.
Yeah, I need to chill out more. I'm just starting to slam units in.
Yeah. In my opinion, it's like when you send these units like deep into enemy territory that they start to get killed.
Yeah, just because the slam looks green doesn't look like... doesn't mean that it's good.
Yeah. Like some of your biggest advantages over him are the fact that your units heal better. So like your full health tanks, they like to slam or they can just walk out afterwards. That's the core interaction for me.
Oh my god.
Oh right, he's got the stupid sauna bonus.
Over he heals too, or
Yeah.
he gets to heal more?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was foreseeable. Should try to make my units less exposed. Wait, have patience, and do the good trades. I think he's thinning out a little, but we're close. We're close.
Yep.
Okay, that was not good.
Yeah, so you can actually I think his sissies in front of Turku have shot, right? So you can actually take both those tiles in front of Turku and you can Citadel in, and then you will be really, really, really threatening him.
Taking tiles in front of Turco instead of building in.
Yep.
Just plant this engineer.
Yep.
I should also buy my general now.
Mm-hmm.
But he has a counter citadel already, and I don't have a
Yeah.
general yet.
So you still, if you general on aluminum, right?
Mm-hmm.
As then he wants to counter either on the cocoa or on the spice. Both of those pick you up like tiles to shoot from. And also you have another general. So I think the first thing is just to abuse these stuck units, right? And
Damn it.
get a worker on that tile. And then the same thing on the other one.
And now you
Nice.
want me to general on the aluminum.
Yeah, I think the aluminum is the most reasonable place to general, but you need to have workers on the possible counter tile. And yep, now that's on your road, so you can cycle it. There we go. He had to counter. Then you get to pillage. He's got another general, but you're like basically on Turku now, so you can just start hammering that city down.
I don't know about this. The trades seem bad.
I think when you get that city, things are gonna look pretty good. Yeah, I guess tank mass is dropping.
Yeah. It is. There's a lot of vulnerable tanks here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna chill out for now. He is up in units now. That needs to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Take good trades. Chill out. I'm starting to panic, I think.
Yeah, especially like losing bombers is
Yeah, that is.
no bueno. Probably need a round of
unnecessary.
fighters.
Yeah, it's much more important to take trades than to push him. I like to take good trades here. World Rouse or Restras, I don't want just anything.
Mm-hmm. So your rifles from the right, they can come in and they can turn into Great War infantries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And let's go look at the left at the time. Are we in danger of losing the city you captured, Vipuri?
That's a good question.
I don't see the already.
It depends on how many tank swaps I get in.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't have enough to push it right now.
Mm-hmm.
Assign this 4 hammers. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, we need more tanks to slam. The tank slams on our own territory were really efficient. We're just
Yep.
starting to run out of this because we built a bunch of planes. But we have the planes now, we just don't need to lose them.
Yep.
Should assign some spies. Okay. To Turku and Helsinki, I assume. Turku, Helsinki, or Nantali. There we go.
Alright. So he probably pillages that citadel. And then we'll see if he sets up a push on Viipuri.
Can also just slam him off the tile again.
Yeah. And then walk away.
Another general.
You know he has at least 3 fighters.
Yeah, I should just take my time and let him push in. And just stand
Okay,
him
so
off my road tiles every time I can.
a lot of times when someone shoots your worker, that indicates they're trying to kill the worker so they can general on that tile. I don't know if he's doing that here. Maybe he just misclicked. Yes, the ideal use case for like the Great War Infantries is that they can stand somewhere, they can take like 2 shots and just walk away, and then the Sissy are stuck, and then you can cycle. So they're only really good when you have the tank mass behind to like punish them shooting.
I think I should shoot with full health planes, but like the green ones are not actually full health. And I don't want to shoot this early because I know there's a anti-airgun behind that. I just need more sweeps, I think.
Yep.
Just gonna build a
You
bunch
need
of
like a
planes.
few more. You need enough sweeps to match him, and then it should probably just be all tanks.
Yeah. Then the Great War Bombers can do their work.
Yep.
Okay, I have my oil now. That's
And again,
nice.
if you got full health tanks, they can always just opportunistically slam. Full arty can opportunistically shoot if they see something. Oh, okay. Was that off road? I suck. Okay. 2 big healing turns, and then we can start to find the good trades again.
Yeah, we're matched in tech. Any threatened units? I think this tank might be.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be frontlining. Yeah.
Third alt. Go
That seems
infinite
reasonable.
oil. It's the citadel there now. Okay. Oh no, wait. That's what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, so you know he has at least 3.
Yeah, I can check right. So this is a triplane. This is a triplane. Yeah, he's just scared, reasonably so, of the bombers. Which, to be fair,
Yeah, so
aren't
if you
really doing
find,
much until I have enough sweeps.
well, you can bomb one full health bomber into a weak unit right now, and it won't die, and then you can start.
Well, but he still has anti-air guns, and they're covering everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can still shoot the anti-air guns, I guess. Like this, for example, is... no, but he still has one triplane up. No, it's just bad. I shouldn't use these bombers, period.
Mm-hmm.
I should assign a spy to Dublin, not to wherever the fuck Nantali is.
I mean, you don't need to counter spy Roma at all. The
Yeah, so just portable.
Mhm.
Now, right of Turco, there's a anti-air gun hidden. I tried to shoot an arty there earlier and lost the bomber.
Yeah, it was very sad.
It was very sad. The saddest of all the bombers. Should probably set like workers here, maybe, just to check like if he's doing something funky.
You can also like use the lightning workers to railroad in a little bit better. So there's a lot of arty shots can go off, right?
Yeah, they just feel so pointless.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, I guess it's some damage.
Hmm.
Oh, I can shoot right up Turco. Look, there's no... Yeah, that works. Shoot the worker like a chat.
Or just shoot the unit. Are there any more bombers that can reach that tile? That
Swapping workers like a
feeding
chat.
workers to the machine.
This has been a really bad day for workers.
Yeah. Reminds me of the Patco strike.
$18 versus 34, huh?
Well, I mean, you can't sweep with the low health triplanes because
Yeah, I just put that on here.
Yeah.
That's a rider. I don't even know what to do with that guy.
You can try to start going for. Oh, nice. I mean, you can technically click ratio policies. I don't. There's not that much. There's a free scientist at like
It won't hurt.
ratio 3.
Petro Zero, someone proposed, but just for Forbidden or why?
I don't know.
To retain the allies. It's not like...
You know, pop it, figure it out later.
Okay, now I have really some chat numbers, but I guess he also has some chat numbers on triplanes.
Yeah, so he's showing 6.
Just build more. I have the oil advantage over him for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I can sweep them like on these RD tiles here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
At least the frontal ones. Yeah, now we're getting up there again.
Yep. Had some good healing turns.
Yeah, but this is not a good trade to just slam into that tile over there. Both of these slams are actually pretty bad.
Yeah, anti-tank guns are so good.
I should heal the Citadel.
Yeah.
I mean, he can
Yep.
always pillage it, but if he starts doing that, I can just stand the tile.
I think also he's
A
how do you
great
say
trade if I flank.
he's healing.
I guess it
I think
could
he's
be
talking
a
about the yeah.
No, the AT and lower HP with Artie.
I think the sissy is the target here.
Makes sense, yeah. I can
Especially
get some with flanking. I can get a good trade in now.
and then just try to take the tile and double pillage if you can.
That was much better than I expected.
Oof, close save.
Oh wait, that needs to be punished. But how so?
It looks like a fair reset.
Yep, I'm okay with that. Baiting me to chat.
Yeah. Tank destroyed by triplanes. Does that mean there's more intercepts there? There's less intercepts there.
No, I have the one tripling healing. I just moved in a bunch. I could try shooting this tile again. Yeah, that works, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this was a good turn. I don't have any slams left in my land chips.
Yeah, so I think that's funny. I think your worker died to still damage.
Mm-hmm.
You should eventually wear down his triplane. Okay. Well, you can wait till half turn for the sweeps.
Yeah, I
You
think
can
he just
try to
unassigned
find
them. Tries to noob bait me.
Yeah, just again look for the good slams. You don't have to take the bad ones.
Yep. I should probably do anti-range promos. This is not across the river, right? I can just put it to that.
So is the aluminum tile? Did he get a road on that?
1 second.
Uh oh, that's 3 dead tanks.
He has a road on it, yeah.
So yeah, you can try arting it down and see if he got that road up before he got the anti-tank gun on there. Yeah, it looks like kind of looks like that AT stuck. So
General
you
on
can
Bison, that actually seems decent.
Well, he'll counter, right? But I think in particular this this AT gun on the aluminum tile, you can again double flank, double slam, and double pillage.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's half turn, so now you can start sweeping aggressively and getting your bombers to work.
Okay. Okay, that was bad.
Ouch.
I mean, it died. At least none of my stuff died, so... Okay,
Yep.
that was bad. Yeah, I need more sweeps. Just bad, holy shit. That was bad turn of
Yeah.
bombers.
Kind of hate planes. Okay. How much damage can you do to Turku? Yeah, you should definitely be trying to control that worker on the aluminum. If you can at the end of each turn. Because remember, oh yeah. Huh. I guess you guys both just ended turn.
Can start putting on some pressure here now.
Yep. Oh, perfect. He's holding that scientist, but he can't be super aggressive bulbing it because you're threatening a city.
Bam.
All right.
I almost killed
Any more speed?
a quarter of the amount of planes that I lost to being bad.
Let's look at the positive sides, which is, you know, plane down, plane down. You, I'm thinking about generaling in for more already damage on Turku. I feel like Turku is the push, unless you can really snipe Helsinki, which I don't think is possible.
I don't think I need to be
then-
doing anything here. I'm taking
Yeah.
good trades.
Yeah. Well, you're worried about like the eventual order out tech, right? That's the. Did you get the pillage on the jungle tile left down left of Turku?
Village on... Oh no, I did not. I can still get it if I shove in something.
Well, don't like suicide a unit for it.
I shouldn't put arties in front.
Well, no, if he doesn't have roads, then he can't punish it, right? That's the big thing.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's trapped. Easy. 2 tanks for 2 arties. I'll make that trade any day of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like bombers are free.
Looks like they are.
Oh yeah, this is the perfect place to set the GUI in on the Coco if you can make it. Looks like you can't anymore. General him. General him. Probably touching Turku if you can make the general there, but obviously unit has to go on there first.
Can I just general on the tank? Or then he just counters the...
No, he just counters. But that's fine, right? Is that fine? Probably not. Yeah, just general on that infantry.
re-rolled the turn so you could actually counter it.
Okay, and then you want to... Where's the second one? There's a second one, right?
Here, yeah, on the sheep.
Sure, on the sheep is fine. Yeah, I'd probably just shift enter here.
Probably some more stuff to be moved, like caravans and shit. This tank here too. Just move it up front. We're getting there. We're getting there. He's feeling the crunch.
Could be another overpush scenario. We'll see. Yeah, that road pillage on the aluminum consistently isn't huge. Because every time he gets there, he just gets stuck. You can't stop on that tile.
Yeah, the AT guns, yeah.
Yeah. That's actually the aluminum tile is exactly where an infantry wants to be, because that's your citadel. So you can as soon as you have that repaired, it's just like an incredible tile for infantry.
What do I even do with this?
I mean, gold from science buildings is like still gold per turn, right?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
All right, can you bomb? It might just be time to like let the guys loose, even if they're getting intercepted. Yeah.
General is huge. That enables me to counter general if necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and if you get your bomber shots off and then queue your prod, we might actually get a reasonable turn end time. Would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. Jeez, just shoot the thing. Do I try to shoot dirty? This one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, that was okay.
Yellow bomber should probably just heal.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay, so next turn you're gonna fortify your infantry. You want to repair that citadel so that you can take less damage on it.
Basically that. I need to move it out.
Yeah. You do need to be like hammering down Turkey because the turns that you're not oh. Okay. He's done?
Is he done?
It looks like he's done.
It looks like he's done. Sounds like he's done.
Okay. Yeah, dude, this is classic. Like, pushing is so bad, right? You're just supposed to be healing. You're supposed to be sitting in your borders and healing like a fucking 2-year-old, right? Like
Yeah.
the part where you slam the units in is always the part where they die, right? Acquiring mass is about sitting there and just healing.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. It just
Yeah.
went much better when we weren't actually trying to push into him.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
And this was all
All right.
ideology. He would have fucked me over if this was auto against auto. I truly
You would have
believe in
been
that.
up tech harder.
I guess, yeah.
Let's see the graphs. Let's see the graphs.
Yeah, let's see the graphs.
There should be a bomber suicided graph. A new idea. New repeat patch.
Entire. Okay. How do the graphs work again?
So just go to replay at the top right.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Okay.
All
Graphs.
right. Let's look
Let me
at damage healed. That's the most
damage
important.
healed.
Let's just look at some of these damage graphs.
He healed more than I did.
Yeah, that's
Finland. Finland is good.
not quite. He's healing. You can see that he heals quite a lot. He heals about 10 units before you guys come into conflict,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I think your rate's a bit steeper than his. I think you heal, if I had to estimate, I'd say about 5/4 to
Okay. Okay.
5/4 to
Yeah.
three
So
halves.
it's steeper. It's steeper. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's steeper. Then damage dealt, you're probably higher.
No. I'm low. But it's also he killed someone else, right?
Yeah. So again, it's yeah, I guess these graphs are hard to
Yeah. You have to count
read. I
out the
keep
fact
thinking,
that he was already warring Ukraine and yours before me.
I mean, he was still warring Eurist. And then I guess number of units killed is the
Yeah. Number of units killed. Where's that?
it's like a
Lost hammers from others. Let me check that.
oh god.
Yeah, got shot.
Oh man.
Number of killed units. Also him up. But that's what I care about, right? If this is similarly steep, the warring was like rather equal.
Yeah.
But
It looks like he had, especially towards the end, he has some bad turns where you have some good turns, right? That's kind of what.
Yeah, like
turning
number of
corner looks
units
like.
starts to go up a lot for him when I started chilling out a bit. Like number of units lost. Like it goes up very steeply here when I like try to over push a little, and then I like cap back a little and just let the triplanes and bombers do their work and everything, and then
No, it's so hard to take down these cities with arty, right? Like 80 strength city, you're hammering it with like 4 or 5 arty shots a turn for how many turns? Like 3, 4?
Yeah, something like that.
It just takes a while. You can't just be like shoving the tanks in like that. You need to be setting up a siege. It's a lot of work.
It was really fun war though.
Yeah, it was a pretty big fight.
Total number of generals.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes, 5.
Oh, he's
5,
way
4.
up. What about science? Science per turn. I don't want to see that.
Science per turn. Very close. Surprisingly close.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
dropped
up here.
some.
He had like schools up earlier than I did. This is like after unis. It's like turn 80 or something.
He was having a very fast game. That's one of the fastest games I've seen from him.
Yeah, and then here we kind of start breaking even.
Yeah, I think it's his swords value also coming into play.
He would have stayed up if he lost the city, and that's actually kind of a big deal.
That's when it drops.
You look at population.
You stole quite a lot of science, right? You stole basically all the ballistics off of that.
Yeah, true.
And that's kind of keeping you up.
Population, he was higher, and then it like equalized when he was at war with Ukraine.
He got pretty air warred by Ukraine.
Yeah, that was quite nasty. He got very close on hammers at some point here, but I was out hammering him pretty bad at these points over here.
Oh, can you show number of trained units?
Number of tank units? Trained units.
Yeah.
Total number of trained units. There you go. Also quite close.
Yeah, it looks like you're steeper there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and can you also like load into his position at the end? I want to see how much he's sitting on. Yeah, I think this is really these like, especially these like atomic era wars. I feel like you're really just supposed to be trying to out trade. It feels so difficult to snipe cities before rocket arty.
Yeah.
Right.
It really does.
You just have to kill everything and then like slowly set up a siege. I mean, Rocket Arty at this stage. Rocket Arty really do fuck things up, right? It's like 3 shots and the city goes down.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but
I was
before that,
honestly
you're just
surprised about how little impactful the sissies felt. Like they felt
yeah,
like a worthy opponent, but it wasn't like, okay, this is impossible to fight. Like the tanks were actually trading pretty damn well into them,
yeah. I mean, when the
especially in my
tanks
own
got
territory.
stuck, they were getting destroyed, right? But that's
Yeah,
just what happens to tanks when they get stuck.
yeah, exactly.
Also, though, you sweeping out his triplanes is like a lot of yeah. It
What
looks.
can I
I
say?
think this is
Autocracy
reasonable
is
to
a
say.
good ideology.
Yeah, crazy. Um, so you're an AI here, which is why you don't show up in demographics.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's very
Oh, he's
tiny,
on.
right? Everything he has is in Torku, and
Well, he had
I'm
to. He
I'm winning
slammed
the
you out with the
war bet
tanks,
here.
right?
Yeah.
When you were pushing it on the citadel, he slammed out with the tanks. The tanks got stuck. You were destroying the tanks, right? And that's when he committed. Um, yeah. Oh man, it's difficult. I think he was having a really good game. I think,
Yeah, that was really good sim-wise. He was up in demos most of the game. He was up in population most of the game.
yeah.
Middle
I
of
mean,
the
he got
map.
that. That's like such a good free rel to get. My God, that's the kind of rel I'd be like literally slipping someone a fiver under the table to get.
Yeah, this is amazing. It's just
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he would have won this duel if he just clicked autocracy. Maybe I would have been up in tech a little more, but I don't know. I also didn't get
Mhm.
the commerce second. I think he may have been better off doing something else here. Like honor second would have probably been better. Because
Do
what
you
does
know
he
if?
actually get? He didn't even
Yeah,
take the
it's pretty
purchasing
little.
here.
Yeah,
He
I
gets
mean
trade
these
routes.
policies just don't do much, right?
Yeah. Would have been much better if he just went like honor zero, honor one to actually
Yeah.
build his stuff. Go autocracy, maybe put a turn into ratio, and
Which one
then
is the
more.
maintenance discount policy? Is it the trade route policy?
Yeah, entrepreneurship.
Okay. So if you could hover his gold per turn, you can see how much he's paying on maintenance, and so that at least is some GPT, right? 161 spent on building maintenance, so that would at most that's like 200. Yeah, that's like 200. So it's like a 40 GPT policy. It really doesn't seem good. Um,
Yeah, and you actually get some hammers from like a lot of hammers from professional army, like 3 culture, 3 gold,
yeah,
and 3 hammers per city, plus getting overflow on buildings 3 times. Like those,
yeah,
it basically makes the military buildings free if you like overflow them well, and then you actually
yeah,
get the culture and hammers from that. It's so many hammers from the honor one policy, and then you can just like take warrior code or something, whatever.
yeah.
Probably just honor one, ratio zero, and then putting points into ideology would have been the best thing. I don't know if that was like possible to do for him. Probably not.
Can you pause the timer and look at some of the sissy combat math if he has some of the sissies alive?
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Wow, 31 to an infantry. How much to a tank?
18.
Oh, that's really not that. I guess this is because you're sitting in your own territory, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not really that. They're just tanks that are strong. Yeah.
Yeah. Bonus versus
Uh,
terrain. Combat bonus, bonus in friendly lands. That's autocracy
yeah,
into Magi. Bonus versus
yeah.
domain, wrath, terrain defense.
Do you know if the sauna healing stacks with elite forces? I think it does,
Um,
right?
I think so, right? What does it do again? Let me check.
It's just 10 extra healing.
Shrine. Why did he build temple when he's not piety? 10 HP in friendly territory, huh? Heals plus 10
Yeah, I
HP in
think
friendly territory.
that's a different bonus from elite forces. So that's a really powerful effect. That's
Yeah, I never
if you
thought
can
about
auto.
that before.
Yeah. I mean, there's like a lot of good combat bonuses on Finland. The extra flanking, the 10 HP. He was healing a lot. Watching him proc those 30s was kind of
Yeah.
scary.
This game was really fun
Mm.
though.
Yeah.
Nice,
I
smooth,
think the
fast
just
liberty.
yeah,
Fun
source pick
war.
looked correct. Um yeah, every time I fight with tanks, I really feel like you're supposed to not even show them your tanks. I feel like you're just supposed to be walking in, slamming, walking out all the way up until you have so many more units that
Yeah, just getting the constantly better traits.
yeah.
And like just the fact that I was able to, like, just the fact that I'm autocracy made it so that the trades on his tiles,
Yeah.
like just slamming like from this tile
Yep.
over here into
Mhm.
that tile was a favorable trade, and that was only
Yeah.
possible because of autocracy. If he had like Hamaji and autocracy, I would not be able to do that. And then
Yeah,
I
and then
actually
you're
cannot
just
push
kind of
into.
screwed, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like it was simply the ability to take individual small good trades here over and over and over
Yeah.
again that made me win this war. And also winning the air war really helps.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a good time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get some food.
Thank you very
Good to
much.
see you.
It was nice. And see you around. Have a good night. All right. This was fun. Let's go raid someone. If someone's still awake. Yeah, look. Arf. There you go. He's still the chair right now, but he will eventually come back and not be the chair. I wish you guys a good night.